with only yourself being present or with you and one of your fellow board members being present, and there wouldn't be a violation. It's the fact that a quorum, the majority of you are there discussing district business without it having been posted, without there being an agenda, without an opportunity for the public to comment, and so on.
And you go out in the hall and say, here, let me tell you the same thing out in the hall. That's okay.
Well,
Leaving two to talk about the same thing inside, that's okay.
well, yes, I think.
I'm not saying you designed it that way, I'm just saying you would cure the violation.
You could, but, you know, we're gonna talk in just a moment about serial meetings and how, you know, board member A, you know, has a meeting over here, you know, with a individual of a community.
And it
Goes to talk to board member B, talks to board member C, and then before you know it, at the following board meeting, you know, some sort of action's taken based on that discussion. Well, you just violated Brown Act.
And I also think for me, it's, when you get three together, it's not even a matter of whether or not you're violating the Brown Act, it becomes the appearance of impropriety.
It is absolutely.
You know?
Yes.
It's more so that, and that's what you're having to defend, whether or not, and it's most likely you didn't violate it, but it just looks like it, and that's, I mean, I spent a whole year dealing with a whole board arguing over Brown Act and whether or not they violated it, and it really just became, cost three people their jobs. So.
And you're gonna cover later, like, what the consequences of it being violated.
You know, we could talk about it. I have materials here to talk about it. It's not in my presentation. And
So then my question is.
I'll tell you why it's not in my presentation. I didn't know who was going to be here today. So, I mean, just to be perfectly honest, and, you know, I didn't know if that's a discussion you all wanted to have. Certainly important, and we can have it even though I don't have slides to cover it. So,
What's the topic, I'm sorry?
consequences for violating the Brown Act. I mean, there's simple fixes, cure and correct, I mean, at the next meeting, depending on what action's been taken in violation, oftentimes you can cure and correct it at a subsequent meeting, but we can go over that.
Well, just briefly, my understanding is if you meet and decide something, like that's void.
It is.
Unless and until, then you have to have a properly noticed meeting, public comment, and decide, blah, blah, blah.
That's it, and that's what I mean by the cure and correct. It would be void up until the cure and correct.
Right. And then, and someone could sue to say, hey, you decided this, outside the Brown Act, so the remedy is, therefore, whatever you voted on is undone.
Well,
Until you do it again.
They would raise a Brown Act violation. Generally, it's forwarded to the district attorney's office, and then the district is noticed of this alleged Brown Act violation and is first given the opportunity to cure and correct this alleged violation. In most districts, whether or not they believe they violated it or not, they'll just do the action over again, just to kind of, clean it up, well, not even clean it up, if they believe, that it's clean, but they don't want this thorn in their side following them around, they'll just, call it special or whatever, so.
And that's why I kinda get back to that, well, if you're talking about some information item at a, three of you in a corner at a community meeting, sort of not intentionally, but nothing is decided or moved, like there's no real remedy.
There would be no
someone could go, hey, Violet, well, we didn't mean, but even if we did, we didn't decide anything, so.
Yeah.
You,
There really wouldn't be a remedy there,
Yeah.
John. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, somebody could say, hey, you guys violated it, and, march around town, saying that you guys are Brown Act violators, and, maybe you want to publicly address, your intent in having that brief conversation and, express to folks that no action was taken, to kind of alleviate any sort of anxiety the community might have in you having such informal meetings without following the Brown Act. But yeah, under that situation, I don't think there would be a remedy.
And that's why, well, for me, I think that's why you gotta be careful how you present district information to people, in the community. because, you know, you may say something, it may be taken a certain way, and then it gets blown all out of proportion. And especially if it's an, as you say, information item, but it will still be considered and deliberated with the board at a future time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the best thing to do with that kind of a, you know, discussion is just sit back from it, don't say something, you know.
I agree.
Don't say anything, so you won't have to put yourself in that position.
I agree.
Yeah.
So a lot of times as board members, we kind of think the things that we say are kind of harmless, and we're not, you know, divulging any kind of information or any kind of deliberation of the board. But in actuality, even information sometimes can, you know, get misconstrued, and it can lead to individuals saying, a board member saying something, you know, in a personal conversation, and it can kind of influence the decision that the board as a whole makes.
So it just makes sense to, you know, avoid appearing together in public.
Well, it's not the three I'm talking
Hold
about.
on, and that, you know, if you're speaking individually, people,
That's what I'm,
you have to be clear.
Like
that
say, it's just me.
I'm 1/5 of a 5-headed monster.
Right.
My opinion is,
right.
you know, my opinion.
Right.
Well, I
This
was
is-
just gonna add that, I mean, we go over that, the fact that,
Put it like that,
you know,
that's a lot better.
stating to whoever you're speaking to that this is my opinion, not the collective opinion of the board, I think is
That's how you.
wise.
We'll be deciding that at a
Yeah.
future meeting and you should come.
Yeah, exactly.
I had one public comment, if that's allowed here. If the
Let me ask one
chief,
second.
chief knows
Yeah.
me, that's why.
But during the presentation, is that, I don't know what protocol is.
So,
That's a
just
chair.
real quick,
Yeah,
because we do have some slides to get through, but if you will just go for just real brief and
Yeah,
then
very brief.
roll back out.
if the superintendent meets individually with the board members on a topic, is that considered a violation of Brown Act?
On the same topic, and I meet with every board member individually,
Right.
I think that is a violation,
Well,
isn't it?
it could become a serial meeting if the meeting itself with each individual board member would not be a Brown Act violation. But if the superintendent meets with various board members and then they discuss amongst themselves what the topic was of John's meeting with them, and then deliberate at a future board meeting on whatever topic was discussed in their individual meetings with John, then yeah, that could be a serial meeting and it could be a violation of Brown Act.
Thank you.
Or if John is saying, or superintendent is saying, well, I got Miguel and Christian, are you with me on this, John? Then he's sort of creating a serial meeting.
He is.
If he's conveying, other people told me on the board, blah, 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 so.
Mm-hmm.
But individually saying, here's what, you know, is going on with the situation and want you to know, you know, going in.
Sure.
Answer any of your questions before we go,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and he could do that with each and every one of you, and as long as you guys don't discuss amongst yourselves, you know, you could come together at the next meeting and then, you know, deliberate accordingly and not have violated the Brown Act at all. So,
Perfect point. Let me get going here, 'cause I know you have a time slot.
yeah, no, okay. Okay, some more general constraints to just briefly review. So, majority of you cannot discuss school district business among yourselves at non-meetings. So, again, I think we've already covered that. Also, we've already covered the fact that you can attend standing committee meetings only as observers. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about serial meetings. There's a little bit of typo here, I apologize, but a serial meeting are communications of any kind, whether direct or through personal intermediaries and/or technological devices, and they cannot be used by a majority of the board members to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board or district. You know, we all know what these things are now, but they've kind of come to rule our life, and we do communicate with these more now than we ever have. So, yes, you could use email, texting, other social media, or blogs, and run into a serial meeting issue. Those are just some of the, I didn't even know, I'm ashamed to say, what some of those little emblems
For shame.
were. I think I know the top three, but, what?
Text message on the bottom right,
But
email.
the bottom left. I-
Bottom, okay, bottom right's
No,
text.
it's WhatsApp is bottom right.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, and the bottom middle is email.
Email, okay,
It's pretty impressive, Mr.
okay. I need the top three.
There's an applicant.
Wow.
So, up until 2008, there was case law that talked about there having to be a collective concurrence reached as a result of the serial meeting communication, but that's no longer relevant now. AG opinion and cases that have come from that AG opinion, AG opinions and cases predating 2008's legislation are no longer instructive.
So
Now,
what's a collective concurrent? What's the underlying concept that's no longer relevant?
so,
Assume I emailed each of the board members something.
Uh-huh.
That results in if my actions have resulted in
in a collective concurrence, then that was considered a serial meeting prior to 2008. Now there does not have to be a collective concurrence from John's email to all of you. A simple discussion of district business outside of a public meeting could still be construed, or could now be construed, I should say, a serial meeting.
So before, it had to be collective concurrence.
It had to be.
To qualify as a Brown Act
Exactly.
violation. Now, it doesn't even have to be that. You're saying just any
A
discussion
discussion,
is a Brown Act violation.
yeah, serial meeting, exactly.
So it's gotten tighter.
Much tighter.
As
So
a result
information
of
out.
this.
I mean, there had to have been, collective concurrence or some sort of future action as a result of those communications. Now it's just a discussion and deliberation, as a result of that string of communications that could cause a Brown Act violation.
Okay.
Can we explain that again, because I didn't get that, the
Okay.
collective concurrence.
So up until 2008, there was an AG opinion and case law which said communications, that ran through you all, one by one or two by two, would not necessarily result in a Brown Act violation unless amongst all of you, at a future meeting, there was some sort of collective concurrence,
You
an
decided
action
something.
taken
Based on.
based on that communication.
Gotcha.
Now, case law, has tightened that up and basically said, don't need a collective concurrence in the future as a result of that string of communications. You just need a discussion or a deliberation, and you have a Brown Act
So
violation.
it's exactly my question of 10 minutes ago about 3 people in a back-to-school night.
Mhm.
Before 2008, just talking about some district issue, but not deciding it at that time or
Wouldn't have been
a
around.
future agenda item was not a
Brown
concern.
Act violation.
Now it would be just to discuss.
Anything.
And,
Which is against the core of the Brown Act, because then your people don't have the ability to participate. They don't know there's a meeting, they didn't get the opportunity to have that conversation, right?
That's right. I got you.
But, you probably didn't cover this in more detail, but the emails, communications, sort of one way, like, hey, check out this article on this topic. One board member emails to all the board members, who the superintendent sends it
More
out.
update.
no one, you know, but it's like, do not respond, and no one responds.
responds.
There's no discussion.
There's no discussion, it's just a one-way.
I don't see a problem with
No,
that.
that's
Yeah.
fine.
I think that would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, and some of these slides are redundant because I think we've already covered some of this, but, you guys can, as board members, communicate outside of public meetings in order to answer questions and provide information. Again, I think, the point that you brought up, John, about, stressing that the information you're providing may just be your own personal opinion and not the collective opinion of the board is a wise one to make when providing information to the public. So a little bit more on serial meetings. Such communications may occur only if that person does not communicate to members of the board the comments or position of any other member or members of the same board. So, you know,
Oh, interesting, so,
yeah.
so if I'm doing a one-way communication on an update of something, and I were to say, if I were to say, oh, by the way, these two board members feel this way about it, that would, I'd almost be attempting to sway the rest of the board and creating some.
Some issue, yes.
What if a member of the public interviews a board member, say a blogger, and then goes to another board member and says, well, X believes Y, and goes to a third board member and says, has that member of the public created a criminal act violation or serial meeting?
I don't think so, because the furtherance of the conversation wasn't achieved by the board member themselves.
Or asked-
Or
or
employee
asked
of the district.
Or an employee of the district. So, no, I don't believe so. Now, if, you know, the second board member who received this information from the blogger about how the first member felt, went back to the first member and started their own chain of communication, then there could be an issue. But the example that you just provided, I don't think would be.
But it may be unwise for the public person to do that because they are facilitating the kinds of non-public knowledge among board members that the Brown Act is trying to prevent.
Absolutely.
But that's sort of not a district violation. It's not a violation, it's just,
Wouldn't be, but, you know, you raised another good point, John, and maybe that could be, a response to the blogger. Listen, you know, we've got the Brown Act in place, you know, to protect your rights to, and, you know, other members of the public's right to, you know, be a part of this discussion. So you know, asking me, you know, question X, going to board member 2, asking them question X, and continuing that conversation does tend to sway away from what the Brown Act was designed to you know, provide protection for.
So,
So, Josh, can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So, what is the Brown Act attempting to protect there?
Protect under that
Yes,
scenario?
yeah.
It's the same, right, participation.
Yeah, I think it's always attempting to protect the public's right to know what the business of the district is, what they're discussing, and to be actively engaged and a part of that discussion. You know, an email blog that goes from, you know, board member A to board member B to board member C to board member D, but doesn't ever get agendized or posted for other members of the public to be a part of, I think does present a problem under the, you know, purpose of the Brown Act.
But by definition, the blog is very public.
It's very public, but has it been agendized and posted?
I think the example that I gave that I think we're talking about is not, you're right, if there's a blog and everyone's reading the paper the newspaper or the blog or whatever, everyone, including board members, have access. I don't think that's an issue. What I raised was private conversations by a member of the public that end up informing maybe the whole board about what other board members' positions are.
But the Brown Act.
But the public doesn't. I don't think it's a Brown Act violation, but I think it conveys in a private setting the kinds of information to board members that are supposed to be happening in a public setting, where the public can see
The opinions and of the other board.
and get the same information from who's having provided.
But the Board Act is there to govern our behavior,
Right.
not the public's. And so if somebody else, not working for the district, were to do this serial thing, well, hey, member Dwin said, and member, Felt said, and Christian, what do you think? Well, I can say, look, it's my response is what matters, not his question. And if he sends out emails and all of that, he can't violate the Brown Act because he's not an official. But I think that, and I think even if he did violate the Brown Act, it would be trumped by federal law. So I think that there's other issues involved, but it's really our behavior, not his. He can do whatever he chooses.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
It undermines the spirit,
Right.
That's my.
but it's, the same thing, if it's, if an employee tells him something that we would have kept in confidence, that's the same thing. It's nothing we can do about that.
So can I just ask one more question? So is it that it would be one board member sharing the opinion of another board member?
Mm-hmm.
But the board member is welcome to share whatever opinions he or she may have to anybody.
Yes, sure.
So the difference here is that it would be sharing some information about another board member.
That's where problems
That-
present themselves.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and just some, email tips and considerations for avoiding serial meeting type issues. You don't know if a quorum is being copied or not necessarily on something. You don't necessarily know who's going to be reading an email or discussing it. So, really, you should think twice before you hit send. You should think twice before you decide to forward or not forward. So, just some considerations. Let's talk about the agenda now.
Well, if I was to receive information from a board member who asked me to forward it to the entire board, that would be okay.
Well, what sort of email are we talking about?
You mean what kind of information?
Yeah.
Information that a board member deemed important for other board members to see.
I think it's usually, Josh, it's not, when that happens, it's not my opinion on X topic.
Yeah.
It is Y, please send that to everyone.
Here's the Chronicle.
Here's an article from the Chronicle.
We just spoke about that.
Exactly.
And I think that would be fine.
So the
It's a
distinction is
one-way
it's not
provision of
someone's,
information, usually from an outside, almost always I can think of. Yeah,
Newspaper article or
yeah,
whatnot.
I can't think of it.
Here's a
It hasn't-
presentation that such and so
Okay.
I sat in,
Yeah.
and,
And that's fine.
It's not, before our board meeting, I want you to know how I feel about this.
Right, 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 right.
And, which I think would also be a little bit.
Or like, here's an article, I agree.
Right.
Right.
It's just,
We need to do
passionate
this.
Let's
at our
make
next
sure we
meeting.
this is a great
Take
idea.
action.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's
I
no,
mean, it's just, take a look at this,
yeah.
period. That would be fine.
And that's, I don't know, I've seen some attorneys recommend you put do not reply in
I
that subject
think, I think
line.
that would be,
That's probably the best.
a pretty prudent, recommendation.
Everyone should walk away with that in their minds right now.
Do not reply.
Never reply.
Yeah, that's good, yeah, good suggestion. Okay, so, the meeting agenda, you guys know this, but we'll go over it. Must be posted at least 72 hours prior to holding a regular meeting, 24 hours prior to holding a special meeting, at a location freely accessible to the public. All districts now have school websites as well, and there is the additional requirement now that agendas be posted on school websites. So, and I found your guys' agenda as well. on your website, so.
So
you
I
guys are doing
wondered
it.
this for a while. Are the semi-annual retreats considered special meetings? Because they're not, when the board approves the agenda, their meeting schedule for the year, most of the time, the retreats are not on the schedule.
Then, yeah, they would be a special.
They're created and decided upon much later in some.
Yeah, it's
instances,
done a regular.
A couple weeks before.
Yeah, then it'd
So it's
be
a
a
special
special.
meeting.
You can do a 24-hour notice
Okay.
for a retreat. You know, oftentimes districts will post well before the 72-hour requirement, and that's fine. I mean, that's good practice. I've got some districts though that then hesitate, even though they really, really want to, you know, take some sort of action, get something agendized at the next meeting. They'll hesitate to change the agenda because it's already been posted, even though they're still a week before the meeting. You know, my advice is always change it, repost it. This is important. I mean, if it can wait, it can wait. But you know, if you're still outside the 72-hour period or outside the 24-hour period, and there's something very important that you want to discuss, take action on, what have you, then by all means, repost.
On special meetings, is there a limit?
That never happens.
You know, I mean, I feel like,
A limit?
yeah, can we have as many special meetings as we deem necessary?
Yeah, not that I know
Okay.
of. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, it's,
It's a regular meeting, right?
Yeah. it ceases to be special.
Sure, I mean, if you're calling them before every single regular meeting, then yeah, I mean,
Becomes a standing meeting,
you may have members of the public that take issue with that, but,
It becomes a pattern.
I think it's better, but I don't see a violation, I really don't. There, I mean, you could call a special when you deem it necessary, as long as you meet the 24-hour posting requirement.
There's no standard for, what was special about that? Why couldn't you do that at your next rate? There's no time constraint or emergency, gee, board, you should have just agendized that next time.
So, no, the answer is no, there isn't. There is, you know, such thing as an emergency or dire emergency meeting
Oh,
that
yeah,
has
specific,
even
right.
different posting requirements.
We're not
And
wanting
those have to, you know, you have to have certain circumstances.
So we'll get to that.
We're gonna get to that. But specials, yeah, there really isn't anything special about it, you know, other than
It's not on
It's not
the
a
regular
regular board
meeting.
it's not a regular board meeting, and it's usually because, you know, something has come to the attention of the board, you know, with less than 72 hours before their next meeting. The board feels that it's important to have a discussion, to take action on whatever that item is, you know, before their next meeting, 2 weeks later.
So the standard, where the standard comes in is for the emergency requirement.
Yes, yes.
And I think if it gets routine with quote-unquote special meetings, then the board just implements the third meeting of the month. know,
You could do that.
Right, you just do that, if it becomes a pattern.
Or if we have 3 days before the special meeting, it's not a special meeting. It's just a,
Oh, yeah, no, you can just repost,
because
yeah.
I think that's a, I think we've had some special meetings that we've posted. We haven't posted until the day before, but we knew we were kind of leaning that way,
Mhm.
so.
Wait, I'm not understanding your question.
I'm saying if we have 3 days' notice, we don't have to call it a special meeting. We should post 3 days in advance.
Just amend the regular meeting agenda.
That's it.
Well, no, or like if we wanna have a meeting on a Monday, and we know the Wednesday before, we don't have to list the Monday meeting as a special meeting, we should list it as a regular meeting with 72 hours notice. Am I wrong in that?
Yeah.
Well, so then that brings up the question I've got. Our board policy specifically says that we meet on the second and fourth Wednesdays of the
Yeah, so
month.
that makes
Oh, that's
it
board
special.
policy, okay, then that would make it special.
Make them special.
That's special
So,
outside.
doesn't that make it special then? We've already told the public what our schedule is for the year.
Yeah, so you've got board bylaws that have set up a calendar, informing the public when your regular meetings will occur. I still think, Lisa, that as long as you're 72 hours outside of when you want to meet, you could call it a regular meeting. I mean, but there is no harm in calling it a special and giving it more than 24 hours notice.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah, I think you're right. If the board says, you know, we're gonna need to meet Thursday this month instead of Wednesday, it's, with notice, it's still a regular board meeting. Even though it's outside of what we had previously counted.
Okay.
But I think Lisa's saying if we have a meeting on Wednesday and Thursday, then that Thursday should be a special meeting.
Yeah,
Um,
it's just the fact.
I don't
of
think
being
it's a legal
consistent.
question, sounds like
It's
a
just
policy thing.
consistency.
I
Do we
think-
wanna,
I think it
do we
is.
wanna communicate to the public
It's
this is
consistency.
not our regular meeting time, but we are having a meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
I think we're not gonna
it's a
get,
policy.
I think that we're not gonna get in trouble calling, you know, a special meeting every week. And the fact that we have a board policy,
Yeah.
I think that makes it perfect. I think Ms. Tamara is absolutely right. If we have a definitive, and, because board policy can be more restrictive than Brown Act, right? So, we just can't do less.
So you're in favor of calling?
Yeah, I created a problem and then am speaking out against the problem I've created. So,
Josh, I have another question.
Okay.
So when I send out the board packet, when I publish an agenda online,
Yes.
I follow the 72, I follow 72 hours and the material is there. I also, as a convenience to a lot of people, including the board on my distribution list, I scan the entire packet and send it out as a PDF. And my question is,
Can I stop?
what weight, yeah, what weight does the PDF hold? If it sometimes doesn't have
Exactly what?
exactly the same
Post.
information that's posted. It's
So-
a convenience, and I don't mean it to be an official communication, but it probably is
Considered.
kind of considered that way. among
Well,
some-
we do get into that in a little bit here. I mean, it sounds like what you're asking is information that gets provided in the PDF or doesn't get provided in the PDF when compared with the agenda that you posted.
Right,
If at the board meeting, there's additional documentation for the board to consider based on the agenda, that's fine. It does not have to have been part of the PDF. It just needs to be available at the board meeting and available for public inspection.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah, I think what she's talking about is like, there might be a 300-page budget document that, you know, she doesn't want to spend 2 hours scanning and
Fine.
PDFing and crashing people's computers.
Yeah.
And page 6 changed by the hour.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And should she say in the email, like, see
Disclaimer.
online for full documentation?
Could do that.
Yeah, do I need a
It's kind of a
disclaimer?
standard thing, maybe?
Could do that, or, I mean, to the extent the backup material, you know, gets amended or updated or what have you, we just want to make sure it's there for public inspection at the meeting itself.
But so the documents, aren't they supposed to be posted 72 hours ahead of time?
Technically, yes.
And they are, an agenda
And they
online.
are, but there is wiggle room there, is what I'm saying.
So if there's a slight change.
It could be a slight
You would
change.
say in the board meeting, board members, there's been a change. You have on your, in front of you, and we have at the back table, the revised version of what was posted.
It's not a change in the items on the agenda that
No,
you're discussing.
it's
It's
just-
just a change in the materials that will help, you know, facilitate that conversation.
Yeah, well, and it might be, you know, take Lisa's example, like, oh, we changed the core of the district budget, page, 62 of 350. It could be a very meaningful change.
Can be.
And so you're saying even if that happens, the day of the meeting, and it's a different number in there than there was 72 hours before, that's not a Brown Act violation.
No.
Is there any obligation on the district's part to, obviously we'll discuss it at the meeting, but to, I don't know, to give any other notice? that,
Advance
hey,
notice?
here's a new.
No, but I would probably mention the fact that, you know, this page was updated since its posting. But no other advance notification.
It does make me wonder, just as a maybe a good practice is when the board president asks in the beginning of the meeting, has there been any changes to the agenda?
That's
We
the
could
place.
also say, has there been any changes to the agenda or to the materials that were posted?
That's it.
We could
People can all
give the
scramble.
public the benefit of knowing page 36 of 300 was changed, and that's available at the back table, and we could add that if we wanted to, as a board practice.
I think that that would work. I mean, how often
That's good.
would you guys say that this is happening?
You know, 10% of the meetings or something, you know,
Okay.
and it's usually around budget documents. The LCAP, there was a lot of stuff.
Let's not go there, right?
Yeah, a lot of
And
special
if you-
meetings too.
If you have members of the public that, you know,
No one's complaining about it, but I can.
No. No.
But I think for practice sake, it's just good to have a process,
This would be
you know, to make it, you know, clear that when documents go out, that they're not the
Yeah.
final, and, you
It's
know,
transparent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start trying to fly through this because I
You do
have
have
lot to go here. So, emergency meetings, need no advance notice unless the media has previously specifically requested 1 hour notice of such meetings. And emergencies, equal activity that severely impairs public health or safety. Other examples that I haven't listed here, but that are included in the Brown Act are work stoppages, so strikes, other crippling activities. You can call it an emergency meeting. A dire emergency agenda. So in the case of a dire emergency agenda, the presiding officer or designee must notify the media at the same time the members are notified of the meeting. And you have here a similar definition. A dire emergency is a crippling disaster, mass destruction, terrorist act, or threatened terrorist activity so significant that providing the 1 hour notice may endanger the public. So hopefully you guys don't have too many of those. Okay, agenda descriptions, you know, and I've looked at your agendas, I think they're well-written. I mean, basically you need to have a brief general description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, and that includes closed session items, and we'll talk about closed session safe harbor language in a second. You know, generally speaking, you want a description that doesn't exceed 20 words. You want something real brief and to the point.
Each item.
For each item.
20 words.
Yeah,
About 20 words the whole agenda.
that'd be nice. You guys would get out of here probably pretty quick with an agenda like that.
Budget.
Okay, so of course, you guys cannot discuss or take action on items that don't appear on the agenda, but there are some exceptions, and let's talk about those real briefly. You can respond to statements made or questions posed by the public during the public comment section, but I think you want to be careful when doing so. You don't want to make promises or, you know, mistakenly move to take action on a non-agendized item. You can ask questions of staff or the public for clarification. Does not have to be a question that is currently on the agenda.
This is doing public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask staff to report on an item not on the agenda at a subsequent meeting, so you can make reference to, you know, Dr. Rubio, Ms. Harrell, reporting on something at a subsequent meeting. You can make brief announcements, and I know that you guys do that from time to time. When an emergency severely impairs the public health or safety exists, then you can take action on an item not on the agenda. And I was, you know, thinking of an example that fell under that exception, and one that came to mind, and, you know, hopefully you guys haven't had one of these situations before, won't have one of these situations in any time soon, but, you know, districts do occasionally get notified by law enforcement that one of your employees has not only been arrested, but charged by the DA with what we call a mandatory leave of absence offense. That's a sex offense or a substance abuse offense of some sort. And the Ed Code mandates, you know, depending on what they've been charged with, that you place that individual out on unpaid leave of absence. I mean, that could have occurred prior or following the 72-hour, 24-hour posting or what have you, and you as a board can determine that, public health and safety concerns would require you to take action on this item not on the agenda to place the individual out on a mandatory leave of absence.
So not to drag it, but I'm just curious, it happens so much, I mean, we've all witnessed the news, there's tons of these situations happening, so in that instance, would we open the meeting, go directly into closed session and deal with it, or is that, how does that
Well,
work?
I mean, it is a public employee discipline dismissal release closed session
So we're
item.
adding into-
You would be adding it, I think you would be making an announcement that you are adjourning the closed session on a non-agendized item that has been deemed an emergency, that has just come to the district's attention, and then proceed accordingly. And then if you do take action in closed session to place that individual out on paid admin leave, or unpaid leave, you'd report out.
So in terms of comments on public comments, I guess it's just, one needs to be careful to, comment, but if everyone starts making comments, then pretty soon you're having a board discussion on a non-agendized item.
Yes, I mean, I think you would still, and we'll get into this in a second, you would still allow for public comment on anything on or off the agenda prior to adjourning the closed session in an emergency situation or
I'm
not.
not talking about emergency, I'm just, someone comes in, it's like, I really,
Public comment.
yeah, here's a public comment on an item not on the agenda, this is terrible, blah, blah, blah. I agree with you, that's terrible, we'll have to address that at a future meeting.
I think that would be an appropriate response, yeah.
But I would
But
say-
if you have three people saying, I agree that that's terrible, let's address it, I mean, have you started to have a discussion?
Yes, I think you have started to have a discussion, but I mean, you're not taking action on it, but you are having a discussion on it, so, I don't know what you guys
I would
generally
say- I was gonna
do
say-
in public comment.
I was gonna
Does
say-
the board president
Right.
kind of,
We usually don't
feels
say
that-
anything.
don't say anything.
That's
Exactly.
been the norm
Yeah,
for this board.
okay.
Well, and we go to the left sometimes though, but I think part of the challenge is whatever we do, making sure we're consistent. And not, one person gets up there, you might like what they have to say, right? And everybody's feeling the love and you go. Then if you have kind of a different response, then people tend to not say anything. So, I mean, we just have to make sure we have a consistent approach to whoever's up there.
I mean, thank you for your comments, we
Yeah.
appreciate hearing your concerns. And then maybe if it warrants it, we'll take this up at our next board,
Right.
something like that. But-
And usually we'll say, I mean, as I've said, superintendent is yours, or something, would you please connect with that person, or, I think that is something that we've done for sure.
And you can certainly do that.
And usually the board president is the one who makes that statement. Not the rest of the board members, on the public comment. Like I said, the norm has been, the 4 board members really don't say too much. President or whoever that is would make the kind of statement that you just made, and then we move on.
Yeah, and I think that's a good reference.
So, Josh, but getting it, this, the word consistency, norm, what about precedent, and what place does that play here? As far as the board responding to public comment?
What about?
Precedent, in other words, the board's practice.
Mhm.
Well, not precedent, but the board's practice.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So the board's practice for as long as I've been around with the board is that they don't really comment on public comment. I can name on one hand the times someone a board member has commented to someone who's publicly commenting.
Okay.
So is there anything about that?
Well, if that has been the board's practice, I think it's a good practice to continue. I'd say that, because I think it, sticks with the advice that I just provided about, not really getting into a discussion about it, but just taking in the concerns, acknowledging the concerns, maybe directing that person to the superintendent or other appropriate administrator for further information or clarification, or perhaps, just a commitment to have this considered at a future board meeting, but leaving it at that. So, if that, and it sounds like it has been, the district's practice, then I think that's a practice worth sticking by. Okay, so placement of items on the agenda. Members of the public, including all of you, may ask to have specific matters, future agendas. Bless you. The general process is that those requests for items to be placed on the agenda will be reviewed by the board president and the superintendent. Decision will be made as to whether or not it's within the subject matter of the district. A decision will be made on whether it's an open or closed session item, and a decision will be made on whether it's an informational, consent, or action item. Now, there is no right to demand that any requested item be an action item. Okay, public participation and comment, regular meetings. Members of the public must be provided an opportunity to address you on any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency. So not just matters on the agenda, any relevant matter within your subject matter jurisdiction. Special meetings, here's the difference. The public has the right and opportunity to address you on any item described in the notice. So not just on any item in general.
So let's go, hold on. So for the regular meeting, if we're on an agendized item, let's just say, student achievement, then you can have a member of the public come up and talk about, the budget, or how, how they think that the board is not supporting teachers.
You could, I know that.
That participant can do that, member of the public can do that.
Yeah, you could, but I know that a lot of boards, and you guys, I think, do it this way as well, will have public comment on all items not on the agenda in one section in their board meeting, and then will limit public comment on items on the agenda to right before or after, usually right before, they discuss that particular item on the agenda, just to kind of keep things flowing in an organized fashion. So I'm not sure what you guys do.
It is right, it's usually.
Well, that's
before
what
the
we try to
decision,
do.
But I'll
Yeah.
flip that.
That's our attempt.
I remember times when members of the public have challenged the board and insisted on commenting on something after the public comment section at the beginning, where anything can be commented on, and then talking about something completely different after, when the president calls for comment specifically regarding that.
Well, I would say, as a matter of good practice, as long as you're providing for public comment on any item on or off the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and then choose to only allow public comment on particular agenda items as you progress through your meeting, then you can, ask the person to please refrain from any further comment on whatever he or she is discussing at this time, because he or she has already had the opportunity to discuss this, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, you guys have the right to maintain order in your meeting and, move it along in a orderly and, efficient manner, so.
So if a member of the public decides they want to speak to something they want to speak to, at every part of the meeting where there would be comments on a particular item, and we were to limit that to maintain order of our meeting, and that member of the public might claim that it's a Brown Act violation, and it really is not.
I don't think so. Now, if somebody wants to get up at the beginning of the meeting and just talk about whatever they want to. that's
And
fine.
throughout the meeting, yes, yeah.
Yeah, and then they wanna continuously get up, you know, so long as you're allowing further public comment on each agenda item as it comes up, I think you have to allow that individual to get up and talk about that agenda item,
But, right.
But not something else.
not
Well-
something else. No.
There's
What if they say they're gonna say
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
phonetically
yeah.
connected?
So I-
What if they say it's poetically
They say it's
connected?
poetically connected.
Well, I suppose you can hear that person out.
I say you let them speak for 3 minutes, but that's the big thing, is if you have a 3-minute limit, let them ramble for 3 minutes and say, okay, thank you.
Well,
I
yeah,
think that's easier than trying to say, this isn't connected, because then we're parsing their words of, you know, because it's, all they have to say is, this is just like that other issue that you did, remember when you did blah, 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 see, they're similar. And then we're stuck saying, really, no, they're not. So I just think, I personally think, I'm bigger on, let's keep them to that 3 minutes,
And stick and go
and,
on.
and say, you know, I mean, I'd love to see a little clock
So
countdown.
Here's the issue.
Well, don't you
We've
know
done
Well,
that
there is a
specific-
clock.
You do.
We've done
Yeah.
that specifically with certain people that have been spoken, and this such person has said, I'm going to speak what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go past my 3 minutes, and the only way you're gonna get me out of here is if you call me out. So I personally don't wanna see it ever get to that point, but
Well, at the end of the day, it's about being, for me, I just, sitting in this seat as many years, I know consistency is really important. And that approach has been my thinking, just get it over with,
Yeah.
because it's not, you know, and if we have to get there, unfortunately, we just have to, you know, we need a mic that goes off too. So, we literally probably have to have more proactive kind of tools to help, you know, get to that point, but.
Well, I mean, how long is he gonna speak? Is he gonna go for 33 hours?
Well, it has
Or less?
occurred that members of the public have ignored the time limit,
Yeah, but I mean, I,
just so you know.
so what I'm hearing is we're gonna end up in a fight.
And it's not
I would
fun.
rather argue over your time is up
Yeah.
than your topic is wrong.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion.
No,
And if he
I
goes
think
past 5 minutes, I'm happy to get up and go in the back. You know, it's like, you know what, you're not gonna stop talking, so we're gonna stop listening and we'll leave.
You know that happened too, you just reminded me.
Yeah,
But yeah,
We have
that's,
to adjourn the meeting.
we
We
have,
adjourn a meeting.
We have to do it.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'd rather do that than, again, I don't wanna
I
get
think
argued
you're
over whether.
less likely with that approach to offend the person and cause even a larger disruption,
Yeah.
because you're letting
3 minutes.
him,
3 minutes, yeah.
or
Or
Two.
or her, but,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, you're letting that person speak their mind.
I mean, ultimately, it's a question of balance,
Or
and we
we
have
can
to
orchestrate
maintain
and play them
order,
off.
keep things moving.
Yeah.
And if one person occasionally goes over or gets off topic, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, if it's a pattern, we can't conduct our meeting because everyone's doing it, and you know, we have to take more stringent measures to get the clock on the wall or with,
The
turn
standard is the
lights on.
3
Get
lights, the
police.
standard is the green light, yellow light, red light, right? That's standard of public meetings.
Yeah, it would be good to have one of those.
Yeah.
It seems every board I go talk to
New
has
building.
something like that.
A new building.
A new building.
Yeah.
Trap door.
I'm always going over.
I like that.
As long as you're willing to
Slide.
slide off on the take the liability on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Slide.
We understand, we think it's in the blood.
Okay, let's get.
Okay, so this was a question that Lisa actually posed to me a couple days ago and wanted me to address. Whether or not you guys must accept public comment before, this isn't,
Enduring.
yeah, adjourning to closed session, but this slide doesn't specifically address closed session. But yes, the answer is yes, you must. The Brown Act requires the public to have an opportunity to address you on any item on the agenda, and that would include closed session, safe harbor language, before or during your consideration of that. So, sure, I do know of districts and other legislative bodies that will start their meeting in closed session prior to public comment. Lots of them get away with it. Is that a Brown Act violation? Yes, it is.
Start your meeting.
In closed session.
They go right in, close.
Go right
Without
in, without taking public comment.
Oh, I didn't know that. My last district did that, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a regular practice.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I,
So
Doesn't
they
the
have
city
to,
do that?
do you have to
Do
hear
they
a
open
comment before going into,
Before you
about
adjourn.
the closed session item?
yes, yes, because you've got, oftentimes
It's not,
won't tell you all that much information, but
Yeah.
people have a hunch about what it is. They want to get up, they want to provide some public
Okay.
comment. Brown Act requires that you provide them that opportunity before you adjourn into closed session.
So if a district wanted to do that as a practice in terms of starting with closed session instead of ending their late nights, I don't know. If they, as an idea, they'd have to start an open session, go into closed session, come back as a regular practice.
Yeah, and I think you guys do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
you
have,
do
we
that.
have.
We do.
No, I understand. On the flip side, you're trying to take the public's time into consideration. You want to do that closed session right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Give them a ballpark idea of when you're actually going to come out and have the open session, as opposed to start in open, then have them sit there for 90 minutes, or whatever it may be. But technically, the way you've been doing it is the way you should continue to do it.
So, question.
Uh-huh.
Do we, how we have it listed on our agenda, say today, our closed session is at the end of the meeting. Would we have to include a public comment on closed session specifically?
No.
Or is it just where we have it placed, it's gonna cover everything?
Public comment on, period. Yeah,
Okay.
you have it properly agendized.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, public participation and comment, board may not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agency or the acts or missions of the board. I think that's, pretty standard. Let's talk briefly about public records. You guys should be well aware that all of your agendas and other documents that get distributed to you in connection with the agenda, they are public records, subject to disclosure under the PRA. This also means any document that you bring to board meetings to share with other board members will become public records. So, something to be cognizant of. And we touched on this prior. So documents distributed to the board less than 72 hours prior to an open public meeting shall be made available for public inspection when distributed to the board. You need to list on the agenda the location where item can be viewed or can post on website. So this takes me back to if you are just receiving your updated packet at the board meeting itself, then the board meeting itself is where,
At the back table, we have.
at the back
additional
table, we have these additional items for tonight's board meeting. Yeah. Okay, closed sessions. Got a lot to go here. I'm gonna try to fly through this. Okay, closed session agenda requirements, they have to be identified on the agenda, just like anything else. That is a Harvard, by the way, to
Yeah,
reference the
I saw
safe
that
harbor.
connection, huh?
When I first saw this slide, I was pulling it from my, one of my partner's presentations. Why is there a picture of San Diego on it? Whatever that is, but I got it. Brown Act does have a nice section that provides all the safe harbor language for closed session items, and that's what I go to and regularly advise boards to go to. So you can discuss personnel matters in closed session. Employee discipline, dismissal, release is one of the big ones. You don't have to provide any additional information beyond that. Discipline can include potential reduction of compensation. One thing to note on this, depending on what you're considering in closed session with respect to discipline, dismissal, release, there may be a 24-hour Brown Act notice requirement to the employee, allowing him or her to have your consideration taken in open session. Now, that only pertains to instances where you're going to actually be considering specific charges and complaints, so actual dismissal charges. A case came down a few years ago called Coulter versus Commission on Professional Competence. which actually ruled that when you're giving the superintendent approval to move forward on certificated dismissal charges, and you're being presented with those draft certificated dismissal charges in closed session, the simple authority that you're giving to the superintendent or his designee to start that process, that does not require 24-hour Brown Act notice. So usually what you're talking about with 24-hour Brown Act notice is classified dismissal charges or charges of immoral conduct for certificated employees in which you may be placing somebody out on an unpaid leave of absence.
So that has to be distributed 24 hours before it comes to the board?
The employee has to be notified that you're gonna consider specific charges and complaints against him, and then he or she can ask that you do your deliberation in open session. They hardly ever do,
Okay, I got
you
you.
know, but,
Okay.
And
yeah.
then, Josh, what does the language look like on the agenda?
Well, it would look like this, basically. I mean, you would add the government code section. I didn't here, but, you know, it's a government code section, I believe 54957, employee discipline, dismissal, release,
Okay,
period.
yeah.
That's it.
All right.
There are some other personnel matters which I haven't covered here that can be considered in closed session as well. Appointments, evaluations, and there is safe harbor language on those as well. And in those, some additional information is required, like what the position is that you're appointing or evaluating. Another big one, existing litigation. The safe harbor language there actually is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and there's the subdivision that you would be citing to. One thing to note, even though the safe harbor language says conference with legal counsel, you don't need your attorney actually there. Sometimes the attorney, most of the times the attorney will be there, or he or she can make themselves available by phone. Yeah. I know I've attended closed sessions by phone on these types of agenda items. So with existing litigation, you do have to name the case, name parties, you know, the case number. The only time you don't have to do it is if specifying it would jeopardize you know, service process or existing settlement negotiations. So there's a little bit of wiggle room there on listing the case name. Anticipate the litigation, similar safe harbor language, you know, slightly different though. And here, you don't list the name, obviously, because, you know, there isn't a lawsuit yet. You just list the number of potential cases. Okay. Another closed session item, conference with labor negotiations, or labor negotiator, I should say. Safe harbor language here requires that you designate the agency representative that you're meeting with, designate the employee organization, whether it be CSEA or ETA, that you'll be discussing in closed session. And if it happens to be an unrepresented employee that you're discussing labor negotiations with, you would specify the position title of that employee who's subject to the negotiations.
Well, so an unrepresented employee, all employees are either in one of two bargaining units. Would it be a sub?
So
Administrators?
administrators, yeah,
Yeah.
negotiations with administrators.
Oh, yeah.
Them.
Maybe confidential employees, you know. Okay, another closed session item, real property negotiations. Here's the safe harbor language here, conference with real property negotiators. You list property info and the agency negotiator. And really the purpose of this closed session item would be to instruct negotiators on price, terms of payment for the purchase or sale of a particular property. Student matters can be discussed in closed session. If you're considering the suspension of or disciplinary action against or any other action against a student when a public hearing would violate the privacy rights, you do have the right under the ed code, those two sections listed there, to consider that in closed session. There are exceptions, however, with respect to expulsions. A final action to expel a student has to be taken in open, that's ed code. A student may request expulsion hearing to be public, but board may still deliberate in closed. So you can deliberate in closed, and you're not to disclose the student's name during that because of FERPA rights.
So in the final action and of the expelled student taken in open session, the only thing we report out is the student's ID number.
Yes, that's it.
And then, Josh, what we have done is, in open session, we've done a report out and reflected the board vote, but the board has not voted in open session. Should they be voting in open session?
They should be.
Oh.
They should, the final action should, so they should come out, they can deliberate, but the final action should occur in open. Yeah. The last big closed session item that you will see occasionally is security matters. You know, to meet law
Josh,
enforcement.
I'm sorry, on the last point. Deliberating closed, take the action in open?
Yes,
So just coming out and taking the vote, not
Yes.
necessarily discussing why you're voting in particular, you could do that.
So just
You
do
do
Because
all
that's
that.
gonna get into the personal,
yeah, absolutely.
confidential.
FERPA issues, but you would just simply come out, take the vote, whereas, let's say you're taking a personnel action in closed, that's been properly agendized, you can take that action in closed, and then come out and report the action out,
Okay.
yeah. So a little nuance.
So it's different for students?
It is, yeah. Okay, security matters can be discussed and closed as well, to meet with law enforcement or security experts to discuss a threat to building security or to essential public services. So that's another closed session item. Let's talk a little bit about reporting out. So following a closed session, you must publicly report actions taken unless final approval rests with another party or disclosure would hamper the initiation or defense of litigation. So those are your exceptions there. That first one, I can tell you where that comes into play. You know, I primarily practice labor and employment law, so I'm involved in a lot of employee discipline, and you know, charges may be contemplated or may have already been issued against an employee, and a possible resignation and release agreement has been entertained by the parties. Employee has not signed the draft agreement yet. The board can consider that draft agreement in close and give the superintendent or his designee the authority to enter into that settlement. No action needs to be taken because the final approval rests with the employee who hasn't signed it yet. Now, the reverse, though, would require a report out. If John brought into you a signed settlement agreement from the employee and was asking you to approve it, then the final approval of that document rests with you. You would report out.
So on the first case, do you ever report out at a subsequent meeting? Or it's
would-
not on the agenda, or I mean, I guess you have to put it on the agenda?
I would put it on, it wouldn't be a closed session item for discussion anymore,
Right.
but I would put it on the agenda, probably a personnel report, you know, to reflect that the individual has resigned, you know, or separated from the
That's the
district.
way you deal with it.
Yeah,
And that's actually how we've been doing it, is it ends
Yeah.
up on the personnel action,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, that's how I oftentimes.
So another question, does the report out have to be agendized on after reconvening?
You mean actually on the
Yeah.
agenda, does it have
Yeah.
to say report
Yeah.
out? I don't think so, I
Oh,
think,
good.
As long as you do it.
I think as long as you do it, that's the number one thing.
And it's
I-
reflected in the minutes?
And it's reflected in
Yeah.
the minutes, and, I mean, the fact that you've got closed session on your agenda, I think,
implies that there could be a report out that must legally occur under the Brown Act.
Right.
I think maybe, though, it's a good practice to include a little
Okay.
slot for it. Why not?
So the other thing is, we have in the past and traditionally released the videographer at the point of convening closed session. And when the board reconvenes into open session, the meeting's not being taped at that point.
Okay.
Is there any considerations regarding that?
Well, I think that most districts will release the videographer during closed session because it takes so long, oftentimes. I have some districts that don't even start the videotape until the board gets back from closed session, because closed sessions often occur so soon after the initial meeting is convened. So we don't want all that blank tape. But, I don't know how much business is occurring at the tail end of your meetings when you're getting back into closed session. I mean, if.
Nothing, it's just,
Just nothing.
it's just reconvene to open session, a report out, and adjournment.
It's reflected in the minutes, I think you're fine, yeah.
There's no obligation to videotape,
No,
right?
no, you need minutes.
That's the actual record.
Okay.
That's
Now-
the actual public record, is the minutes.
Yeah, folks can ask to videotape you themselves and be permitted to do that.
So,
To do that as long as they're not causing a disruption, which, we can see doesn't, so, yeah. Okay, record of voting, and this is a new requirement, a brand new requirement. January 1st, 2014, you must now record how each member votes on each item presented, including closed session. Consent items may still be voted on as a block item, but names and votes should be recorded. Phrases such as approved by unanimous vote should be revised to include names and votes of members present. So, be cognizant of that. I mean, before, report outs would be, especially for closed session, would be, in closed session, by vote of blank to blank with blank abstentions, the board took action to dismiss employee X. And that's all that contained, 5-0, 4-1, what have you. Maybe you've got a little wiggle room on a 5-0 vote because it's implied all 5 of you voted to dismiss. But certainly on anything less than a 5-0, you're gonna wanna say how each of you voted. And, per this last bullet, it's even recommended that on a unanimous vote, you have a roll call, yeah.
And, does that mean it's not ever proper to vote by acclamation? Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is passed.
In open session? You're
Yeah,
saying?
say that happened, that happened.
Well, I mean,
So
according,
this voting
according to
requirement
this
was just
new-
about closed session?
no, it's about both. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you can see, like consent items,
Right.
they can be voted on as a block item, but your names and votes should be recorded, so, yeah. I know that many districts don't necessarily do it this way, but, technically you are now supposed to, say how each of you are voting on
So
something.
it's our roll call,
Agenda Online already has that
yeah,
feature.
Okay.
and you've been doing it, yeah.
Yeah, but I was just asking the question, Ms. Emery, since you're the reporter, that it's no longer good practice if there's just a vote by acclamation, no objections, the motion's passed. Usually we do a roll call, so.
So basically, I'll just be
Always
calling
do a
roll
roll
call
call.
every time.
I like to see.
Okay, there are some exceptions to reporting out in closed session. So personnel matters, dismissal or non-renewal of contract shall be deferred until the first public meeting after administrative remedies, if any, are exhausted. So, there would be no report out on the initiation of charges because the employee may have a right to appeal those charges.
labor negotiation agreements. They can be reported after the agreement is final and has been accepted or ratified by the other party. So if you guys approve a contract deal, a tentative agreement that CSEA or ETA have not yet approved, you wouldn't have to report out your approval of that TA. Student matters, so no information shall be released, we talked about this, in violation of student privacy rights.
Can we divulge the student's ID number?
Yeah, I mean, unless that ID number somehow is going to reveal the student's identity to the
Well, it
general
follows-
public.
Well, okay, to the general public,
Yeah.
It follows them throughout their career.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a private number that doesn't mean anything to the general public, it means something to the district.
Yeah.
Some more closed session exceptions to reporting out, real estate negotiations. So approval of an agreement shall be reported after the agreement is final. Litigation, again, if final approval rests with another party, it doesn't have to be reported out. Okay, real quickly, I realize I've got 5 minutes. You guys want me to stick to that 5 minutes? Okay.
Well, I want you to be in your coaching position.
I've got a little bit of time, so if you guys have, time for me to go a little over, I'm certainly willing to do
Let's
that.
stick 5 on your presentation and then give you 5 for questions.
Okay.
How about that?
So quickly, subboards and commissions, all subcommittees and commissions created by formal action of the board, whether temporary, decision-maker, advisory. There are legislative bodies to the Brown Act, but the one exception is ad hoc advisory committees consisting of less than a quorum. So we talked a little bit about that already. I think I'm gonna skip through this. Let's get into the last portion of my presentation. Robert's Rules of Order. This really is a parliamentary guide on how to run an effective meeting. Basic rights at stake in running a meeting: the right of the majority to make decisions, the right of the minority to be heard, rights of individual board members to participate, and the right of the board to develop its own bylaws. A quorum, obviously, you need a quorum to transact on business legally, and the reason is, of course, we don't want small unrepresentative groups making decisions for the entire board. Ed Code even discusses it, majority of the board, or majority vote of all board members is necessary for an item to carry. And this applies even where members are absent or abstain. And that's an exception to the Robert's Rules of Order. So if, for instance, 2 of you aren't here for a meeting, there's a quorum to hold that meeting, and then 2 of you voted one way, 1 of you didn't, that's not a majority vote.
Lead in the water.
Oh, really?
Then, oh yeah, because you would need a 3-0 vote.
We had this discussion with the city schools meeting, and our council members contended otherwise.
Ah,
Well, as long as you had a quorum present.
This is unique to Ed Code though,
It is,
Oh, maybe that's.
so it doesn't apply in other forums unless it's their code.
yeah.
It's
This
not-
is unique, this is unique there.
So
That
it's
is-
Robert's rules, if you had
The others.
the minority, absolute minority, but you had the quorum, but an absolute.
Exactly,
Then the motion would pass.
yes.
So that must have been it, we were talking about Robert's rules.
But it's something to think about.
So
we're reading with
if,
3.
if we have a 3-member meeting, then it has to be unanimous.
Has to be a 4-member meeting, it still has to be 3. Yeah.
Okay.
So absence, abstentions, every legislative body member is afforded 1 vote. The general rule is that all voting members should cast a vote in favor or against the measure. So the Robert's Rules lists specific circumstances where abstention and recusal are appropriate. 1 is when a member has a personal, economic, or non-economic or common law conflict of interest under the law. Or when a member believes there was insufficient information for making a decision. But otherwise, each of you should be casting votes on all issues put before you. And, you know, failure to do so may be deemed to be a breach of your fiduciary duty.
So if you, in other words, it's not appropriate to just say, I don't want to be on the public record on this one. I abstain.
We can't act like the US Senate.
That's good, it's good to know.
Yeah.
Not that I personally have everything, because I haven't, but it's good to know that that's not really appropriate.
It's not. I mean, generally speaking, you're gonna have sufficient information, hopefully, to make a decision. You know, conflicts of interest do arise. I mean,
Sure, sure.
I
Yeah,
research these for
that's- yeah.
districts and provide very lengthy legal opinions. I mean, it's a very complex analysis, but occasionally board members will have to recuse themselves, even have to step down from the board based on whatever interest might exist. But short of that, you guys are supposed to vote.
So this would be like LA Unified Superintendent stepping out of the meeting before they took their $40 million vote on Apple iPads.
Yeah.
Right. Which he did apparently, because he was a stockholder in that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, right of the minority to be heard, have their voices heard, their dissent heard. They have a right to have their dissent noted in the record, but once dissent is given and vote taken, it is the decision of the collective body, even those who objected, so. Individual board member rights. Of course, you have a right to attend all meetings, to introduce and second motions, to speak on agenda items after first seeking recognition of chair, to raise points of order, and to vote. Rights to make motions. To be in order, motion must be directly related to the question under consideration. Frivolous, vague, incoherent, and duplicative motions are out of order. All motions need a second. If there isn't a second, you don't have a motion. After a motion's first reading, the chair or president should inquire if there's any discussion. Then the maker of the motion has the first right to speak and to amend it.
So Josh, if there has to be a motion, you can't just be a roll call?
There should be a motion, yes.
Yeah.
Amending motions,
So, are you gonna talk about what a point of order is?
Sure. Hold on here, I have a note on that.
There's also a point of personal privilege or something.
Yeah, no, a point of order, as I understand it, is a motion. It's you making a motion on a particular item, and it would be in order if it's directly related to the question currently under consideration. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I thought looking at slide 54, board member rights, you can raise a point of order, which I don't actually know what the definition of point of order is, but where I've seen it used, people say point of order, like people are wandering and that maybe we're off the topic and
Come
talking
back
about
home.
something else.
Come back home.
Point of order, Madam Chair, this is not part of the consideration.
Sure. I mean, I've seen it done that way as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, to bring the parties back,
Right.
wandering this way or that.
But is there, what's the official definition of point of order, and when else is it proper to use that?
I think, yeah, we probably need to,
Okay.
because I don't have a definition handy, but I think your example, Member Rafael, to bring the body back to a particular item for discussion, it could be to bring a motion, so you're bringing.
We've gone on for a while,
Point of order, let's now
move
move
this,
on
right?
and have it passed.
That's just like calling a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So amending motions, I'm gonna just skip through this one, just for time purposes. Motions to postpone, can't postpone until further than the next meeting, must be seconded or passed by the majority. Can be debated, but only to the pros and cons of the postponement, not the substance of the issue.
and it should be scheduled as unfinished business at the next meeting. Let's quickly talk about resolutions.
Okay, I hate to delay things, but are you saying that if an item, agenda item is pulled, that it has to be considered at the next meeting?
If it's postponed,
What's the difference between
well, I think
postponed and
if it's pulled, then potentially you're not planning on discussing it at the next meeting, period, for whatever reason. You know, it was an item to be discussed, but you're not planning on discussing it anymore.
Point
If
of
you're-
order. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if we pull an item, we're not discussing it at all.
Exactly.
But this has to do, and this is because I asked this question last week, if we discuss an item, but then don't vote, now we're postponing it.
Yes.
Because we discussed it, and we do have to have it on the next meeting.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
the only
That's
difference
the
though, wouldn't
difference.
it be though, if that item was.
This is what I was getting to.
So this is a good question. If it were an item, because some, you know, we delineate discussion versus action. So
Right.
I'm curious if that speaks specifically to an action item, or if it's something that's discussion and the action item is typically the next meeting, but it's not necessarily so. So, I mean, there's some fine line in there, it seems like.
Or does that apply to any item that actually is on the agenda?
Well, I mean, if you're going to continue that discussion, or you haven't gotten to a place where you're going to take action, then I think it would be a motion to postpone.
This was a particular item, which was like we often have
Which is
two readings
Mhm.
on items. This was one of those where it was gonna be not an action, but a discussion at the first and an action at the second. And
That's not a motion to postpone, yeah.
that's
right,
different.
but in between the actual conclusion of the meeting and the second meeting, it was determined that we're not ready to get to the action part, that there needs to be further work done. And this happened outside the board meeting, it just, so, should that have been brought back and then said, you know what, we're not ready, and just make it an
Yeah,
official
does it have to
item?
be the subsequent meeting necessarily?
Well, according to the last slide,
Or is
yes,
it-
but it's supposed to be happening at the next meeting, but I think if I'm hearing you right, four items that come to the board in two sequences.
Right.
One,
So
information.
part two got
second,
pulled, basically.
action.
But the,
I think that, I mean, you could make a motion to postpone and continue the discussion of the particular item as an informational item at the next meeting. And then the action piece of that item would be pulled, basically, until a subsequent.
yeah, so
It's
it's,
bad practice we have with that two readings, because that's the part, that's the problem, is that we have this, sorry, you like give time.
But no, I'm okay.
so certainly you could
'cause
do
that's-
that,
We
but,
do have a standing practice, it's not anything we've written in stone somewhere, it's just been something that's happened since,
It's been years.
it's been years, I mean, it's been practice, go back to that point. So we have this one reading, second reading, but it does absolutely interfere with the fact that there's an assumption that the next meeting, there's gonna be action. I mean, that's the assumption, it's initially brought as a discussion,
Sure.
but that next meeting is typically action, or it's even under the consent calendar. I mean, that's how literally it goes. It's not every scenario, but that's because we've had this practice, and that happened after state administration, essentially. So to become more transparent, and the board at the time felt that it was a good idea. So, I mean, it kind of rears its head in this scenario because we've been continuing to practice that typically could get us in, a problem, a bind in terms of making sure we have sufficient time to bring things, period, in whole, instead of having to, do this practice, which could make it it could be 5 meetings before something gets done, I mean, essentially, so.
Well, maybe you just gotta build it into your plan,
Yeah.
that.
so the question for me is it okay to administratively, before that second meeting, say, you know what, we're not ready for this to be an action item yet, or maybe we need further discussion on it, just
We've done
between
that.
the chair and the superintendent decide, all right, we're not, or do we procedurally, because of either the ed code or I mean, this Robert's rule stuff is not really, it's like good practice
Good
itself,
practice.
it's not, it's
Doesn't
we're not
go.
required to
It's
follow
not
Robert's
ethical.
rules.
No.
Yeah.
It'll be chaotic if we never do, but
Sure, sure.
We're not
I mean, you could
breaking
certainly, you could certainly,
law by not following Robert's rules.
no, you're not. At that second meeting, if you're not ready to take action, obviously you would pull that item. If you made a motion to postpone or not, the continued discussion of the item as an informational piece at the prior meeting, I don't think that would prohibit you from, agendizing for the next meeting, as long as you're meeting the 72-hour requirement, the fact that this is again going to be an informational item at your second board meeting. So does that
Yeah, I
answer
mean,
your question?
what really happened is like, okay, we had our discussion part, we'll see this for action at the next meeting. There was no motion, it was just expected,
Practice.
understood,
It's
based on our
practice.
practice.
Yeah.
And then administratively, it didn't happen to become an item, action or discussion at the next meeting. It just got moved, which
Practice.
I don't think we violated anything by
You
doing
haven't.
that.
No, you haven't.
It's more, I think, maybe
Right.
accept the expectation or understand.
Exactly.
So that it's more of a communication thing, I think.
I think it is more
Within the board of,
communication.
Right.
of why something's moving and how it's
Mhm.
happened.
And I'd be transparent about it, we're just
Yeah.
not in a position yet to take action.
But certainly good practice for the public, as far as the public's concerned, to say, that item we talked about last time, if you're at home paying attention, we're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be a good thing.
So, well, and another point is as practice, always have a vote, the potential for a vote in the first reading. In Agenda Online, I can note if it's strictly informational, or actually it's called discussion.
Or
Or a
discussion
vote.
and maybe a vote.
And I routinely give the board an option to vote at the first
So you
reading.
hit discussion, action.
Well,
I hit
'cause that's
discussion vote.
Because you deal with reality, well, the board has been, I shouldn't say reality, and sorry for those who are watching the video and those in the room, but, reality is that we're not required, the board has just had this kind of, soft shoe approach in terms of dealing with district business, and it's been a 2-meeting approach. Some things make a whole lot of sense, some things we've been debilitatingly slow in executing because we followed this practice, so that's just why I raise it. And I have issue with it, some things, but it's good practice for sure, but it's just the way things happen, and, it's gone on for some time, so maybe it's time to reconsider, but that's kind of how things have happened. The tool allows you, because you can literally have an item, you're not gonna change, nothing's gonna happen. If you feel like you didn't have enough information, 2 meetings, but if you have everything you got in front of you, you can take that vote, and it can be done with that item. So, and we have had situations where we need to get it done today. What was the first interim or whatever we just had? From the
Right.
finance,
Yeah.
we typically need to make a move. We don't have time for 2 and 3 readings. So, that's where the system is set up, because there's no requirement to do more than one. So, that's all I'm saying.
And it's standard practice to do the 2 meetings, and I've seen it to other boards, school boards where they do that, they do discussion and then a vote next time.
Yeah, but I think
Particularly for
too-
weighty items, because we can't talk otherwise.
Yeah, but I think we just do it on too many things.
I don't disagree with that.
It's the distinction, I feel, I
Yeah.
totally agree.
Yeah.
I think you have to, if there's some, some cost, or there's some expenditure, but I think
This came up
sometimes-
recently, right? Like if it's a new contract,
Exactly.
we haven't done this before, we
Exactly.
have amendments to the contract or questions.
What makes sense,
Just
but if it's
urgency.
these standard things.
If it's like a standard contract that we've seen before.
Yeah, it's almost like we have to maybe highlight, we've
these
seen this
intern
5 times
things,
already.
We just did it in one.
Yeah.
I think it's typically been the urgency of the item. If it's an urgent item that we need to have solved, ASAP,
That's been the exception.
right,
Yeah.
we will approve. But if it's something that we can kind of weigh out on, in the length of time, next board meeting, approve it, we'll discuss it one board meeting, approve it the next, that's just how we've done it.
I think what Melody was mentioning is that I feel that sometimes something will come up, and even though everyone is comfortable seen it 12 times, we're like, it's first reading, we'll do it next time. And I don't think we need to rely on that. You know, if we're all comfortable and we've all seen it before, and I don't think we need to make that our like, no all and all. That's how we follow this rule.
And I think it should be it should be on the president, to say, to the rest of the board members, are we okay with approving this on this reading? And then it's up to the board to say yes or no, we need more information, let's do it the next meeting. So.
Before Josh goes, I just want to ask a question, because I think you did a pretty great job. I know you're not quite done with your slides, but I know we're running out of time. I have one question. You have a slide, and I don't know what number it is, but it's about ad hoc advisory committees. And you have on there, page 15 of the paper version at the bottom, number 2, item 2 on the last slide of page 15. The committee must be composed solely of 2 members of the body. So does that mean if I have an ad hoc advisory committee, I just want to make sure I understand what that means, that there's no one else allowed to be on the committee but the 2 board members? So if I have an ad hoc finance committee or superintendent's finance committee, would it just be 2 members and then no one else on the committee?
Well, it can't include any more than 2 board members.
That part, right.
But your
I'm
question
reading
is,
that.
can you include other people?
Staff,
Members of the community.
Yeah, I think you can.
Okay, I just was reading that as,
Yeah.
okay.
I think the point we're trying to make there.
No
though,
more than 2.
No more than 2,
Okay.
with a 5-member board, of course.
Got it.
Well, I don't know if you guys want me to go through this, or if you want to peruse through.
Well,
these
your last ones are
yourself.
effective communication.
Effective communications,
please
we've
peruse
got
them
some tips on, when to use resolutions, how to call votes, consent calendars, what should be, taken, for consent. Some
Oh,
duties-
wait, can you go back for a minute? So is, before entertaining those questions, so routinely, we've been voting on the whole thing.
I'm
Can we,
confused.
we can't do that?
Routinely, you've been voting on what?
On all the
whole thing?
items on the
After they've been
consent?
discussed.
At the same time?
Yeah, at the end, after the items, board members have pulled specific items and there's been discussion, and then there's one vote taken on all.
I think you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you should, if you pull an item, you should vote on everything else first, and then talk about the whole item.
It seems
Yeah.
like that's what that said.
Yeah, that's what I was always confused by that, because that's the order I'm used to.
Yeah, you can do that.
Is, we tend to discuss first and then vote on the consent, but it should be pulled. and
I'm
then
all
consent.
about amending my practice as that joker.
So, I won't go through all these, but these are some duties of the board president. They're pretty straightforward. Managing the floor, ensuring the board room's ready, appointing, meeting at the appointed time, adjourning at the scheduled time, et cetera. Knowing your board bylaws. You want to clarify ambiguities, reduce conflict, politely ask colleagues to refrain from sidebars, know your agenda in advance. Clearly announce items on the agenda before voting on a motion, restate the motion so everyone is clear on what they're voting on. Announce results, confine the discussion to that motion. If people start to wander, you want to pull them back. If others are struggling to phrase their motions or amendments, you can help them do so. You want to remain calm, composed, and
So,
impartial.
can someone
I got
else
the last one down.
restate the board's vote?
That's it.
Somebody else can. Yeah.
Lisa Tate Marie.
Yeah. And then I just finished the presentation up with a few slides on tips for effective communications between yourselves. And this is all common sense about being respectful and, yes, you can engage in respectful debate, but, open disagreement outside of meetings can be damaging to the district's image. And then some additional tips as well on communicating with board members. And I think we reviewed some of these already. Obviously being careful to limit communications between a quorum of the board. Don't let personality conflicts or prior policy disagreements spill over into board meetings.
You of course want to listen to the individual, recognize their feelings, acknowledge their concerns, may need to ask for clarification. I think it's important to explain that you as individual board members do not solve specific problems. And certainly refer them to the appropriate person, whoever that may be. You can, as an individual board member, direct them to the uniform complaint procedure if appropriate. You know, again, common sense things, be respectful, discuss items with the public rather than debating them. You can allow a district spokesperson to field questions. We went over this, you want to make clear that you may only be stating your personal opinion rather than the board's opinion as a whole. Didn't get into consequences for releasing confidential information, but there are consequences.
Oh, I think that's
Yes,
interesting.
yeah.
Is there a statute about that?
Yes, it's in the Brown Act. You know, there are various remedies available. Injunctive relief, censure by the board, and it could be investigated by a grand jury. So, and that
For doing what? Violating?
violating for releasing confidential information obtained in closed session, and that doesn't just pertain to you as board members. It pertains to anybody who's in closed session that has received that confidential information and has disclosed it. So it's something to certainly be aware of.
Isn't it a misdemeanor?
It is a
Criminal
misdemeanor.
misdemeanor?
Yeah.
For a board member to do that, or anyone else, or just board members
Uh,
are subject to the criminal?
Well, that I'd have to check, but I believe officers and employees of the board who are present in closed session and disclose confidential information are subject to those.
And does confidential there include not just personnel information about a personal information of an employee, but any,
Strategy or
yeah,
anything?
strategy or
Negotiation
change
strategy, litigation, settlement potentials.
Anything close session?
Anything covered?
Anything
by
close
closed
to,
session?
so it's like, well, I know his position is X and it's crazy, but.
Or this is why we're doing this.
But I mean, to say, something you learned in closed session. that a
Well,
board member hasn't maybe made public.
something
About their
related
position.
to district business
Yeah.
that, is confidential for one reason or the other. I mean, in closed session, somebody may say to you, gee, this macaroon's delicious. You can,
It really was
go
delicious.
out of closed session and say, Joy had a great macaroon. You're not violating the,
No, but it's more, it's something that obviously is on district business. It's not confidential by itself, like a personnel matter would be, but it is about district business, and the only place it was learned was in closed session.
Or was
Is
public.
it automatically confidential because it was in closed session?
Mm.
So, for example, a board member says, I don't like it when we do X. But the only place the board member has said that is closed session. It's not a confidential thing, the board member, maybe they're out telling all their friends, I don't know. The only place I learned that was in closed session.
I would be careful to be the one to come out of that session where you learn that and communicate that to the next person. I mean, if it sounds like, a situation that's already out there, let it be discussed out there, and then if it comes to you on the outside, then, certainly you could have a conversation about it, but,
That's certainly good that's certainly my practice. I guess my question is it illegal?
It sounds like it's
Is
a
it
violation.
a crime?
So to me, it sounds like it's a violation. If if it's matters of school district business that we're discussing in closed session, and even if we're just talking to one person about it, which normally as a board member or superintendent we might do, it still seems like if it was something discussed in closed session that pertains to school district business, it would very likely, very possibly be a violation of that confidential.
Well, but it does have that confidential element about it. You know, you go into closed session oftentimes and have discussions about school district business that, you know, much of which, the public already knows. You know, or some of which, not much of which, but some of which. And if you then come out of closed session and have a discussion with somebody about the non-confidential, you know, piece of what was discussed in closed session, I'm not so sure you would be leaking confidential information obtained in closed session in violation of the Brown Act.
That's not
So
good
it's really
practice.
about if someone has, you said someone had a hunch about, you know, they spoke in public comment, they had a hunch about something going on in closed session, and then you go and clarify that with them after you learn more details in closed session, that's gonna be a violation.
That will be.
Because you're helping them get to the right
Absolutely.
conclusion, but if it's already a hunch, you talk to them about their hunch and you're not conveying any information, that's different.
Mhm.
But if you're sharing the fine details, that would be,
I think it's a
I guess-
matter of
This
due
happened to
course
me
of
on-
good practice, just be careful.
Yeah.
You come
Yeah,
out of
happens to me
closed
on-
session,
This
try
happened to me
to,
on Thursday with a male or a female blogger or newspaper reporter who shall remain unnamed came up and implied they had details, and my response was I can either confirm or deny.
I was about to say, that's the best practice.
Yeah, better practice.
Especially in closed
Non-engagement,
session.
right.
Yeah.
Because it seems kind of gray to me,
It
right?
is, it's very
Yeah,
great.
it's
Because I would usually bring very confidential things,
Yeah.
whether people have hunches about them or not.
Very good.
I'm bringing information to you in closed session that
Yeah.
would confirm or help someone get clarification of what may be a hunch out there, but.
Yeah.
I'll just throw out, I've been trained to say it's personnel matter, that's it.
well, personnel matters,
If
whether or not you
confidential.
heard it in closed session
I
or
don't know
not,
nothing,
that is the appropriate
or I
response.
don't speak on anything, so.
Anything
Madam President, should we do a 2-minute stretch break?
We're gonna do longer than a 2-minute, if we could do a 5-minute, would be great.
You guys have any questions for me? or-
Got a question out here.
I have one
Please.
public comment.
Real brief,
Okay.
I'm not giving you 3 minutes.
Okay, I noticed that you talk about motions to postpone. Isn't it usually a motion to table? Isn't that how it's usually referred to?
Motion to table, yeah, that's another way to take that.
Because if the board's gonna vote on something that I don't agree with as a board member, I could say motion to table, and that would have precedence over the pending vote on the item, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing is, you mentioned appointments could be made in closed session, and my understanding is that all appointments must be made in open session. There's
Well-
no secret voting under the Brown Act.
Well, so a discussion about appointments can happen in closed session. And depending on what the position is, oftentimes a board will choose, certainly with high up positions, to take their action in open session. But the discussion can happen in close about, you know, who it is they want to appoint.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to say what I think you're about to say is like, thank you for this. 'Cause,
Yeah, that's what was happening.
Yeah, I have tried to get information and training on Brown Act stuff, and even though I'm a lawyer, and a deal on the edges with Brown Act issues. It is not, you know, it is a complicated area, and particularly different rules for education boards, and so I'm glad that we did this, and.
There should be a CSBA course on that.
There
And I've
actually
tried to
is.
get into CSBA.
There is.
No, you haven't.
There
That is
is.
the one I've tried to get
There
into.
is.
I think actually,
I've tried to buy the
Found
CSBA
far,
book,
right?
and they're out of it. I've gone to the CSBA, seriously,
I mean,
I've had
this-
serious problems getting information.
I think I have the book.
Do you?
I'll bring
Give
it to
it-
you. Josh
it
said
gets
he
it.
gave it to me.
It gets outdated like every 2 years.
I have one. I'll bring it to you.
Do you have one?
I might have an extra one.
I have an extra, that's one I'm offering.
Oh, I have, no, I love
So
it.
Josh was gonna say,
I just wanted to say, I mean, we really, you know, just scratched the surface. I mean, we could talk about the Brown Act all day, God forbid. But,
And it's
It's a
allowed attorneys
wonderful
to say
discussion
that.
if you let it, let's just be clear.
yes, but if there are, you know, follow-up trainings on specific areas of the Brown Act that you guys are interested in reviewing, I mean, our firm would be happy to provide that to you.
Thank you, Josh.
well, I thank you as you answered my call and my cry for this, and I appreciate you doing this for the board, and especially as we've had some turnover here, and you know, it's been a while, so I think it's been really great to have it in this initial part of our school year to make sure we were covered in so many ways. So I really appreciate you coming
Yeah,
out.
I appreciate you guys having me here, and I just want to say for the record, it was about 30 minutes in before I knew we were being taped, so I don't know how many people are gonna watch this tape, but if I knew we were being taped in the beginning, I would have been referring to all of you as member and president so-and-so, not by your first
We're
name.
informal, we're an informal family here.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
thank you. And
Yeah.
we'll now move on to the next agenda item, about 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
Families again too, students in the community, and I bring my heart, it's my heart piece, and so I certainly have my head piece and all of that, but it's the heart that makes it a more meaningful process to me. It's a little bit about who I am.
What district?
I was with San Juan district up near Sacramento.
Okay, is that where you're doing the early chapter?
That was,
So some of us, Melody and I at least met, when we were down to interview community and staff for Live Oak. So we met some of the parents and teachers and staff that participated in these classes.
okay.
That's right.
That's good process. Yeah. Real comprehensive and good involvement.
It seemed like it. It did seem like it.
Absolutely, and I just, on the topic, part of the reason we're doing this, when we polled the teachers in June, we got 100% of the teachers to respond. About 50% of our teaching staff said they don't currently know the district vision, or they have little awareness of it. And it was a self-reporting mechanism, so it could be, a little bit higher than that, depends on how, if people knew that I knew who they were when they were responding. So, but at least 50% of the teaching staff reported that. So I think this is good and important work for our district. So saying that, I thought after doing a little bit of planning with President Dice, we thought a good starting point might be to refresh and bring back to the board some of the work we've done over the years. We're not that far back, and we have new board members, and I'm new, and this will be good for Tracy. Tracy has seen the source documents and has been looking at them as well, but we appreciate Julia Dunn being here with us this morning to help with that refreshing.
Been here forever. Actually, only 10 years, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Interesting. Miss Melody.
Or Ms. Dunn.
Oh, yeah, so I'll just tee it up real quick.
Yeah.
We're giving ourselves 10 minutes or less to, and probably less. So what you have in your agenda packets, thank you to Ms. Emery. There's two additional documents as well. The document that describes or defines full service community schools is one of the last pieces of our artifacts, I guess. And the scorecard, which is something many of us have heard on the board. And so this is the 2012 one at the time. So what was really important, considering that the district had not gone through, say, a comprehensive visioning or strategic planning or whatever, looking back on these documents, it was important to recognize that there had been a lot of work excuse me, over the years, and there's definitely been some things, even recently, that we needed to keep in mind and be present about. And so, what you have purely is just for informational, just to know what were the most recent or the last few things. And sorry, I'm joking. I'm gonna let you go with the what happened last year, if you don't mind, with Children's Day Society.
Okay, I came into the district and had wellness. And I was a food service director, and one of the things I came in under Tony Smith, he was just a brand new superintendent at that point. And it's funny, I was thinking about all the different visions that we've had. We've had 90, 90, 90, we've had, let's see, the Community Schools Initiative, we've had, yeah, that one. We've had several of them as they've come through. All of them looking toward what students can do, building them up, building the community involvement. But pretty much the one that kind of has stuck through all of it, no matter which way you were going to do it, is the community schools. Because we're a tiny little district. And I think I say that because I think people really don't understand. We're a tiny little district. Doesn't mean they're not good, doesn't mean that we can't be phenomenal or excellent, but we're a tiny little district. And with that comes a lot of different things that we would like to do, but we may not have the staff, the people, the money, whatever. but we have a lot of heart and we have a lot of people who can be committed to doing those kinds of things, that have passed through, left their mark, or gone on, or stayed here. So when we talk about last year, working with the Children's Aid Society, it was kind of a visioning process with the city as well as ourselves, looking toward the Center for Community Life, because we felt that we need to understand what community meant, what we could do with it. In order to move into that building, we should be able to move in with everything set up already in terms of not only where our heads are at, but the programs programmatically too. So we spent a lot of time over the last couple of years working with them, and even working before they came in, because ourselves, the city recreation department, resources, even some of the administration, we all met and we started putting on the table everything we needed to know about each other, and we found out I didn't know what the recreation department offered. I didn't know what the city offered. I've been here 10 years, and sometimes I do, but we didn't really interact as much. They didn't know what we offered, what wellness came up with, what the school district was doing. So we had to put all that on the table, and drawing the Venn diagrams as they had of, this is a city, this is the school, this is the community, where do we intersect and where can we start? So we started there at the intersection and worked our way out, show what we could share, what we couldn't share, and what was going on. One of the things that I found that was helpful in terms of looking at community schools and the concept, for us, it was kind of unique because we were always a part of the city. The city helped bail us out in a lot of ways. We worked with them in terms of our facilities and what they could use. Underneath the administration, the actual staff members were always working with each other. I've always worked with the recreation department. We've always worked with ECDC, is it ECDC? Yeah, ECDC. And they, because we've had to, because it's the same group of kids. I mean, we're working with the same group of kids. Those are the people that we're working with. So, whatever touches their lives touches ours. So for instance, just to give you an example of that, their after school program and what they're doing academically comes back to our teachers. We're teaching algebra. Nice to teach algebra in your place because it would help us out. The conversations on, we're having this problem with not that we're having a whole bunch, but we have problems with bullying. Well, what do we do, and how do we bring resources to the rec center so that that kind of behavior doesn't happen with Joan, Jim, and Julie, who came from the school with the Joan, Jim, and Julie problem, so that we're working back and forth with them. The thing that I also wanted to find out too, and we did look at in terms of the process that we went through, is that we not only identified where we were similar, we identified what we overlapped, and we identified where we were different. Seniors, for instance, they do a lot of work with their seniors. Come to find out, their seniors are working with our kids in the recreation department, teaching them crafts, teaching them reading, teaching them things. Who knew? Maybe we could involve them in the school. So there were opportunities and resources that we hadn't known about that we worked through to figure out how we could get there and arrive where we are now. It's not perfect because a lot of the people who we work with have gone. So now we have to evaluate, look at, and bring to fore all that information again, not throw it away, but then see where we are now and how we can move to the next level. And I think what strikes me when we say community is, I often hear sometimes people saying those kids. They're our kids. And I live in Oakland, and they're still my kids. And they're this community, and they do pay taxes. And people do work here. And all those pre-assumptions that everybody has about what we didn't do, when are we gonna start talking about what we've done? And until we get to that point for both, it makes it different. But it's also very hopeful because down below where maybe some of the pontificating isn't happening, it's already happening. So that's what I would say.
So I'll just add one of, now that I can talk, I think half the bottle has helped me.
I was gonna say, what were you doing now?
I was joking, sorry, but so I mean, really, we have had so many different initiatives. I wouldn't call it initiatives, but so many different strands to the work that has all led us to this point. But we also know that a lot of things have only happened at the cabinet level in terms of being strategic. And definitely at the board level only. It's been more concepts or theories and not necessarily always consistently penetrated through the whole organization or even through the community, which is one. Because 90-90-90, everybody knew what 90-90-90 was, but it was more, advertisement in a
Concept
sense.
and
It was,
anything else.
yeah,
It
it just
didn't
didn't
come
really go as far as it needed to. And none of this has not been without any excitement or thought it was equity based, because that's who we've always been and what I'm certain we've always want to be. But the challenge has been, how do we, get the message out? How do we also receive word, hear back from? And we just have never had a consistent rollout of a lot of things. And so that's partly why I wanted to make sure you had some of, this isn't even everything, because there's also the in-cuffs that was done, and I mean, there's been so many different pieces that have been happened in the district, that it's really unfortunate that we had kind of like I'll call it like a wasteland in terms of communication. It just hasn't been what it needs to be. So, or participation or engagement around it. But that's why, just real quick, there was a set of slides that I had the board, I had Lisa send out to the board, and it's also part of our packet. But it just has a diagram of what a community school was. And I think it's page 2 or 3, and it's one of our early partners, Coalition for Community Schools, and they have, the whole trend of community schools is quite vibrant, even right now. I mean, it's like it's more than a buzzword, and for us, it's been something that's been a journey since I've been on the board, for sure, before I got on board. But it was one of the best, a simple diagram about being able to navigate really well. Did it move? Oh yeah, sorry. Did it move?
The triangle, right?
Oh yeah, no, actually it's like a smartphone that has apps, and how you as a community school, as a model, being able to address what the needs are of that, of that student, being able to access certain services and programs, and structure is set up so that you can pivot as needs change, and thank you, Ms. Emeryville, for pulling that up. Because that's the one. It's that second slide. It's so simple, and it really gave me an aha. I mean, about what our efforts have been. We have partnerships. I mean, that's our tagline, right? Partners power student success, and it's really about the types of partnerships you have speak directly to what you need, as a school district and as a community, and being able to simplify it. That was like the perfect slide for me. So I just wanted to, bring focus back to community school and what was intended, but also recognize that no matter what happens at this table, if it doesn't get beyond this table, it doesn't happen. So, I mean, that was really the tee up, that we have like tons of stuff. Be aware of it, that we have it, but we're missing a big piece of that. So, and Ms. Dunn, and I'm
I just want, and I wanted to give 5 minutes or 5 seconds to something that did happen that way, where we had everything.
Yeah.
And that was when we first started wellness in 2004. It was a phenomenal community engagement, and the engagement not only happened from the top down, but it was from the bottom up. And it was because it was so brand new, and it was very uncontroversial. Nobody could argue with, you can argue with, what the school, you can argue with the city, nobody could argue with wellness. Like what it was, how it was defined. Parents were joining in. We had committees. We went to the Earth Day. We had a booth, and the city manager was there handing out stuff. We had apples. We had oranges. We had T-shirts. I still have my wellness T-shirt. But it was an engagement for everyone. We had boards up with questions, and people were putting dots on what they wanted. And I forgot. I had a consultant, Lynn Ballard, who told me about. She helped us guide us through this, but the part that I really enjoyed was everybody had an opinion, everybody's opinion counted, everybody met and didn't mind coming in on a Saturday morning for pancakes to sit there for 4 hours to figure out, what does this mean, what is this concept? That's where we want to go back to, where it's not anybody's agenda, but it's everybody's agenda. And they wanted to participate because they wanted the best for themselves, for their students, and their community. And until we do that, and get that going, we're going to be at loggerheads, I feel.
Also, there was community engagement around the design of the Emeryville Center for Community Life. In fact, in the bond, I think it's somewhat unusual, but in our bond, there is one of the designated uses of the bond is to engage the community. Was it perfect? No, but First of all, as I said, I think it's somewhat unprecedented to even have community engagement under a bond measure and try to engage the community. As part of that, there were, lots of flyers that went out to the community. That's how I first actually, was some of my first interaction with the Unified School District, was getting those flyers and coming to meetings, talking about what is this new thing going to be, what is it gonna be like, and discuss really, the design of it, the materials, the look and feel, and people were in a room, and we had clickers, it was very well facilitated. In fact, some of the best facilitation I think I've seen in terms of, hearing dissenting voices and gathering the data instantly and putting it up
Like you
there, and you
said.
could, funneling, these are the one, and then looking at disparities. Well, the women in the room like this, the men like that. Is there anything this tells us? Anyway, I thought that was a good example of community engagement that I would like to see even more robust and involved going forward.
And probably the last ad I have, and then I'm shutting up for real, is the fact that when we were going through all the documents and we realized probably the last time we had like a real thorough, true strategic visioning or planning was probably the document that states through 2011 or something like that. So there's been some time. Though we had the scorecard, the board members who are
dashboard.
present, or excuse me, dashboard of indicators, i.e. scorecard. We haven't seen it in maybe 2 years, right? It's been about two years. So I mean, there's been some gaps, and this is an opportunity I saw as an opportunity, and I'm really grateful that superintendent brought this concept forward for us to consider. So I think we do have a lot to. We have a building, but we also have students that need the best possible resources and supports to, ensure that they are striving and productive citizens of the world. And so I was just really glad because it made me look back and say, we haven't touched this. We just haven't, we've been so many places pulled, but we just haven't had that one shot, one moment to really deeply focus on where we need to go as a community for our students. So I was really glad that this came forward. So I just
The other thing I would add, which I don't know that we actually articulated it with the definition like we did full service community schools, but since I've been on the board, the other major discussion we've had was when we came to conclusion last spring, our last retreat, which was the staff saying that the staff needs a vision. What's the board's vision? Are we do we want an IB program? Are we STEM? Are we college
Identity.
and career? Are we
who are we?
something else? And the consensus of the board was that we wanted to be we didn't want to be STEM only or just articulate ourselves as STEM, but wanted to be a college and career prep with a technology thrust, and the technology thrust being that we wanted K-12, K-12 curriculum that produced computer literate and tech savvy students who are ready for college.
And that was our last slice.
Thrust, okay. Oh, I haven't seen, that's not on our.
It's not, I just dug it up, I just found it,
Okay.
I'm still going through the
good.
material, so I'm gonna
Good.
give it to Tracy, but yeah, that's what you referred to.
All right, good. So we
Yeah.
can-
That was our last.
Yeah.
That was our in March, February, March.
So that's it.
So, and I think the kind of work that you are describing that has been done at times for engagement in these big areas of wellness and college prep and STEAM describes kind of the process that Tracy's not only used to, but very, very good at doing. So do you want to go ahead? I think this is a good time for us to start talking about what that could look like. Pass it around.
should have two,
Oh.
and I'll start with the overview planning model in just a minute. You know, I think, again, when you hear the different pieces when you're talking about of watching your energy go up, of watching, you talked about in 2004, and you had the wellness, you had it was comprehensive, and it was inclusive, and you were talking about the community fair, and all these different things, right? And I think that that's, and you talked about there's been a lot of different initiatives, and they've been different levels of involvement, and different levels of things taking hold versus falling by the wayside, maybe haven't revisited for 2 years. I want to address some of those things when we look at this kind of a proposal for a process, okay? So if we look at the diagram that this gave, this is an overview of the process and the planning model, and so we would, let's start there. And if we start at the top right, the first step is really about climate readiness, and that's today would be a beginning with that, is just talking about the model, about this kind of a process. It's a very inclusive process because it's my belief and my experience that when people have a voice, not necessarily always a vote, but when everyone has a voice and everyone knows they're heard, it's the difference of when we use the word buy-in, because buy-in can connotate that it's already done. It's already done, and we're just now finding a way to get you to do this thing. Rather, when you start with a process that's very inclusive, that's where you have built-in buy-in. Then the folks who chose not to be part of that planning process, they at least realize, oh, wait a minute, my group was represented there as a stakeholder group, and then it increases your inclusivity. So you would start with the climate readiness, you would have meetings with your cabinet, with your principals, and then also community forums, like 1 or 2 community forums you would have. And that's just laying out what the process is. It's talking about roles, because in this kind of a process, you know, every group has different roles and different levels of involvement. And there's lots of opportunity here for everyone to be involved at different points in the process. The board has a very different role than your cabinet administration, than your teaching staff, than your community members. So it does allow different entry points. After your climate readiness and letting people know this is what is coming, is the data gathering, kind of where are we now? And you're doing some of that already, you know, is looking at your demographic, your historical data. And that's really important to pull that together in a very comprehensive way. So we'd be working together very closely on collecting that in a sequential order, so you can kind of see the flow maybe starting around that 2004 time, or you would just decide, but probably that's a good snapshot, and see what has been over time. You know, we had a conversation about this wellness and earlier today, and we talked about Ms. Dunn? Mm-hmm. Ready for the next evolution. She's ready for the next evolution. And that's how I see your district is ready for the next evolution, because it's about what you as a district want for your community. We have things from the state, the federal government imposed upon us, and then we have real world is what is it we are preparing our students for? What is it that where we need to have them go? Again, so that's all about that evolution. After you've taken a good look at your data, because there's some good foundational work and good work I can hear already and see that's been done, taking a look at what are our values and beliefs. Now that's collective values and beliefs of the group. A planning committee, for example, I'll tell you, oh gosh, the numbers can range always around between 20, 25-ish seems to be a good number of representatives. Then you're having all stakeholders represented. And is when it's our beliefs, not just one group's beliefs. This is the community's beliefs. We all together believe this. The other things that happened during those 2 planning days, the mission statement, different from your community. You have your community vision. I saw in that email. and kind of what you were saying about for students, what do we want for our students, what is that mission, and what is that vision, and that's where you look at that loftiest place, that loftiest vision, and how to get there. That vision statement represents that. And then how do we get there? That's where you pull out your goals. And I know, there's some thinking, well, do you abandon everything that's been done, or start new? When I'm looking at this here, you have a lot of concrete, like your goals are concrete, and it wouldn't surprise me that they show up again, because they're concrete. They might look a little different, again, where you are now, where you want to go, tweaked somewhat, but you have some main components there already. From there, that's when you have the action planning. So you've got your goals, you have a strategy piece to each one, and your action plans, that's the realistic piece. Because when you talked about, there's so much we want. And we're also, you kept alluding to, we're a small district, and it's so true. And if you put too much on, what happens is it neutralizes and nothing gets done. Because people are like, they see this big agenda, this big menu, and they're supposed to do all of these things, and they're like, these are all priorities. Well, I can't do all the priorities. So a process like this, I believe in, is really keeping things simple. And when you're involving the stakeholders, they have a voice. They have a voice. They're the ones at the table. I can remember in Live Open, and you would have teachers saying, who's doing that? Who's doing that work? And that was good to call that out, because it can't just be put upon. Yeah. So inherent in that plan was what they took a look at, who will do this work before it made it to the plan. Okay, and part of the job of a facilitator is to really keep people realistic. And it can almost sometimes feel a little dream squashing, because you're kind of pulling them back from this kind of utopian view. But as soon as they can see that, but that's doable, and that feels good. Because if you do it over, say, a 3-year plan, right? 3 years seems doable with probably not the changing rate of our world is even less, but 3 years as opposed to this is 5 years too long. But 3 years, people can see the wins, they can feel it, they can feel the difference that they're getting to whatever is their loftiest goal. And then the site planning, so you take your action plans from a district level, and then at your 2 sites you would see what does that look like.
Good.
So questions on the planning model itself? It does dovetail into, I know we talked briefly, because fortunately, Member Atfeld mentioned, I was glad the LCAP in terms of, it just seems like it dovetails in well, or it's informed, or it will inform LCAP planning or modifications or changes and things. This could really naturally work into that flow.
Yeah, I agree that it does. I think it does, and that's where it allows you to really tailor make it for your district. Mm-hmm. So you're meeting the requirements of LCAP, right? But you're able to then make it real for what you're doing here.
I think that's kind of where I see this, is that first of all, making sure everyone's voice is heard. And, the community of Emeryville, the demographics are totally different than our student demographics. And when we have, as Member Atfield said, even with the community engagement with the facility, I did not see enough of our parents having a voice to say what should be in the facility. The community came out, but parents and even teachers
some teachers
did not come out.
Mm-hmm.
not a lot.
Not the majority. You're right.
I don't think I've ever seen 25
So
people in a meeting.
exactly. So that would be, that would be a concern. But one of my preferences when we talk about the climate readiness is to ensure that somehow we get into our schooling sites and make sure that our parents, because we have and the other thing, we have a very diverse parent, community.
Yeah.
So, for this to really be effective, we really need to be able to know that we're hearing, as you say, at least from the representatives of, the different demographics of our parents. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that, you know, I would just like to ensure that the plan we come up with addresses the needs of our students. Because the needs of our students are different than the needs of students in San Ramon, Oakland, and somewhere even in Berkeley. So, and I think we need to be, you know, aware of the plan of what our students' needs are. That's all.
You know, if I could just address that in part of this process as well is when the goals and when the action plans come to you to be approved, if there's something in there that you feel is either missing or that needs to be changed, then it would be your prerogative to say, I'd like to send this particular plan back to that group and work on these specific elements.
Okay.
So it allows you to, that's what makes that flexibility.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Can I just add something? John, member Affelt, you know these member things. It's a retreat. Just call me Melody, please. So John, Affelt, because there are more than one, but that messes it all up. Huh? But he mentioned our site visit to Live Oak, and what I found so incredibly impressive and was fundamental is that first point in terms of knowing that parents were engaged in such a level that they spoke, I mean, really fluently about the process and the project, and that really resonated because it is very difficult to witness change happening for people who are not represented. It's very painful to watch that happen, and so to, you know, witness, you know, parents who were, most of them, I think the parents that I remembered mostly were English language learners, parents of English language learners, and it was phenomenal, the passion and the excitement that they had in their role in it. And I think, I mean, in terms of where we are, we absolutely have, like, we can't even, to me, we just can't go any further without ensuring that our efforts speak directly, not some representative of a collection. You know, I'm not necessarily interested in the rep coming. I mean, I really want to see some strong representation. I mean, that's what I would like to see. Instead of someone sending the person who feels most comfortable screaming about something.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I think
That's a
it's
good
really
point.
important to make sure everybody has an opportunity to, you know, deeply engage and not feel belittled or because they don't have the same language skill set as someone else. I mean, that's not fair. And I have, you know, as and I'm talking way longer than I want to, but, you know, as a product of this district, I mean, I think it has always been valuable. The diversity has always been, it enriched my life. And, you know, as a child, we didn't care about who just came to Emeryville. I mean, it wasn't a factor in who we associated with. We were all people, we were all kids growing up in this very diverse school district, and we are still close to this day. So we shouldn't be finding ways to bounce out parents just because. I mean, and so I would hope that any process we do from this day forward, wherever it is that it really speaks to how do we engage families where they are and not necessarily because they don't check boxes. I mean, that's where it's very offensive. And so I really valued highly seeing, you know, parents really excited and able to articulate in such a way that it was more passion about being included than it was necessarily by something they got out of it. I mean, it was really about that they felt, you know, part of it. So I thought that was, I had to share that.
So along those lines, can you go over for me
Yes.
the how many days? I mean, this is all one day. Planning day, you have like 3 things.
It's two planning days.
2 planning
And
days.
those
so those
three things
two
happen, the
the
beliefs,
process
yeah,
to
and the mission.
planning
Yes,
days.
they're full days.
And
All day.
but it would just be 20 or 25 people?
Yeah, we would talk. I mean, you have to see how many.
'Cause I mean, I kind of remember the Live Oak description was you had committees, like the college and career committee.
That comes out of that work. So after those planning days, we met at 25 or 30 people in a hotel for 2 days. Out of that work, the action committees
The
eventually
action
come out. So we.
And those are different people.
Okay.
So you have
So
different.
those were the
people planning.
subcommittees.
Take
You were in
action.
charge of one of those.
Yes.
But there were other things.
Yeah, one of ours was wellness, one was 21st century technology, one was student achievement,
Parent engagement.
parent engagement. So the results of those planning days, when what was important to people and actually using dots and prioritizing and speaking up and charting a lot of good interactive work were those 4 subcommittees that involved some overlap, but not even necessarily the same people here. And we brought in other stakeholders, and you know, who maybe there wasn't room for everybody in here. We had 4 principals, we couldn't get them all in here. You know, but there was additional people or a mix of people. But there was overlap, I think, between some planning committees and committees.
Some there
Planning
was,
committees,
yeah.
Yeah, I guess, you know,
And here there would
to
be-
Miguel and Melody's point, I'm trying to understand how we can make this, you know, as broadly inclusive as possible. So you've got community forums at the front end
Yeah.
that are presumably more than 20 or 25 people.
That's whoever comes,
Yeah.
as many people
And
who
do you have different forum for parents and teachers, and then you just got it?
Administrators is pulled out, yeah, and then community forums, whoever's there. It's what you want, though. I mean, if you said we want a separate forum meeting just for staff, I mean, that would be your fault.
It was effective, it was interesting. I mean, I think what Tracy did in our process was we had subgroups within the planning days at different tables that Tracy was facilitating us at times as a whole group. But I was at a table with 2 parents and 2 teachers. And as administrators, we were spread out around the room. So it was Tracy had devised a group so that there was a good mix. I think we had, in fact, my group, we had 1 Spanish-speaking parent. We had 1 parent who was from a charter school. You know, we had a mix of people within each group, even within that group. So, not sure if that's addressing.
Yeah, well, I mean.
But it was also open. It was pretty open
Yeah, are there ways for people,
to participate.
does it circle back? Like you get to 25 people, they come out with planning, you know, some action plans, like then how do you circle back to the community and say this is where we're at in the process, and now
Would
it's
you
time
like
for
to have-
subcommittees, would you wanna be on a subcommittee? Do you wanna get involved in some of this?
There's applications, and so you would start an application, I guess a letter of interest, but there's, because there's a lot of different categories that you wanna make sure that you're hitting on all kinds of diversity, right? And so there's, people fill out this, like application for the letter of interest, and then you're choosing people based to make sure that you have a representative sample of your whole district. And then you would do the same thing, would go out when it's time for the action committees, another letter would go out and say, now, here are, however many you have, 3 or 4 goals, and that's where you wanna kind of not go over 4. People who have expertise in those areas, then, and who's interested, are the ones that who usually come, you know, if you really love wellness, you're gonna wanna be on that one. If parent engagement is your thing, you're gonna come there. If the academic piece, they're gonna come there. And it's really, it's a dance of the facilitator to ensure that everyone understands their voice is important and it makes a difference. And I would sometimes have to have one-on-one, you know, I would connect with the parents one-on-one and to let them know how much I value them being there. And how, like, I would show them how, you know, remember when you made that comment? Did you see what kind of conversation came out of that? Because that was from your perspective. No one else in the room had that perspective, and had you not raised it, we would have missed that point. Those kinds of things, just to have transparency in the process so they see their value. I see this as such a great alignment with your community philosophy, because there you're wanting all voices to be heard. This is a representation, kind of a microcosm of that, is moving into it, right? And so, but it is a dance. This is not easy work. It's a dance to, sometimes you might have some bias and some folks who are in that group who might not think that that person should have something to say. Well, we start with norms that we all agree to, and around respectful behavior piece, and people learn to value it. And they learn to say, hey, wait a minute. Everybody has something to bring.
So how do we align this with the other process work that we have to do, like the LCAP, and there's substance already there, and our substance work, like, you know, we are building a full-service community school, and we believe as a board in developing this wraparound service and connection with community partners, city, well, if we go through this process and, you know, whatever reason, the only people who want to get on this are people who hate the idea of
Yeah.
wellness and full, come back with something. I mean, that's not gonna, I don't think that's, I think the community generally, as I talk to them, supportive of this vision. But how do we make,
Trace, well, go ahead. Tracy and I worked, when we worked in the past, and her work with the superintendent in Live Oak was also slightly strategic, I think, in terms of the composition of the teams. So when a letter of interest goes out, and depends, of course, on what we get back. But I think in our last experience in Live Oak, there were a large number of letters of interest that came in, and we know we couldn't in that case take everybody. And then there was some conversation and thought, well, wait a minute, we know this person has interest in both of these committees. We think they're probably more suited, or there's a better match for this committee. Maybe not for this committee. There might actually be some polarizing behavior on this committee based on what we know of this person. So there was a little bit of strategy in the composition of the groups as well, I think. Is that what
Oh, absolutely, yeah, you have to, your folks the best, and because this is, in this particular, well, even in like what we did, there were things that you had some initiatives going on already. You don't want to duplicate work, you want to build on it,
Right.
And strengthen it, and so that becomes kind of just a natural part of it. So you want to make sure that the folks that are there not only are representative, but that they really are there with the best intent,
And a part of the process is Tracy starts with some key data points, like the full service community schools. I mean, there's certain things that we're starting with and recognizing as really important as part of this process, so that it doesn't get lost, obviously.
And it's some trust building, this wasn't, in my experience, in any of my experiences with visioning work, this isn't, we're sitting around the table and having a nice conversation. If you don't get into some tug and pull and able to have some conflict, you're not getting to the best stuff. Now that really does take a higher level of commitment from people to hang in there, and over time I might have had a person melt down and want to go and melt down here and there, but it's a way of working them to let them see and be more comfortable with conflict. It's okay.
Dissension does not mean disagreement.
Yeah, absolutely. And even here, I thought it was a great sign when, we would say, are you buy it? Are you here? Can you live with it? Or absolutely not. And when people, there would still be just 2 people of the group would be like, no, that was courage. And it was courage not because they were the naysayers. They really had a problem. And this group had patience, working it through. I don't know.
And it's not, I would ask, I know it's, I wouldn't say it's an opportunity where we're just going, like Tracy said, we're not starting with a blank slate at all. There's been a lot of important work. We have momentum and direction as a district and some key components.
So maybe that's a better way to frame my question. How do you incorporate the work? I mean, this full service community school development going on for 10 years. It's been a 10 and 15-year conversation. Yeah. So
That's the binder of the data gathering. Every planning team member gets that before they come to planning. And then we go over that, so they have the history.
Just to give you an idea, one of the things we did with wellness through this strategic plan is what you're talking about. We had a series of meetings to figure out the climate readiness. Then we sent out letters from the superintendent to invite people to be part of these boards. Then the boards met and went through whoever was doing what. Then we decided who in the community was strategic enough to really speak for the Hispanic community, the Hindi community, so that we could figure out that we were getting to the right people. And then we had an open day and everybody came and we worked through a series of exercises so that people could put all their ideas up there, and then we picked 4 of all of those ideas. Then we went on and got so it took us a couple of weeks. It took us about 8 to 9 weeks or more, and half the year before we finally came up with a plan that everybody could have a part of. But the point that was fun was we'd all get in a room and everybody dissented. And by the time we finished, because of not only the person who was leading it and the fact that everybody had interest, we had a plan. Now, there wasn't total agreement on everything, but we had a plan. And
People knew the plan.
And people knew the plan, and because everybody finally said, okay, fine, I'm gonna agree with this, they took it and went and did what they needed to do with it, which is inside of their particular communities as well. And you got to know other people, and talk to them, and it became it was a very exciting time. I mean, I have all the information and I'll send it to you and give it to you.
So part of John's answer, part of the answer
Yeah.
for John, I felt, is that we're using these items in this work as data points in the beginning of the process.
And I mean, I would say it's like, there's been a lot of community input already that we don't wanna dishonor and forget about.
Right.
By
Right
saying,
on.
okay, we're starting.
done with that.
Right
Yeah,
on.
we're done that, did that, so.
It's not the
we'll
intent.
start from Black State.
No.
I mean, that's what I like the most, that we're not recreating the wheel. And we're building upon what we already have some kind of structure of. Because I think it would be disingenuous of us as a board if over the last 10, 15 years, we talked about full service community schools, talked about the plan, and now all of a sudden we're changing that and we want to bring a new conversation. So I think, keeping to where we're already at and just building upon will do everyone well.
And there may be some new areas besides, I mean, this isn't necessarily the only area that will probably come out of this work. There may be some other focus areas for the district.
That's true.
That everyone will be involved in.
Yeah.
There may be some new thinking on the full service community work or wellness work for the district.
With the technology.
What's what?
Or the
Or
technology
technologies,
piece, or
absolutely, yeah,
wellness piece, or-
yeah.
And you know that, it's a good point, cause even so I was anticipating this topic anyway for, retreat. And so here we have 2 items on the agenda. Well, no, they were mentioned in our board meeting on Wednesday. It was about recruitment, retention of staff, as well as, in my head, students. I mean, it was just like, well, I hope that's gonna be on the, slice on the pie. I mean, those kind of things, it dovetails, so I don't use that again because I'm tired of that word already, but I think that's where things become really relevant, is that the work is the work, but there's so many components that will impact who our partners need to be. What partners we need to, nurture yesterday. What work we have, resources, they need to be tapped, you need to be working on this, it gives focus, and we just cannot continue to be an aimless bunch of people, determining because we made a connection, that's the next thing we need to do. But we really need to have more of a strategic lens in terms of how do we engage certain organizations, go back to this smartphone, certain organizations to ensure that we're striking for the best possible outcome for our students and our community. And that's where I love about having strategy. I might not seem like it because right now I'm not the most strategic, but I'm a strategic thinker. I like to really sit back, understand, really know if that's gonna fit before just bringing something. Because we might want everything, but we can't have everything because we are tiny, and I've been here long enough to know staff understand that we are tiny, and they have more than 5 hats. But we need to have strategic partnerships and relationships cultivated so that people, more than one person, can step in, and that's where we have to be able to find ways to empower folks too. So,
and just speaking on that note, you're talking about retention of both staff and students. Sense of ownership will go so far.
Totally.
They feel like I'm a part of this team. I'm a part of this plan. I'm a part of this community. They're gonna feel more inclined to stick around longer.
Yeah.
So and they'll they won't work a 40-hour work week. They'll work 50 hours, they'll work 60 hours, they'll come in on Saturdays, they'll do, they'll go the extra mile if that means that the train keeps chugging forward.
So, what about the LCAP question? The timing on this ends up in site planning going on in May, June. The last item being sites will allow their implementation plan to improve goal. Imagine those plans are not as detailed as an LCAP site plan. That's not vision. But there should be alignment.
They can inform, and
And they're gonna be-
our LCAP.
Yeah, and these things are going to be happening at the same time, and they should be. I mean, we shouldn't have an LCAP that's like, let's do this.
Right.
And a vision and site goals that are on a different page.
Well, we took things directly from our visioning work on engagement, parent engagement, as well as wellness, right into, fit perfectly into some of the areas, some of the 9 areas on the LCAP. I mean, we just said we're able to lift that out, and we had that stakeholder engagement already. And so it was perfect for the LCAP.
But it seems like there ought to be a way to synergize them, the two processes.
Or look forward where the overlap.
Yeah, like where do these people, how
Overlap.
can we include their input into the LCAP?
Right. Or use this input. So depending on the areas, which I think will happen naturally with wellness, for example, but it would be some of what we get out of this will feed the areas that we need in the LCAP. And some of them may not, which will still require.
Well, it's just that they're gonna be like happening, you know, in April, May, and June when
We're doing that work.
we're doing that too, so.
It's an ambitious timeline, and,
Yeah.
and again, it's kind of like it's a plan, and so if something comes up where there's a need, and we've got this is due here, and we need a component here, you can shift this some. It is ambitious because of your timeline, trying to be sensitive to, I think, is the next November, and moving into your,
Yes.
yeah.
I think it's-
Yeah.
Well, and I tend to be a bit of a naysayer. I think it's overly ambitious simply because the very first step is clarifying roles and processes. We don't know the strengths that our leadership team is going to bring to the table yet because they're not in place. And so that's a big struggle for me of, you know,
So just pushes, right, pushes back.
yeah, I mean, I'm a big believer of you develop the team, you get the best players you can, and then you have your strategy. If you have a strategy in place, then you're looking for people who fit that strategy, which limits you to who you can bring on board if their strengths don't align with what your needs are. And so I'm really, you know, at this moment, we are leadership deficient district-wide, and there's some big changes even coming. And so I'm hesitant to say that, you know, we can, because today's, you know, Monday's the middle of the month. And so we're already not gonna make September.
Well, this is a proposed timeline too,
Yeah.
so.
But I mean, if we're putting that back, I mean, I'm saying we're gonna have to put that back at least 60 days, you know?
Well, we'll have those leadership changes, I hope, in the next 2 weeks, so that will help.
So it does adjust some time, for
Right.
sure, you know, things might be more October start-ish.
I'm thinking November, and then you get the holidays, and then you hit.
So you don't have much time, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm really, you know, I'm not to be a naysayer, but I feel like this is stuff we have to start in April, so we come through the summer and run around. If you're starting it in the fall and not starting it September 1, because, you know, kids are there. I mean, you've already talked about how your time is so limited, and until, you know, where our CBO is going, you know, we got changes afoot. That time crunch is just gonna be even more limited.
I just want to clarify that, in terms of changes, we're looking at the possibility that we're gonna be adding, the probability we're gonna be adding 2 new members in our leadership team, and that's, right, 2 principals.
So let me ask this, let me defer back to Tracy, based on kind of what you heard thus
Officially,
far.
right.
Officially one, right?
What would you think would be a good timeline, you know, for us to really start the process, based on what you heard thus far?
So you mean like the November, you talking about the November move-in, is that what the question?
No, I mean, just
No, I
because
think-
what I'm hearing, you know, as Member Pat said, that because of our leadership deficiencies, this schedule may be
Too aggressive.
too aggressive,
I would
so
say
we may
Leadership
want to.
opportunities, I think.
Right.
Not-
My poor words.
I don't think that's the only point though, and you know, I'm the one who screams this from the rooftops every time, is that we need to consider our capacity issue and
Yeah.
more specifically, you know, making
Yeah.
sure that you're not taking on too much.
Yeah.
That I think it's great to have, to keep pushing forward, but not to be overly aggressive, or else then it falls through the cracks, and then we, we're seeing it like this again next year, which has happened the last couple of years, so I just want to.
Excellent reframing, thank you.
There's a bandwidth issue here, and considering that as we sit right now, it's a lot of work sitting on very few shoulders.
So I have a question before you hit that point, just throw it on. So in terms of, as a process, I mean, here it's less than a 12-month process, for instance. So, I mean, in terms of being effective, are certain if it's extended, just, you know, for whatever reason, there's more time to take on some other components. Is that a bad thing, or, because I do think we have that balance at play, I'll just throw my opinion. We have that balance of resources potentially, right? But we also have the high need to start an engagement process of some kind. And I don't even want to say it's some kind, but we also need to start talking about it. You know, and so those two, what does that look like?
Sure.
You don't want to have circular conversations either, but
That's
you want to have action where people feel like they're going to get something out of it.
So you have a lot of pieces there to those questions.
But yeah, but I mean, to that point, if we go forward with this and we have the community forum and, you know, I'll push it back till November, the topic of the community forum is gonna be getting to know anybody who's new.
Yeah. So it's
As opposed
opportunity,
to
actually.
talking about vision and things, so I really.
But that, we have to be careful here, so let me just make sure I'm clear. We're not going out and saying, here's a community forum, come all, let's talk. This is a very structured process with a very strong facilitator. So if we say, and I would imagine, and I still kind of think it would still be mid to late November, October, you know, here's a meeting opportunity for you to be engaged in, if you want, around these specific topics and work.
Right.
So it is not an open forum for people. That may be on people's minds, but that's her job, and what she's good at is to make sure the work's getting done and moving forward. So I don't doubt that you're right in terms of what people might be thinking and wondering, but that's a different kind of, and there might be community forums on that, but that's different than.
Yeah, I'm just hesitant to sort of saying, hey, and I'm trying to think the right way to phrase this, because I've already started off on the wrong terminology. I wanna make sure our house is in order before we start saying, okay, it's time to remodel. And I don't want people to say, oh, look, they brought in this person, but we still don't have that person. And for me, it's just as a community member, that's always my thought, and for me as an educator, when I sat in a school, I remember very much being a teacher, and people were coming in, hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and I'm like, yeah, we need to get back and do the basics. And that was, we have 11 vacancies, at my time, not in our district.
Right.
And I'm like, let's focus on those 11 vacancies, and then we can talk about the next steps.
Timing,
And that's always a challenge for me, and I hate to bring in somebody, and again, I've already said, I'm not up for paying a facilitator when I haven't paid for, the people that are doing the work. I mean, our teachers right now are taxed. We were at, we were at the forum, we were at the back to school. There's a lot going on. You're taxed. You've got to be at 3 places at once, and that's about to get a lot worse because the high school principal has made her intentions clear. And so you're gonna now be at 2 sites, and that's, so I really wanna make sure we're on solid footing before I think we go forward with a contract on any type of thing.
So, just in reaction to what you're saying, I do think it's very important to, take care of what's still pending.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we should not continue. It's like, let's keep doing this work as we're,
assemble the plane as we're flying it.
Yeah, and I don't like that though. That
But
always
you
makes me
can't
very
control
nervous.
Like
the
in
work
it,
though, is
for
what
sure.
I'm getting at.
We're already there.
If you continue to not push this work forward,
Right,
we're moving into a building without a plan,
right,
and you will continue to lose people because they feel lost.
yeah,
If you don't give them,
yeah.
this is the road that we're on, then they're looking for a different road. So there is partially, it's just kind of where we are. We're gonna have to do that back work, but we have to keep pushing forward, or else we're gonna continue to lose not only staff, but we're gonna lose families, we're gonna lose students, because they don't feel supported, they don't feel like we know what we're doing.
So, from my opinion, I think we should quickly figure out who the principals are at each site
Address staff.
and get that in place.
Address staff.
What's that?
Address staff.
Address that, yeah. But I guess I'm optimistic that we will be able to figure that out in the next, 30 days. And that soon, after that is figured out, I'm not opposed bearing the bandwidth issues of getting this moving, because I do think that we have a new superintendent, we have a new year, energy that we ought to take advantage of, and people do not know the vision, and if we delay it,
It's not good.
this school is open. I mean, the ECC, we want to
No.
we want to get this,
Strike
take
the
advantage of
lines
the energy and the opportunity
Yeah.
of a new superintendent and the time frame with the building to get moving on. So I guess I agree with both points, that let's get the staffing figured out. If we do, then I'm okay, bandwidth issues
Yeah.
dealt with.
Yeah, and I just want to, just a reminder to the board that, we did bring Tracy here to kind of explain this process. You've entrusted me as your superintendent to bring people and to get the work done that we've got to do. So I know we're kind of going back to a conversation of yes or no, but I'm not, that's not kind of where I'm at based on my previous conversations with you and the board. So, I just want to be respectful to Tracy and her time and
Her timing more than yes or no.
oh, yes, yeah. And so this is the kind of process that, we're laying out. I appreciate the concerns, and just a reminder, I am doing pre-screening interviews tomorrow morning for the high school principal position. So, don't.
It's just a Sunday.
I know, but it has to be done.
He's gonna get it done before the kids start.
That's right, yeah, that's right. I am actually, that's correct. So, but the concerns I appreciate because I think they're very real, and this kind of work in parallel to us doing necessary hiring stuff, I think gets our house in order. So I just want to, I appreciate Tracy being here. I just want to, we want to get back to, are there questions about this process? I think if we can.
So I guess to me then the question is, what's this process cost? That's the other big issue for me. I mean, you're right, you have support, but I'm not, at any point in time, to me, that's what it comes down to is bandwidth,
Right.
expense, because we got a lot on our plates.
Right. So,
And while I think there's momentum behind this, there isn't consensus.
okay.
And so there's a difference. And so that's where maybe my questions are loaded a bit, but for me, I'm a filled potholes kind of guy. We got a lot of potholes, it's not time to hold a parade. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah,
Yes.
I understand.
So, did you have a comment?
And then Juliet had a.
Go ahead.
Because it's gonna, just
So
before
what
we
do you
go
want
to
to
the
do? Go ahead.
response
Did you want
to
to-
that, I just
go
wanted to hit all the questions real quick.
Juliet.
You might have to write down your response, but just real quick.
Okay.
And I know
Alright.
Juliet
Alright,
had
go
one, but I want to check to see if Miguel had one.
Actually, I had a, it wasn't a comment, it was more of a, thank you for considering bandwidth. It's very important to us as a staff member because my bandwidth is about as stretched as it's gonna get, and probably even more. But without vision and process, I don't wanna come to work anymore. I'm tired. I need that to get me moving and to keep on doing what I'm doing at that outer level of, oh my God, do I have to do this too? So it's going to be something that is never gonna have an opportune time. We do need to fill those potholes as fast as we possibly can. I know you're trying to, but it is something that's important. But we also need to do this other work. And if we don't do that other work, whatever goodwill, whatever feeling, whatever oomph that we can muster up, because we're a damn good staff. We can move and groove and do what we need to do. But we also need this, and we may have to consider maybe not doing it immediately or whatever time frame that you want, but we're gonna have to have a process. And until we have a process, we're not gonna know where to go. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do, and I don't know what our vision is. I mean, I have 18 visions that we've had, but I don't know what this vision is. And until I can't make decisions on what I'm going to do. So whatever we need to do that, as well as get all those other potholes filled, so that we can do the work that we need to do. We got a year. Let's move it.
And maybe it's just me, but listening to you this morning, I felt like you had a clear vision. Your little introduction, talking and making our kids and taking ownership of them and
Well, that's
the
number
whole-
one.
And
Our
so
kids, number one.
So I feel like I'm clear on where you stand, and I don't mean to speak for you, but I hear you want to know that. But to me, we've got some goals, we've got some guiding principles, we've got a lot of stuff out there that I think, I don't know.
But I think it's a way of
I'm
communicating
never one who
that.
gets lost.
I think that, and you're right, but I think we haven't communicated to stakeholders, well enough what our goals are, what our priorities are. And something, remember Pat, I'm just as, financial conscious as you are when it comes to spending money. But I think there's some things you have to spend.
Yeah.
You have to spend money on things like this because we've already heard that our staff does not know where the district is going. And you've brought up the point regarding, being a little low on, administrators, and we need to be able to have these new administrators come in knowing what that vision, of the district is. And I think it's going to be up to those who are interviewing these new administrators to make sure that, they buy in on the vision that the board and the district has. So I think to that extent, we have, and to be honest, I'm kind of with you. We went through a bunch of planning over and over again, but I think this is important with, a new superintendent. We have new staff. We have a great staff, and, we have some new board members. So I think for all of us to be on one accord, this is, is very important. But I think it's more important that it not only hits us, but it really hits our staff. And our staff understands.
Our kids.
And our kids, right,
And that's
where
the thing,
they're
is that
going.
it trickles back down.
So
Again, we don't wanna lose
And the
anybody.
parents, right. And the brother,
We can't
exactly.
afford to lose anybody.
Exactly.
But again, I would rather have Dr. Rubio at his child's soccer game on Sunday
Yeah.
than
Yeah, I know.
screening for leadership
I know.
because he has to go on Saturday to a
I know.
vision meeting,
I
right?
know.
That's just
I know.
me, and I get it that I'm in the minority here, and I respect
not.
your opinion,
You're
but
not.
I just,
No, but
get that,
personally, I respect your opinion,
Yeah.
because, it's not like you're saying, something that's not true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not even good for the district.
Yeah.
But I think where the district is at this point in time, we have to do things parallel.
And let me just share, to bring some comfort, I hope, to the conversation, and I'll do it in a way that I don't think offends Tracy at all.
Uh-oh.
No. I don't know if I've set myself up for it. I finished going through every invoice finally.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
Thank you.
Every single invoice for last year I finished.
Oh.
It took me a while. I think some people just assumed I hit, but it took me a while. And the people next door were getting pretty flustered because they needed their files back, right? And I, how do I say this? I think over the years, different people have come in to help the school district for varying amounts of money. And I think I want to convey to the board, and I think it's still, it doesn't offend Tracy when I say this, that I look for high quality people who also, for our benefit and my benefit, also don't give me the impression, knowing very well of what a good consultant costs, are gouging us, charging us more than they should. I'm being fiscally prudent in all my decisions. I hope I'm trying always to be. So I think I just want to safely say that not only will our costs be well below anything I would typically have to bring to the board, but I think it's safe to say, and I appreciate Tracy for this, we're actually getting a very good deal. So I just wanted you to know that, and just be aware of where I am.
Right.
Fiscally, how I proceed, so I think you know, and the fact that this is when you do a cost-benefit analysis, and there isn't a lot of cost. There's not going to be a lot of cost here for us in general at all, in my mind at all. We're in very good shape.
Well,
Tracy helping us.
another thing too, because we such a tiny district and we don't have a lot of bandwidth, the model of partners, power, student success is where all this came from. We have to reach out to different resources like Tracy and other consultants to help us, get to the point where we need to be, because we just don't have the bandwidth. So, sometimes we're gonna have to spend a little money to get the services and what we need for our students and our families.
In a fiscally prudent manner, still. It
Right,
can be done in
exactly.
fiscal. There are
Exactly.
districts.
It can be.
There are
It-
districts,
right.
and there are superintendents who are not fiscally prudent about how they do work. They'll
Exactly.
say,
You're right.
I know, you're a friend of mine, or I don't care what it costs. Come on in. Da, da, da. That's all I can. That's as far as I can say without being inappropriate.
But I think bang for the buck is the nice cliche we use, but what I value certain things at, like I value my time at a very high rate.
Yeah.
What it's worth on the open market, very different. But it's the same thing of, and I'm sure Tracy's time is very well worth it, and I'm hoping I got the name right.
Yes.
But it's always a subjective thing. Someone else would come in and say, well, you're right, she's a bargain at this price, but we have this other person who does it differently, and so I don't want to bemoan past expenditures.
Oh, let me,
Me either, me either.
Yeah, well,
let me.
but again, it's sort of we're gonna lock ourselves into a commitment, and I'm gonna pay you a compliment, and again, apologies to Tracy, because we do know you're sitting right there. I have faith that if we were to do this, because you have to be at this meeting anyways, that you could facilitate as well, if not better than Tracy.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Again.
Because I've seen her work.
I've already
That's why.
spoken for one person at the table and said, no, you're wrong, you're better than you could. And now I'll say it again, I'm gonna speak for you and say you could do it and be even more fiscally prudent. Like so it's not that I don't have faith in you and your decision making, I have more than you do. So,
No,
that's where I come from on these things.
I appreciate that. In fact,
Yeah.
there will be times this year, and in the summertime where when we have some technology training, I'll be doing it because and if I've seen Tracy do the work, I know what she can do, and I believe I'm a good facilitator. She's heard me facilitate groups and talk to groups, but I still I mean this is and I appreciate your compliment to me. But I will tell you in my honest opinion,
Yeah.
Tracy rocks in this area more than I do, and we need her experience. Yeah.
And I'll be quiet now.
I have the advantage of seeing her work before.
I could add a couple, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move us on.
Please
I
do.
do have
Point of
a
order.
public
Point of
comment.
order.
Have a
Yeah,
public comment
but,
when you're ready.
yeah, but this
Silver
is,
it up, you wanna play?
I'm gonna harp on the LCAP, showing. Because, I guess I wanna know, what are your LCAP plans for the year? Because the time to start that engagement is now.
I agree.
And I want to remind the board that we made a commitment to the students to develop and adopt a student engagement policy. So,
Lisa got that on the list.
yeah, that's one thing that I just want to remind you that we're expecting administration to come up with that this fall, so that we can begin engaging the students. Also.
Action item.
And so just in conclusion, yeah, can you explain how the
Yes.
LCAP
Some extent.
development
Yeah.
is gonna like start
So-
and
yes.
dovetail the team?
So what it will mean is that Tracy and I and any interested board members will sit down together and look for points of, I'll call it nexus points where we know when we look at this detailed process, how, and some of it we'll have to keep doing this as we go along because I don't want to say what all the areas are because some of this work has to come out of the community and the stakeholders. But as although we can anticipate, so we look at the areas in the LCAP, and we keep a heightened awareness of those while we're going through this process. What we want to look for is, as that work is developing, and we have to begin the LCAP process anyway, what are the points of connection that we see where this work can form that work? Because we're already going to be doing a lot of outreach efforts for the visioning process. So really, it's in many ways, it's outreach for visioning and the LCAP.
Well, I hope you would look at the,
Yeah,
when you
I
look
agree.
at your data, you would look at the LCAP itself.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Data gathering.
We got a gang of
And alignment.
documents. So just before we go any further, I want to honor our public comments section real quick, please.
I think this is a very important topic. One of my first concerns is that you're building a city school facility, and where is the city part of it? This is a joint effort. It's a major part of what this is supposed to be about, or at least what the community thinks it's about. And one of the ideas I've had for a long time is to create a profile for people who want to participate, everybody. Because if you have a profile, then you know what people's interests are, you know what their skills are, and you know what they want to do. You would even learn their transportation pattern. And because if nobody ever asks you anything about you, then how could you be participating? How could they care about you? They don't know anything about you. Now you can put people together with similar interests. You're looking for somebody to serve on a committee, and you find in these profiles that so many people have this interest, then you can do that. I'm a member of Toastmasters, something the school I think want to take up, and a lot of people are just shy. So when you talk about the representation, those people are just shy. They haven't learned to come out of their shell and express themselves. So you have to do that outreach. You have to. It may take you a little bit more time, but once you have the information, it's valuable. And I see a profile that can be self-maintained, not something that, you know, you gotta keep changing for people. If it's self-maintained, then they can feed their ego, put, you know, things in there about themselves that are great, even goods and services. See, I hope that this whole community could do that, so that you could identify any good or service that you need within the community. Okay. Now, I totally agree with you about, you know, when people come to a meeting, they want to feel like they made a difference. That's one of the reasons why that electronic polling is really good, because people get to express themselves and everybody counts. So whatever you do when people leave a meeting, you want to make sure that they were counted in some way or form. Now, when it comes to hiring a facilitator, I have a lot of opinions about facilitators, because usually city managers and school districts, they hire facilitators to control the outcome of a meeting. So I think facilitators are very useful if you have a specific defined goal. If we know what the goal is and the board and everybody agrees on, then a facilitator is very useful, because a facilitator knows how to handle a crowd and knows how to get the meeting in the direction that we want it to go. But you just want to make sure that that direction is what the community wants and not necessarily the individual chairperson. Now, one of the engagement problems in this community is the fact that 40% of the kids that attend this district are out of district kids. So those 40% of the people don't have any representation on the board. So they're in a different class in a sense, because they, you know, and whether it makes a big difference or not, they're not as effective. There's definitely a difference there. And that's always been one of the problems in the district. So I think one of the major objectives of this community center of life is to get enough Emeryville kids in the school so you don't have to take out a district. That should be a major objective. So you have a new school now, so you put together people who go out to the community and say, hey, you know, we're gonna offer these programs, we're gonna offer those programs. But you want to entice the kids that are being sent outside this community, because there are enough kids in this community to go to school, they just choose not to send them there. So you have to try to instill some kind of confidence in these parents to want to send the kids there. You may want to put together some type of marketing, but you're only going to open a new building like this one time. And now's the time to say, well, we want to do this, and these are the things we want to do, and can we find out something about you? You know, I mean, even in the event of a disaster, you're going to know who to talk to. So this is about community, people knowing each other. You know, networking is really important. Okay, another major point I want to make is that all the public communication that comes out of the district goes to the voters and to the community, and not to the property owners who pay the bill. I mean, the property owners who pay for these services do not get any information from this district at any time about anything. You know, community center of life that was approved, all they see is a bill on their tax roll. Nothing. They don't know anything about it. Nothing. Not one piece of paper went to property owners. Only the voters and out to the community. So I think that's something you have to establish. I mean, I don't know that it'll hurt you with this parcel tax that's coming up. You haven't had any communication with the property owners. There's some people that live in town and own property, so they know about it. But, you know, I represent, 18 property owners in my group, and only 3 of them ever heard of the community center life. And I think that says something to you know. Let's see, make sure I get all my points, because I don't have my chance to talk. And again, when you talk about you want to make sure that our students benefit, if there's students in this community that can benefit that don't go to this district, why not? Isn't this open to everybody? We want to encourage. Maybe they'll become students if they can get some benefit out of what you're doing. So I think you don't want to be proprietary, you want to be inclusive.
Last one.
All right. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
So I just have one quick comment. I have to disagree with Mr. Mikowski. I was an out-of-district transfer child who happened to move into Emeryville after I started at Emory. So I just have to throw that out. I don't share that belief, and every time I hear it, I have to speak out against it. So I appreciate the thought and the comment, but I was not a resident of Emeryville before becoming a student of Emory Unified School District, and I think every child brings with them the opportunity and the vibrancy to absolutely inform and increase the vitality of that district. So no matter where you come from, so I just have to say that. So I didn't want to belabor. I just wanted to throw that out. I'm sorry if Jeff said anything, but going back to our conversation. To point of order, I'm back. So just in terms of where we are now, is this more or less a go, no go? this is a proposed timeline too, right?
I guess as superintendent, I'm asking the board in our retreat today, are there other questions about this process?
Will it come back to the board when we start, you know, at least the climate readiness piece, when we start the engagement, will it come back so we can at least say who the board would like to see involved in community?
Can you maybe go over the second page?
Sure.
engagement?
Yeah, okay, and let me say, this is, I can only go as fast as the district is able to go.
Mhm.
And so this is definitely just a proposed timeline, and it is an ambitious timeline based on getting you all ready when November hits, that you're ready to go.
Mhm.
And I'm always one to, wanna have some time on that back end for the cleanup of things, and to not push it, though it's definitely, to answer you, it would definitely be, only as fast as folks can go. And to speak to this process, builds capacity
Yeah.
at a very deep level, which is what you need. When you talk about you're such a small district, and your leadership is thin right now, to have leadership develop at all areas as people are carrying out this plan is critical, especially to a small district, right? And you have the children are in the seats right now, and so it's a process that can instill trust, begin that trust of we're taking care of business, filling the potholes, and we're moving forward. We're because that's our job. We're holding them both, and together that's moving forward. If that's at all helpful, it's not one over the other, but both and. So yeah, the district leadership meeting. If you'd wait till you're again. I would be here serving you. This is your process. If it would move into October, when you have your 2 positions filled. It just would say that then the following thing would be the community forums. You want to give folks enough time, lead time to say these community forums are coming, and so to give them, so they have involvement. The planning team selection would be the end of October, and again, all of this I'll just qualify can be pushed. The planning team selection, so that would mean, in fact, I'd be working with your assistant most. That's who my concern would be most is your schedule and your load, because we would work very closely on getting these things out to the community like that. I mean, I would do the letter, but I would give it to you to.
I'm taking a long vacation, I'll be gone for 6 weeks.
Next 6 weeks. Okay.
Smart.
So I'll be working with John on that. After the team selection, then you set up the planning days. They are 2 days, they're 2 full days that go all day long, each day. And that
Right
is
in a row, or are they separate?
right in a row, 2 days in a row. And you let people know that in the outset. So when you're sending out that information in the application, you know the days are already set, scheduled, so they know, are they free? Can they get that time free? And they must make a commitment to both days. And so that pares it down somewhat too. The board approval then, because from the planning days, the core beliefs and mission and the goals, that would come to the board approval for the board approval process after the planning. It's 2 planning days. And then you step into your action team meetings. And this, I could see, that could be extended as well, depending on people's availability, their loads. But again, what my experience has been, when it is, I've been part of this process when it's been mandated. Staff were mandated to come, leadership was mandated to attend these things. Oh, it didn't go over so well. But when people, they are chosen, they indicate an interest, they want to be part of, they kind of get excited about it. They want to do. They want, like you were saying, people will want to come on a Saturday, or will want to come, whatever that is. So then from the action team meetings and the site planning, and I just put April through June. I don't know if they work through the summer or not, your sites. But come September, they'll want to hit the ground running with whatever that plan is. So it's fluid, it's fluid. It's just kind of give you an idea of what comes before the other.
And if I have,
This tightens up.
and if I have individual questions or advice I want to get from anyone, I will ask in terms of matches and fit.
Okay, I was just gonna state, in member, and Mr. Bukowski's, some of his suggestions, I heard some contradiction around students and not including, getting rid of inter-district and trying to get more students within the community, but at the same time, in Emeryville, but at the same time, including everyone. So, but one thing he did say that I do agree with, and when it comes down to the community forum, is that we really need to make sure that we include our business community in a forum, you know, and get their, you know, thoughts and opinions of what they really believe and need from the district.
Excellent point, you wanna engage them. That's this, a golden opportunity, when you can get people, I don't know who you said you have here, you have Pixar, big ones, and you have somebody else. When you can get a representative from those folks on your planning team,
Right.
you talk about bonding, you talk about engagement, you talk about, hey, they're all in it. It's a golden opportunity for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We let the change.
So board's role in this.
The board's role. So, I imagine it's, and again, I've seen it done multiple ways, and I've seen when it's done most successful. To me, when I see a board who operates much like maybe a coach with an athletic team, when you are at the balcony level, you can best see what's going on. You are best then able to orchestrate and have objectivity of how things are going. And so how I've seen it most effective is when board members aren't on the planning team itself, but they could come in and observe over the 2-day period of time, you know, see what's going on. You know this, the power that comes with being a board member, that perceived power even, it can squelch conversation, right? And if you are not part of the planning team as an example, because you're the decision maker, so when things come to you then your colleagues here aren't voting maybe necessarily against something you did, you know, and you're able to say as a board, let's go look at this again. So the board is, one, if you can have unanimous support of a process is most important, okay? And when you have different levels of involvement that way, as observers, as interested folks, makes it stronger. Does that answer?
Helpful.
So, in the next year, we should stay out of the process, and if we feel the need to maybe attend a meeting or two for observation, we can do that, but it would be best to allow the action plan or the committee come up with all the ideas.
But it will still come, this work's still gonna keep coming back to you.
Right, I know, it's coming
You'll
back,
see it.
right.
Yeah,
right.
it's, not necessarily
But
out
we
of
don't
the
wanna
process.
influence we don't wanna
Yeah.
influence the process.
No, because then you're giving input to something that
Right.
you're gonna be
voting
approving
on,
and,
right.
or not approving at the end of the process.
Makes
Well,
sense.
you're involved, you know, your voice is very important, it's
Right.
just, it has a specific role like everyone does.
Right, okay.
So what I heard, I think, in terms of the dates on this timeline, are that you'll be moving this forward, but you're gonna be sensitive to the, in particular, the principal leadership. Staffing
Yes,
concerns.
I'm sensitive to it.
And therefore, these aren't fixed.
No, this is, what I had asked Tracy to come today to give the board, as part of our retreat, and Juliet, as much information as, a good picture of what the process can look like, so you're well aware of it.
So the sequence of events are what this will be, but the dates themselves
Yeah.
won't be.
Oh, yeah, superintendents will tell me what they need.
Okay.
I just put it out here and.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
Before you struck.
Now there's pain, now there's pain.
It's on
Just make-
video.
Make sure you,
We
So,
have
so
it.
do
We
we
have it
have
on
full
video.
support? Where are we with this, folks?
I mean, personally, I can support the process, based on our deliberation of why it's needed and the importance of it. So I'm good.
This is my check-in. How's everybody feeling?
Yeah, no, I'm supportive of the process as, you know, the timeline, you know, amended by the superintendent to go, you know, I think it is a good idea to have principles in place when you do a district leadership meeting and before the community forum.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
See, Laura.
Good.
Madam,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
okay, so it's the will to move forward.
Sounds like a title of a book.
Sure.
All right, thank you so much for coming, we really appreciate you driving down.
It'll be an absolute honor to serve you in this process, this project, really. Wow, when I look forward and I see that, what's coming in November, and I see the potential that,
Man, it's great
wow,
timing. It's great
yeah.
timing.
I'll just say this, what I find so impressive about this district, when we have outsiders come in and they can hear and kind of see the vision and what we're doing, they always get excited about this little district. So, I mean, seriously, so I appreciate hearing that from you, and it lets me know that we're on the right track. You know what I mean? We just have to do some implementation to get things done. So thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Don for being here as well.
We're gonna now take a short break. We have lunch, I think.
We do.
So maybe, can we give a 10-minute?
Is it always
It started right after receivership, state receivership, and it became a factor because things weren't nearly, well, you had a brand new squad, one, I think was more or less, and people just wanted to be that much more sensitive to the fact that it just been recalled, the board had been.
Oh,
so everything
was put on a two
Yeah.
thing process. to
Yeah,
slow
and it
things
wasn't
down. Oh,
everything, but it definitely felt like everything.
Okay.
And it's
okay.
just kind of turned into kind of a slight nightmare
And I think,
at times.
Huh.
But I think it just needs to be, I mean, I agree. If it's good practice for sure, especially on those large ticket items, but we've had to deal with it in so many hybrid ways in the last couple of years. I think we need to really just look at it. Because I think we had like some exceptions for the ECCL project last year. We
Definitely
determined
streamline that,
something.
yeah.
So just maybe just bring it all and make sure everybody's clear.
and I
would be
think
helpful.
the other thing too, the reason why we went to two meetings is because the board did not want to just have a major item in front of their face.
For
the first time.
Back into it, yeah, back
Right,
into
you know what I
it.
mean, and right, for action, and may not have had enough discussion and information, on it. So,
Fair enough, yeah.
right, so we all, we came up with the implementation of two readings. So the second reading would just be really a formality of putting it on the consent calendar and approving.
Excuse me. Unless there were like, changes,
Yeah, which makes sense.
you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Revisions and things.
Yeah, but there's an, that's what I thought was in red, a red line proposed change in the board handbook. The next item,
Oh, that's what
board
you said.
protocols,
You know.
about exactly that item.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, we
Agreements
talked
number
about that,
6,
huh?
staff will determine whether items agendized for action requires 2 readings. Should staff present an item on the agenda for action after 1 reading, the board may at its discretion request that the item be agendized for 2nd reading before action is taken.
I was gonna suggest that.
That came out of the retreat when this came up.
Yeah, and I think,
Because you guys can always say, well, wait, whoa.
and that's what I was saying earlier, I think
Yeah.
the president can always, who's presiding, can always say, how does the board feel on this? Do we want to bring it back, or do we want to
Do we
approve it
need to-
now?
uh-huh.
Right.
So that jumps us into this topic.
But it's kind of like, I see this as giving it to the president, the superintendent, and
Mhm.
setting the agenda to
Mhm.
figure out,
Mm-hmm,
hey, this is a big contract, let's do, take 2 out,
mm-hmm,
2 for this.
Mm-hmm.
right.
I would agree.
No,
And
that's it.
well, and even from our discussion, wasn't our last board meeting about the contract with,
Was that the last or one before?
the one before
Yeah.
that? I mean, it took me back to that, which is why, I'm glad we had the Brown Act presentation for sure. In terms of like, what the threshold is, because I think we do wanna be, transparent, and we do wanna give things the way it should, but I also agree, I have committed to myself that I won't be backed into a decision anymore, and that was happening too much, too frequently. And so, where I do appreciate, that you might have a deadline, but don't bring it just because you have a deadline, was kind of what was
Yeah.
happening.
Right.
So,
Right.
and I don't have problem saying no anymore. But it all definitely could be clarified. And if we go with this, right, this proposal in terms of that piece, that means the board president, at the very least, there's authentic engagement about the agenda. And that hadn't always been the case.
Okay.
And so that's probably a lot of where, that could be clarified, to that point that the chair and the superintendent are hammering out, what the agenda is gonna be and whether this is a this or that. Is it a two meeting or is it a one? But it's all gonna be, we're all gonna find out essentially at that meeting. I mean, whether or not people are feeling comfortable with certain things, but.
Right, because if you and I set things and we say, well, these are all one meeting items as a board, and if you can say, wait, I need more time. I need more time on this sort of thing.
Yeah, so I think
But-
respecting and
But you raised a
acknowledging
good
that.
point, which is mounting these protocols, which probably should be, which is that staff will not bring items to the board that have a timeline that
Right.
need action approval
Right. Immediately.
immediately. Because
Or-
that's, we've seen that before, most recently was like the school safety plan. We got like the end of April, we weren't here yet.
No.
He's like, I don't own that one.
Yeah,
But yeah, true.
I mean,
we started seeing you around it, but yeah. It was like, here it is, here's the plan. There's some substance to it. I mean, there wasn't any controversy in
Was
it,
that
but
deadline they had to turn?
like the next Wednesday or
Need
something.
it.
We hate that. I hate that.
Well, can I just say specifically that,
Yeah.
they were very clear that the board didn't need to take action. So I know it did come at the last minute,
Yeah.
and that is absolutely true.
Yeah,
But
that is true. I
one of the
know.
reasons why
But there was
we
some
didn't
other step
resist-
that hadn't been taken about
Yes, that's true.
at the school site level.
Was the SSC.
Oh, yeah, SSC, yeah.
Um, But he was operating under something that had changed a couple of
Yeah.
years ago that none of the more recent people even knew about.
Yeah. But that's only the most recent thing I can think
Yeah.
of, but there've been other things. And it's usually like the GAN limit, we gotta do this, which, we're not gonna change the numbers, you're the
the
number
numbers.
people, but it's like, don't bring this to me.
5 times.
Or the eve of,
Yeah.
in case we do.
Because that's
Well,
happened, but
can I
not
just say
this
something
recent,
about
but I
that?
mean, it's
Again,
happened.
is going to, so unaudited actuals are gonna come to you
Yeah.
at the last minute. That
Yeah.
is the nature of the work. Dora worked until 2 o'clock in the morning every night to get it into the board packet in time. That's
Certain
there's some
departments are gonna be
things that
that.
can't be sooner
Yeah.
for a second reading, that's one of them.
So that might not be the best example, but I think in general,
I
what
think
you're
it's
saying.
I think it's a good policy.
That's the.
As somebody who's brought something to the board that I needed approved that night so I could pay people the next day.
Can happen, yeah.
It happens.
Right.
I mean, I have contracts and, I put it to the board a month in advance and all of a sudden their insurance lapses. And so, then the board only meets every 2 weeks. And so any item that's pulled before we even see it on the agenda, which happens, I don't know, my items are due to the board a week before the agenda goes out. So the board, some of my items get pulled by the attorney before the board ever sees them because, he sees a discrepancy somewhere. And by the time I get it back, so some things just have to come to the board with that last minute. As a board member, I don't wanna see it, but as a district employee, it's not intentional, I mean, if there's a pattern, if it's intentional, but I try, there's some things it's like,
Should be to be avoided or.
to be avoided, yeah, I just wanna say that sometimes you just, the GAN's the perfect example, but I have,
Well, I have one for you at the end of the day today because
Yeah.
I didn't know that I think that how do I say this?
You're on camera.
Thank you. How do I say it? I have one today because, it's been a lot of steps in the process to iron out some of our professional development days, so.
An example.
Yeah.
And I think it's really, sorry, I put a break in my mouth, but it's really that part though about operating on last minute that just I'm not okay with that. I mean, it's just frustrating to come to a conclusion when it's the first time, and that was happening a lot. So that's really where my where I'm way like, we got
Well, it sounds like it
two
was
readings.
organizational, it became the organizational
Exactly.
culture.
I think one example
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
One example that I can remember really revolved around facilities. And I mean, if we know that we're gonna be entering into a big contract, because the work needs to be done,
Do the work ahead. Huh?
do the work ahead. The contract should not come to the board, the eve before you've told whoever the contractor is that, and before and they're scheduled to do the work that week, that now you want to bring a multi-million-dollar contract to the board to approve the week of the services being performed. When you knew that this was in the critical path, and, some of these things should have been, brought to the board at least, 2 meetings before. So those kind of things that, for me, kind of got my gall as far as coming to the board at the last minute to approve multi-million-dollar contracts when you knew that, these services were gonna be performed months in advance.
Okay, and there's one more, just so you know. This isn't, that has nothing to do with you. This is just
Oh,
what's
no, no,
happened in
no,
the
no,
past.
it's fine.
But I'll just tell you what gets me, and I'm really upset. Don't have me try to clean up any personnel issues. Not doing it, not interested. That means don't give me last minute, do this because this is all we got. No, I'm not doing that because that happened too many times. And I think, and it doesn't need to be said louder than that, but also is typically, the whole point of this, and actually the whole point of having this come up is the fact that we are a team, there's 5 electeds or appointed, depending on which time you came in and how you got here. But the team consists of the superintendent as well. And so, use us as you need to. And when we have discussions about strategy going forward, just make sure you use us, because we've all felt, and I'm sure even Christian, even if he wasn't here in the past, even your experience, you know how important it is to have the board in a position of understanding instead of having that play out, in front of the world, or to be, perplexed by actions that weren't understood, and so we've been there. And so it's just really important to when you tee us up and you set us up and you give us information to make a decision, that we have time and we've had content in order to, feel really comfortable about acting, and not, March 15th is tomorrow and this is our window. I mean, it's that kind of stuff that was, and it's just from learning in terms of protocol, it's the best behavior. Lisa knows. I'm looking at her. She's like, I know what you're talking about. But it's just really about making sure that we have the right amount of ramp up time with data and information in order for us to make the right decision. Because that's all the board can do is act based on what we have in front of us.
So I have a question. There's going to be a change order coming to you on the 24th. By nature, change orders are kind of quick turnaround?
Well, that by their nature, those might be, because of the construction project?
Yeah.
Which
So,
one is this?
something in turn, I don't know.
But see, this is the thing, even with that, and that's why I don't know where that is.
It's in our next section.
Right,
Is the
committee meetings, because things like that need to be vetted with the committee before it comes to the board. Because when it comes to the board, everyone is blind. But at least with the committee, you got 2 members on the board who, if needs to address to their colleagues, why, that
or
can
even
happen.
have had that opportunity in that committee meeting to
Right.
dive
vet.
as close or make
Right.
sure what's coming will address
Right.
90% of
Right.
what the board needs to know about
Exactly.
something. So,
Exactly.
yeah. But, yeah.
So, okay, I think we,
So I just offered, we did have John Quinn, who was going to help present this item. Unfortunately, he had a funeral to attend today. So he's a delightful guy. He definitely is offered to be of any support to the board, and to definitely Dr. Rubio transitioning in. So we may see him at our I'm about to say spring, or the next one, mid-year retreat.
Well,
Whatever
they
we
used to
have it.
be in
They
January.
keep moving. Look, they keep moving. Look, they keep moving around. But I thought it was important for us, for sure, since it was conveyed, we're gonna have it, that we make sure we go over any things. Especially we do have anytime we have new members, we need to make sure there's some grounding or norming, if you will. So, this is what the handbook in front of us, represents, just a document that was initially drafted probably like 4 years ago,
No,
3 years ago,
no,
with Deborah's first run, huh?
Deborah's first year.
Yeah, well, maybe the second year.
2 years ago, so maybe
Yeah.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
And so this was, you see what it is, roll of the board, a table of contents, some true norms, but I think there's some key, pieces, and maybe there's other board members wanna address too, but, key pieces in terms of like communication and things like that, maybe we should touch upon, but if anybody had any, you know, questions or edits or things, but that one is the point about the 2 meeting rule, or 2 meeting practice was a helpful one. And maybe with that, we can go to, page 4, Roman numeral 4, which is page 5 in the PDF, looks like.
Actually, I had page 5.
No, I couldn't even find it. And then it came up over there. The,
Are we, at the
I have it on here, sorry, it's the handbook one.
board protocol?
Keep going further in, you're in that.
You're way,
stuff.
way.
Oh.
Yeah, it's toward the end.
Yeah, it's at the end.
Okay. Go ahead, I'll get there.
So any questions on the first one, board superintendent communication? I think it's pretty straightforward. But, the second one has always been a good one to, go over, which is the email communication from superintendent to trustees.
What number are you on?
4, Roman numeral 4, which is page 5.
And page, and it's item 2.
Item 2. Nod your heads when you get there. No.
Trustee, trustee, Roman numeral 4, you said?
Little chart. That second right there. Yeah, I don't know why yours looks different.
Yeah.
Yeah, the printout looks different.
You know, I think I know what happened.
The printout,
No, you know, you and I had 2 of them on the table.
Oh,
And it
yeah.
went like this.
oh, like,
Sorry about that. Let me
shuffling
go,
cards.
Would it help? Let me go,
Oh, you wanna post it, put it up on the,
well, what I need, okay. Print it up.
if I don't have one in here.
What is on purpose? Is that what it is?
Oh, here you go. Lisa, I have,
I
oh,
got it. I'm
got
there.
it. Oh, yeah, 'cause it's all mixed up.
I'm there.
Okay, so it's just, real quick, just about the email, communications from the superintendent to trustees. And one point that Josh actually mentioned earlier in the Brown Act, when there is like informational items, and I'll just use that like slide deck, if I sent a slide deck or article that comes in, I'll just say what I normally do, I'll just send it to Lisa to forward instead of sending it to John Rubio to forward to the board. I mean, that's crazy. But that's just been a consistent practice I followed, and I think some of us do that already, but just to kind of open it up for everybody to be aware of what we typically do. So that slide deck or an article or something that, you know, comes out and we feel like it's important for board members just to be aware of it. It's not to have a conversation at all, it's just to, you know, I just shared the Coalition for Community Schools update. You know, this is a newsletter, and I don't know if everybody has it, here it is. And so Lisa typically forwards it to everybody, just as a consistent.
So I have something. What about when a community member contacts a board member on a particular item or concern? Then the board member forwards it to the superintendent, you know, and then it's distributed out to, let's say, the full board. I mean, what should be the protocol on responding to that particular individual who contacted the board member?
If you forward something to Lisa or myself, so I can respond to a concern, I think that's fine. I think I would be hesitant to send something back out to the full board,
Okay.
unless it's informational that I've received this from member Affel,
Right,
I'm going to respond in this way, I think that's okay.
okay.
Or let you know, but if it's anything outside of that, we would be getting the murky territory, I think.
So when we get things from the community as a concern, we should immediately forward that to you? Or should I respond back myself?
Do we have, and is that in writing or not? If it's not,
Right.
this came up with a member of the city staff recently who asked me the same question, and I said, if it's a member I've already met with and they're dissatisfied with how I responded to them, you know, I think they should contact, you can direct them to Lisa Timmery and she can explain the complaint process for our school district, and I think that's fine. As board members, if you have a member of the community and you've responded to them, but you wanna, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
No, you
I guess I would ask you to send it to Lisa or for my attention or to myself.
Because I guess the point I guess where I'm going is, should board members be involved in communicating back and forth with the community on issues that the community have?
I just explained how it happened. I got an email, concerning it. I responded with, "Thank you for your concern. It's noted. I have copied Lisa or Dr. Rubio or whoever to this email. They'll be able to address your concerns going forward. And then please let me know if there's anything else I can do for you in the future." And
Is
just
that
get
your
really
pleasure?
short.
I think that I would appreciate that. If the city staff person could ask me, do I just email it to the board members? And I said, because they didn't, and I said, well, I would appreciate if you email it to me, and then I'll know what the issue is, and if I feel like if it needs to go to the board, I will certainly, send it to the board.
And let's be clear, they will send it to the board.
Yeah.
I do
Feel
think
like they're
that
not
it's
getting a
important for them
response.
to know that, hey, as a board member, I've seen it,
Acknowledged it.
I've heard it.
Yeah.
You have contacted me, I
Right.
am responding,
Mhm.
but it is not my place to handle your concerns. This is who you need to talk to.
Okay.
And last year, that's why I make sure I say last year. Last year, a parent asked for an audience with me, and I contacted them. Had no problem doing it. And situation was different, totally different circumstances, everything. But it wasn't still I wasn't in a place to from an operational standpoint, literally
To answer the question.
do everything. I took in the information, and a lot of people want to be heard, but I think it's important when we have strong, and I'll say strong, more than sufficient, adequate resources and leadership. That's how you route it. But in that case last year, I had to step in to kind of
Because
mediate a little bit to get us to that point. But we do have a process, and I do appreciate Josh stating, when things go, we have to respect the lines, and there are lines, and there are, implicit lines. But we do have a situation where there's been some not so strong structures, and needing to reestablish that, we need to make sure that we as board members too are respecting that there are processes and that we need to follow the process just as anyone, we'd expect any person off the street, in the street, not in the street, but, in the district, that staff included, to follow process. And if we don't know process, that's different, but make sure that we are redirecting people the right way and, acknowledging that we've heard you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really important, but. That's the one thing, and if we don't know what the process is for staff, for instance, because we do, people come to us a lot. So, and because we are that board, people
And that's
talk,
why,
and they
yeah.
tell it all, and we know more than we ever thought we know. Students tell me stuff, and I'm like, wish I didn't know that. But I make sure I'm communicating with the superintendent. Definitely, I copy Lisa, just so I know that I've covered, but I think it's really important to make sure we're redirecting and, encouraging people to follow the process, because if we're jumping in to fix it, we're not fixing the fact that we don't have a process or the process is broken. So I'll just throw that as a plug for process.
My practice is to, depending on what the issue is, certainly engage with the person who's raising the issue, but you have to be clear that, I'm now running a district, I'm part
One
of
little
a five-headed
person, huh?
monster, and, talk to Dr. Rubio, or file a complaint, or.
Come on,
whatever you gotta do.
Yeah,
I'm helpful.
there are things that you can do
to
Yeah,
get
because
processed.
you could theoretically get someone who says, well, I've already talked to him, I'm dissatisfied.
Yeah.
Then you should contact Lisa Tamery, she'll tell you what the complaint process is in our district. But, you know, hope,
And we'll
the
get it.
majority of the time, I don't think it will be that, I think it will be, here's my issue, what, you know, help me. Right.
And sometimes it's the principal.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
I-
is.
Or the superintendent.
I've had parents walk into the gym and say, I don't know how to enroll. I'm like, okay, well, for the school district, this is where you need to go. And this is just, you know, they see you, you're like, ooh, you're right there. Or, you know, oh, I know I have this person's contact info, it's just
Right.
easy. So, and I think it is, to say Josh Simon, it behooves us to educate them on the process.
Mhm.
This is who you should be talking to, build that relationship with,
Mhm.
you know.
No, really. Facebook, I get all types of messages.
This is why I don't do social media.
Oh yeah, Facebook. I need to get my transcript. Such and so hasn't responded yet. So I said, really? Who was it? You know, so I'm helping because I don't want them walking away. They're gonna lose a
Right.
job because they can't get a transcript
Right.
because we didn't.
Right.
Okay. And I went to school with you, and I'll hear about it for all on Facebook. I don't think so. So I'm just kidding. But I mean, just genuinely, you know, I'm really trying to.
Guide
Lisa,
them through the
such and
process.
so did this, and
Yeah.
Lisa's been navigating. She did a lot of navigating last year. I don't even know how, but she got that to happen for that person. So I mean, it's that kind of, I appreciate being a point of contact, but I definitely want to make sure I know it well enough, the system well enough to direct people. So that's kind of the thing.
Good. Good discussion.
Anything else on process, communication? I think a lot of this has been addressed though too. What about that point in item 3 related to the requiring 2 readings? Where are people feeling on the 2 readings?
Well, I think we said, given the fact that the president and the superintendent makes up the agenda, then that should be a discussion for those two to determine whether
The category.
right, if it's, important enough for 1 reading or 2.
But the check-in at the meeting, right? That's the point. That's really the point.
Mhm.
Check-in at the meeting, how do we feel, what's the temperature about
Right,
moving
right,
forward
right,
is
right,
really the
right,
key.
right, exactly.
I think any board member can ask for a postponement, they can make a motion, and if there's,
As long as you got the script in front of you, you go for it, right? 'Cause that's how I was like, I didn't know, postponement, but yeah.
and it's a,
Mhm.
I don't
Need
know.
more info, contact.
Right.
Mhm.
I think that's just board etiquette. If a board member doesn't have all the information that they need, then, I think that board member should, speak up and say, hey, I want to postpone this, or I wanted to come back, I don't have enough information, I need
We've
to
done that.
understand it more.
We've done it. It's
Yeah.
not formally for sure, but we've definitely done it for sure. But like you said too, the revisions, not comfortable until we see the
Right.
revisions,
Yeah,
so.
That's the respect and trust of the board, so we honor that.
Josh gave us two options today, right? He said you can postpone, or you can abstain, if you don't have enough information,
Mhm, mhm,
so,
mhm.
and you need 3 votes.
And I think
So if you
postponing.
get 3 abstains,
Right.
it pass.
Right, but even, and to that point, he was saying, we all should vote.
Yeah.
So I think if a board member feels that they don't have enough information to a point where they would sustain on a,
Abstention from
Yeah.
abstain.
on a vote, then they need to just say, I don't have enough information, let's postpone it.
Right. I agree, but sometimes there's the
Yes,
timeline thing.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right.
There's, but what I'm saying, my point was not that they should abstain, my point was more that we have
Yeah.
time. We have a ton of built-in options, and I have faith
Right.
in Dr. Rubio and President Dice to, some things are gonna require 2 readings.
Right.
You're gonna know what, and sometimes you might even disagree, and if you err on the side of 1 reading and you're wrong, there's still a safety net.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
so, and there's gonna be some things you're not even gonna realize need 2 readings.
Exactly.
Right.
So you're like, oh, I didn't know this was gonna go that,
You know,
Oh, totally.
it might be some member of the community points something out to us in
Yeah.
public comment.
Mhm.
Right, Right.
That's where,
You're like, this is a tour.
right,
that's the whole purpose of public comment,
exactly.
Yeah,
is to
get that.
get us more information
Mm-hmm.
and or the will of the people.
And for, so I think we can go forward with that Sound good. All right, so for questions in advance, no
Yeah,
surprises.
I'd like to talk about this one, because I think that we as a board have kind of fallen out of habit here.
This is,
And, you know, in respect for the team, and the team being not just the board and the superintendent, but the staff as well that are presenting, that, I feel that a lot of questions get asked at the table that, you know, at least so that the staff member who's presenting can be prepared with an answer, should be asked, you know, ahead of time, like it says, no surprises. But there's also questions that, can be asked and don't necessarily need to, that if asked in advance, then the presenter can then go over it in their presentation
Cover
rather
it.
than do their whole presentation and then go back and do 12 questions that if had asked ahead of time could have been built into the presentation.
And actually, I see where committees could help in some of that too, but yeah, I just had to say that out loud.
you know, I agree with what you just said, Joy, and even you, Melanie. And I weigh on both sides of this issue, you know, because
What you do?
no, and this is one of my main reasons why I believe if a person comes up to give a presentation, they need to be aware and ask themselves the hard questions so they can be prepared. I think they ought to know the board to the point whereas they should know what board member is going to ask what questions. Now, with that being said, you know, that doesn't always happen, and that's not the reality of it.
Okay, so
Hold on. So I'm with you. So I'm trying, and I am trying now to, email questions before a board member, before the board meeting, to prepare, staff before they get up there. But that's not always my preference. I'm trying to build in respect for the staff. But still, and then there's sometimes, I may not be able to get to that email and, I ask the question, at the board meeting. Now, I think in-depth questions, you're right. We should need to, we ought to email first. But I think a quick question along the lines.
I'm not saying
I know.
that there's no questions that are gonna
I
come
know.
up, but
I
I
know.
think in
Long detailed
respect
questions.
for the fact that they are very busy as well, that maybe that question slipped their mind, and why build in a precedent of, well, they should have thought about it, so they should be prepared for whatever I'm gonna ask. That's not a respectful relationship, that's not a working relationship. Plus, in respect for the fact that everybody here, staff included, don't like meeting until midnight. Like, if you ask the questions ahead of time, it's gonna cut out a good chunk of time out of the meeting.
I know, I agree with that.
I just think
I'm with you.
in the spirit of respect all around, and that we are a working team that's trying to work together to continue moving forward, the more advance,
I agree.
that we
I-
give.
I'm with you. Like I said, I'm trying to develop that habit.
and I know that,
So
again, we're
work
all
on it.
very busy, and that's not always possible. I
Thank
just
you.
would like to see a
Okay.
little more effort all around.
Okay, all right. I can respect that.
So, I think I have a different view on this. I think, I try to email the warrants questions that I have ahead of time. I may still ask them,
Yeah, you should.
because if I had a question about it,
Somebody
maybe
else has.
someone else might have too. But that's to give a heads up. It doesn't help to have someone come up and go, I don't know what that is.
Exactly.
That wouldn't be helpful now.
Yeah, so, and sometimes we have a lot of warrants.
Yeah,
It's not fraud, it just, but, so anyway, I try to do that, and I don't always do that, and that's unfortunate. I don't, I guess I think the highest priority for me is not to avoid surprises. The highest priority is to have a public discussion about this item, and some of that public discussion might not be, like, I don't think we should
Right.
I'm not into that,
Right.
but I'm like, we should have a full, fair discussion at the board meeting, in the public meeting, about this.
I agree, but back to one of the first things that you said, it doesn't help anybody if you ask somebody a question and they're like, oh, I didn't see that one coming, I don't have the answer to that, I'll have to get back to you. That just doesn't look good.
Yeah, so.
And it doesn't do us, you know, it doesn't give you the answers.
Yeah, so if I have something that I think like, they probably might not have thought of this, and I try to get those, but I don't send all of my questions ahead of time. And I would say 75% of the questions I ask at board meetings, I made up on the spot, or during the present, they come to me.
I've seen the
at the-
type of.
Yeah, so like I don't, I read everything and I have some questions, but I have even more questions when people start talking.
Right, that makes
And I
sense.
think that's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, maybe that wasn't clear to my fellow board members, but I'm not trying to, for me, hide and surprise people, I try to get those. But
Yeah, I got you.
anyway, that's,
I think there's a spectrum here for what questions we ask. And I think if something is on consent, then the implication is that it's a routine item. And I really feel like those questions, and that's where warrants come in. The majority of the questions on warrants are things we can email. Hey, you know, there's this $3.75 check to Safeway, can you explain that? And or other things that, again, are in that consent agenda. Really, those questions, there shouldn't, if you're gonna have 20 questions on a consent item, it probably shouldn't have been on consent, right?
That makes sense.
And except for warrants, because there's 3,000 of them, and so 20 questions on warrants is not bad. But then as we get into the more action items, and this is where it's the first time versus 2 times discussion, then we get into degrees of, there's certain things we're not gonna know until that presentation, you know, when they go over the budget and stuff, or the LCAP, or those things, and that's where it's incumbent on staff to be prepared for any question. Because these are big ticket, this is the, 75% of their job thing, and so we shouldn't be able to throw them for a loop. But somewhere in between those 2 items, there are things where, like, as Member Affelt said, all of a sudden he had a question that he didn't think he had thought of before. And it's okay for staff to say, you know what, that's a great question, we hadn't thought about that, we'll get back to you next week, and this is where we can go to tabling an item, etc. But I think it is a spectrum, because I think the more routine an item is, the more we should ask questions in advance. The more involved, and I'll go back to the LCAP, I almost think it's almost inappropriate to ask those questions in advance, because it's so important that we have that discussion in public. That's the whole purpose of it.
Having a public meeting.
You know, and so I that's my long-winded Miguel answer of, I agree with both takes.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
it's that, but there's a spectrum to those questions of,
Yeah.
I try to get my easy ones out early and emailed, but I think there's certain things that, they just said something different than what I thought this meant,
Sure.
so.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's true. I think the only caution I have, and why is very much, I agree with the spectrum. It is very true, because I do come up with a thought that came out of nowhere because something I heard. But I do think it's really important to, one, review material as best you can with what you have in front of you. But 2, also try to ensure that what you may raise, if it is in fact something brand new. I think LCAP is actually a really good example of what we were all, maybe y'all weren't learning, learning as we were going through it. So I mean that's some of those things you're going to be asking a question like, can you explain it? Go deep, into deeper, meaning of what this is, but especially some of the recommendations. I mean, I want to know, and it's unfortunate that staff couldn't do it right then. You know what I mean? So certain things I may raise and say, well, where did that come from? And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to ask you that question. And I think that's what was happening actually throughout that process, that we were going to, I'm going to ask you about this. I really want to get the detail, and people need to know what it is. So, I mean, those kind of ways, those are ways to, also kind of put information out there. So you're not guiding, where exactly what you're going to say, this is what I'm throwing out there. And I think that's helpful to help staff focus. I don't want to say focus, but make sure they're prepared to come. And I think it's just being conscious of the fact that there are 5 people with 5 different directions potentially, and wanting to make sure that the conversation is the right conversation and people are well informed when they leave it, instead of maybe having too many outstanding, unclear, items. I mean, that's just
Right.
generally.
Or, if we have questions that may be in-depth that we didn't think about before the meeting, that we didn't email, maybe we could add staff to come back to us, you know, at another date with the answer, or
Yeah, you
email,
do that.
or email us, you know, the answer to the question.
Yeah, we do that.
To, right, to maybe, you know, alleviate, having a longer conversation and prolonging the meeting.
I think in general, the more that myself and staff can inform all of you before meetings, and the more that you can inform us, the better. I mean, you know, as much as we can, outside of spontaneity and
Yes,
questions that
communication.
occur, you know, at the last moment.
Well, you know, I mean, I feel like it is important to raise what you've asked. I mean, for instance, I'm gonna be out for a meeting. If I have questions, I'm hoping you guys gonna know what those questions are, and there'll be some, you know, context, or, you know, there'll be some responses so you're aware. I mean, it has happened, travel, you know, we travel, so, you know, it's important that if there were questions, we honor. I think it was you, I'm trying to think if it was you, who sent me a copy of what you asked and maybe what you got back. And so I made sure that point was covered, and it might have been you or Josh, I'm trying to remember now. But I mean, that's the kind of thing, we have to make sure that we're benefiting from the questions asked, and as well as the community. So we are, you know, as transparent and whole as we can based on what's coming on the agenda. I mean, it's the best way to do it. But that's where it helps a lot, because I was as board president. That's what happened. I got the question. I might not have got the answer, but I made sure the question was asked. That was kind of what happened. So, you know, even if it was, you know, over my head or whatever, it was still, the question was asked, a response was provided, and, you know, and that's where we are.
But to the other extent as well, you know, I don't think that the board should, water down conversation or not have conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're saying any of this.
Yeah.
On items, because, you know, as we are saying, these are public meetings, and sometimes we need to have these conversations so the community can understand what we're saying, what's going on.
I just want to be able to have a conversation. Is my point.
Yeah.
I mean, I
We
think
have to
that's
have
our
a
point.
conversation.
I want to be able to have it. I don't want anybody sitting there flat-footed. I'm not saying this happens either. I'm just saying, just in general, and this is where I work as well. I don't want to be called on something and I had no idea they were going to be asking that because I haven't looked at it in 10 days. I mean, you know, it's just that kind of thing. It's just, you know.
The only other
it's a
point that I would
fix-all,
make
but-
is that, you know, the community that watches at home, for example, might look at an agenda and say, oh my God, I really want to know about this. And then we have the discussion, and then we ask staff questions that they weren't prepared for whatever reason, whether they just didn't think of it or they didn't have access to that information or what have you. So then it's like, okay, we'll talk about it in the next meeting. Well, that community member might not be available to come to the next meeting or watch the next meeting. So you want to be able to, you know, inform the community as much as possible, or they forget the next meeting. You know, just, so the more that we can have the discussion that is actually agendized on that day, I think is helpful for all that are involved. Because 2 weeks from now, might have a totally different,
We are gonna forget 2 weeks.
that's what I'm saying, so.
So it sounds like we're all in agreement that the highest principle here is having a full and robust discussion of the agenda item on the day it's agendized. And I agree with that principle. Whereas if I read our handbook, which, like I see Lindo's handprint in there saying, don't surprise me. And that's when
You
I
want to strike that part? You want to
Yeah.
strike that section?
It's like, my highest principle is not to avoid surprising you,
I don't want surprise either.
Superintendent. Yeah.
I don't want surprise either.
Like, my highest is let's have this, and, you know, we're not in it for gotcha, embarrass the
But you know what
staff.
it is?
We're in it to have the conversation and many times informing the superintendent and the staff ahead of time what our question is gonna lead to a more robust conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But not every
Yeah.
time.
Right.
So re-smithing this will help, because I do think this is what happened. We had a deadline, right? It had to be like by 12 o'clock Monday because it was going to cabinet, and cabinet was gonna have to come up with and be ready. I mean, that's because it was set up, it was not a setup, but it was set up to address it in that way too. So that's why a lot of it was comfort, but I don't wanna go there. But yeah, that's why that was there and how it reads that way, because you're right, spot on. It was how the structure was to address it. And that's why, I think if it were reworded, I would like it. I mean, I have no problem with it, but I agree with that philosophy, what you just said. I think everybody's pretty, right, it's the same.
Yeah, that was good.
I mean, I don't think, well, I'll just say, I don't think what you have here is not in alignment with what we're saying anyway. I mean, it's very polite to say, I did not ask this in advance, you may not have the answers, but here's some questions, I mean, I'm not sure opposed
Is
to.
it? No, not
How did the
opposed to
bubble?
that.
But
Not
I'd
bubble.
like staff to get in the habit of responding the way Christian does. That's an excellent question. I didn't see that coming. Just so that, let me work on that, I'll
That's
get
a
back to you.
unique perspective.
Just-
Well, but I was in I was in cabinet, and
Getting them right.
one of the things, and you're absolutely right about the structure, absolutely. But, in order to, support the board in their work, we felt it was important that as much as you know a question ahead of time, if we can be as best prepared as we can, that item everyone on the board will have their question answered, and we can move on that item. Otherwise, we're putting it off to the next meeting because there wasn't enough information. Or a staff person didn't anticipate the question and didn't know how to answer it. So we didn't want to hold up items either with
By not
questions
being
that could be
So
posed by the
that
board.
was
That's
part of
really
the
great.
principle that we elicited, right? Was to try to have the full, robust discussion and decide the item the day it's agendized. So that, I mean, I think that principle helps guide me on the Christian spectrum.
I like that.
I was waiting for those words to come back
I
together.
love that. It
You know,
just,
where you gonna?
I see like this.
We need to I need to figure this out, get these questions ahead of time to staff to make sure that they got the information there.
Just so we can support the board as much as we can during the meeting.
So if that is the
There
case.
might be other
with the
multitude
norm.
of LCAP and budget stuff that's like.
Yeah, you had all of those. So I was
That's
like, I'm
We
with
just-
you.
we
Gotta
gotta-
figure this out
I'm
there.
right behind you.
And that's where we go back to, that's a two-board thing. You
Yeah.
gotta be prepared, the bigger
Oh,
the
it's
item.
more than
Oh, that
two,
was
three.
like.
Yeah.
That was the four-
eight
that was
But,
meetings.
but again, we gotta plan for that, so
Yeah.
that we don't have to have a special meeting that I have to come to on a Tuesday night.
It was the Friday night that.
Oh, that Friday night was the
We had
one.
a couple
right?
Friday nights.
You can't talk, you weren't here in December?
So
kidding.
for so in terms of that, right, that norm, right, that we just affirmed that that's the right way to go. What is the cutoff time for you guys though? When do you need that
That's a
information
helpful question.
from us?
It was helpful when we had gave you a time for at one point in the LCAP. That's a great question.
I don't think you want it on Wednesday morning.
Well, I thought it says noon the day of the board meeting sometime.
In here?
It's not on here, is it?
Well, so the truth is, as President Dice alluded to, there was a whole structure in place. And I think as long as we can get it soon enough to research it or to have an answer for you the day of the board meeting.
So we
And I
can-
don't think that's a hard.
Well, when are we
fast
getting
number.
information to them?
So if we get the board packet on Friday, as long as you get that question on Monday, Tuesday,
That's
you
enough
okay?
Yeah,
time.
I think so,
I think close of business Monday,
yeah, that's reasonable.
so
Otherwise, you'll just
occasionally
free for
have
all.
weekend plans, not off, but
Right.
occasionally.
Yeah.
Right?
But
And yeah, I can tell you that my board packets get read, spread out over Sunday night, Monday night, and Tuesday night. So that's.
And that's between 10 and 2, right?
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. That's the board packet reading time.
Quiet.
What time? To what time?
10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
So,
Maybe you put that on pen.
Yeah, and I think, John, to your point,
so
I
I
mean,
guess Wednesday morning would be,
or,
you might see a question from me.
Yeah, you might get it though. I mean, you might get well, they'll know. You'll
Yeah.
know about it.
Yeah,
They
and
may not
I
have a
don't,
response.
I don't
you know.
necessarily need
Yeah,
the response before the board meeting.
yeah.
It's just,
It's gonna happen. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say it.
Well,
Hopefully.
but maybe we go ahead and put a time down in the day just as a practice to try
Pin it
to as a
down.
goal.
well, you have a time, as I said.
Oh, where's it at? I'm sorry.
At number 3.
Well, that staff may not be able to address
questions
after.
submitted after 12
Yeah.
p.m. the day of the meeting.
But the goal would be to hit the close of business Monday.
or John, I mean, I just put this out there, as you go through it on Sunday, if you got a question, you know, shoot it off on Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, no,
No, he'll shoot them off.
Well,
It's
let's,
fine.
may we go ahead and add that, what Melody just said?
Yeah.
As a
Close of
goal.
business Monday.
I know, it may not work.
It may
it
make some
doesn't,
exceptions.
well, I'm just telling you, it's not gonna work for me, to close the business Monday. It
Gotcha.
might for
Say like no.
a
If you
third of
get-
the time.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you guys are
But I
okay
think
with
the point here is just to have the norms established. If you're gonna be outside the norms all the time, it's okay. if four
Well,
of
you're not
us are
saying all
working
the time
within
either,
it,
you're
you
saying
know.
maybe.
I am saying.
Oh, well, now,
I'm just telling you it's my practice, so you can, you know,
Oh,
it's
so
like,
what-
do
what-
we have an agreement that we
I
don't, because
misunderstood.
that's not when I, you know.
But you can be the one
It's nice-
outlier, it's okay.
It's nice to not be the one outlier for a change.
Yeah. So wait, so what, I misunderstood, so it's not the weekend you're looking at, what?
No, I'm looking at it typically Monday night and Tuesday night, and sometimes Saturday night too. Weekends, some
So-
family stuff.
Got it, I'm with you, I'm just wondering now, do we make it by Wednesday morning at 9 AM? Is that what we'll
That, you could always get me
Alright.
Wednesday morning.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
So would that be reasonable? That would be reasonable, I guess.
So the point for me though is make sure you guys have,
Right.
I don't think you want everybody giving you the questions when they can do it sooner, it's okay,
As
I'm
soon
just
as
saying, it's just
possible.
okay. I mean,
Or go
As soon as
Tuesday.
possible, but no
Yeah,
later than Wednesday.
either Monday
Yeah, that's fine.
at close of business or Tuesday at close of business.
As soon as possible, but no later than Wednesday at 9 AM.
That's
That's
fine.
fine.
Okay.
That's cool.
I
That's
think
good.
As long as you guys, but we all know we're trying to do it sooner than that, I mean, that's really the point.
Fair enough.
I'd rather you guys be prepared than me be prepared to send you my questions. I don't have questions all the time. Oh yeah, I forgot about that when I'm there, so. Okay, so that takes care of the no surprises. Keeping informed.
Do you want no surprises stricken?
Yeah, I don't like
Where
that
is that?
anymore.
We're not
Or-
trying to surprise anybody, it's not trying to be
Yeah, I
a
was trying to
gotcha
go
thing.
back to this, the other option, remember I thought would be, we asked them to get us the board agenda by the Wednesday before, and then we can get them the questions sooner,
Well,
you know?
that's-
Yeah, that
Ooh,
we
I
tried
like
that. We
I
tried
like
I
that.
do like it, I
Yeah, we tried that.
Well, and you know,
Back
it's,
into the corner.
It used to, it used,
and I'm sorry to, but
Go ahead.
I'm comfortable with, you know, the agenda doesn't change too much between Wednesday and Friday. There's one or two items that get finalized, so you could send it to us, you know, a draft agenda or something, and I should have paid better attention during the Brown Act presentation, but I mean, if you get us 75% of the agenda on Wednesday, you could update it again on Friday, even if you publish it to the web. I mean, it was very clear in his,
Yeah, that was
you know,
helpful. actually.
that you could do it, and so if you publish it on Wednesday as, you know,
This
this
is
is
our
the first
goal.
draft of the agenda, then that takes care of 75% of the questions. Now you're not getting at 9 AM Wednesday morning.
So you could at least see because even if it's just the agenda, it doesn't have to be everything. I might not have all the materials, might not have all the pack.
Right, because that all has to be there by Friday, and then get us the agenda, and we can start knowing what questions we have.
So as a practice, can we push out a draft agenda on Wednesdays?
Sure.
Just the agenda,
That's
and
right.
anything we have ready.
And yeah, anything, I mean, like I said, 75% is probably ready by Wednesday.
that has the president.
I'm way too much
I
faith
don't
in you.
know.
Come on.
Yeah, I have to check with her. You may be right. I don't know if it's at quite that high percentage.
Well, you know, I have to say that one of my little beefs is that other
Do you have any
districts, other districts have a deadline that is way before. I
Yeah.
mean, the city has like a 10-day,
Yeah.
and
10 day.
around here, people come to me on Friday morning with, you know, on bent knee. That's not fair to the board, it really
To
isn't
put
fair to
stuff on the
me.
agenda
Yeah.
for Friday,
Yeah,
Yeah.
post it.
or
So it's
the
a culture
backup
shift.
material,
Yeah.
and it drives me crazy.
Culture shift.
It's just, people do not respect the deadline.
Yeah, yours really needs to be Thursday, end of the day, 5 PM or something.
At my job, if I don't have it on, the agenda window closes like the day after, so there's 2 weeks between board meetings. I go to the board meeting that night, the next morning I'm on my laptop, getting my next agenda items in.
Yeah,
Same
because it won't be
Yeah.
accepted,
You know.
really.
The same thing in Berkeley.
I know.
Yeah, theirs is like do a week before.
Because then
know
they
that.
go to cabinet and they have a week to discuss them
Yeah,
before they get published online,
yeah.
you know? And so the board isn't getting it 10 days before, but the cabinet really is.
Right.
And they're really taking time, and they can always put things at the last minute, but plebes like me may not. So,
Then we can talk more about that.
Yeah.
I
So,
like
yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
that's
I
we're
can
a
gonna
help.
have for another month, so.
Good.
I like this.
I know, right?
process.
It helped.
Now, it used to be,
Mondays.
when I joined the board, we had meetings on Monday.
Mhm. So we
Which
got
in
it.
some ways I like better than Wednesday, but we still got the board packet on Friday. So then you really had no choice but to cry out.
Oh, well, yeah.
So I
We got more
actually,
time in this one.
it makes the job more doable for me the way we're currently set up.
At least got more time in that other side, but it is,
Yeah.
it's your.
But you, that's an
facilitating.
internal thing that you guys.
Nightmare.
To be
Yeah.
snarky, we set board policy and we could say the agenda we're gonna have meetings on Monday and the agenda has to be in by the Tuesday before, period, and then you're bound by that, right, because it's our policy, so.
Sure, we could.
I don't
I'm just
recommend
saying
it.
superintendent.
I'm not saying
I'm saying
that, but I'm simply saying that
The
that's.
superintendent can say
Yeah,
that, like
yeah.
you wanna get it on the board agenda, get it to Lisa by
Yeah,
Thursday.
yeah.
We can set
Don't
it
say
up.
use
Or
us,
whatever.
Yeah.
use us, if you need us to
Yeah,
do
if
something,
you wanna
play,
play.
use us.
So,
Saying.
that's the,
Recommendation from the superintendent, if need be, I mean, that's helpful. So anything there? So we're okay with leaving no surprises or striking that phrase?
right, no surprise.
Right, no
I
surprise.
think that's the right thing here. All right, keeping informed. I like to be informed. I don't wanna know every detail, but I like to be informed. I think that's pretty standard.
Yeah, that, we can't do what we did the last one.
No, I'm not feeling that often. Oh, you know,
I was gonna say that, Lisa.
Well, there was the idea.
That I was gonna wait this committee, but I didn't know what it's already at.
Wait, what are you, I'm not sure what you're.
Yeah, he's talking about the same thing,
Yeah,
about meeting with the superintendent on where he is.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, actually, yeah, I'm trying to know what thing you're referring to. We haven't done this, and I think we should set it, and it'd be nice if we could figure it out now in terms of what possible days work. On the meetings that I've had, not almost weekly, with Melody, when we're looking at agendas, we're talking about topics, Melody and I were talking about the idea of rotating, in that, dinner meeting, one of you every other week. That would be helpful to me. It's just that I would need to know, and we could have this conversation now, just to get it done, I think would be helpful. Melody and I have been doing that usually on Monday, Tuesday, sorry.
Before the week before the meeting?
No, we've been doing
We
almost,
got-
oh yeah, the week
it's almost
before the
every
week.
week.
No,
Well,
we do
you
it
do
every other,
going back beyond.
not on board meeting
Weeks,
weeks,
okay.
usually, it's usually the other.
Okay.
The other, okay,
Yeah.
so twice a month,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, at one point, we were
would
hitting
not-
one every
yeah,
week.
yeah, yeah.
I
Got a
just-
lot to do.
I do it. So, but it would be nice to have a rotation, so that it's not just Melody and I twice a month, that we can go, so it's Melody, Christian and I, then 2 weeks later it's Melody, Miguel and I,
Right.
Melody, John and I.
Right.
So I think it would be helpful to us as a team and
Yeah,
organization.
let's continue that. I mean,
Well, we-
And the thing is, we've been doing it, I have a schedule for me right now, and I know I'm the board president through December, but, which is okay. Which is all right. But, it's worked that out well, and I think actually for both of our schedules, this is an evening thing, so this has been like,
It's better.
you
Six
know,
p.m.
yeah, it's
Usually
like
It's better than 7 a.m. We
Yeah,
used
those
to have.
breakfast
That
meetings
early
are
don't
awful.
work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so 6 is better for, I think, for me.
6 p.m.,
Yes,
6 a.m.
6
Ooh.
p.m.
I mean, I love, but I don't wanna
I'm a
stay
6
here.
a.m. person, so.
You are?
You what?
Yeah.
You
I
are?
could probably, but I could
No,
probably
not
do
me
some
either.
early, I mean, I could probably do some early if I know.
No, dinner would
maybe
be
we
better
could do,
than
but
breakfast,
dinner is
yeah.
a little bit easier.
Yeah, but I can't.
Do I have
no,
to
gotta
vote
go
on
to
this?
kids.
Want to clarify?
No, no, no.
Can you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's one thing John makes, we could have now.
Oh,
Maybe so.
wow,
That was John
okay.
Day.
Well, yeah, what you
Dijon chicken.
Oh, that's. It's a protein,
Dijon
it's a
chicken.
protein, then.
Yeah.
And I can't say that, because that's one more thing that I can. So, so what does Tuesday night look like as a 6 p.m. possibility, you know?
Generally Tuesday.
Generally Tuesday.
Tuesday's a good day for me.
It'd be, I mean, if you're on rotation, it's only gonna be
Right.
once every,
So
I
all
don't have
every
anything
month.
on
Whatever.
Tuesday. I don't have anything on Tuesday.
so maybe Lisa, can you help us create a schedule?
Yeah, generally okay, and you know, obviously if my week comes up
Yeah, you definitely.
and I'm traveling that day.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just rotate.
We'll switch with someone,
Oh,
or
yeah,
we
yeah.
do a Wednesday that week.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty fluid. I mean, I think it's worked out really well because it's definitely an informal opportunity, and we have a brand new superintendent who needs to you know, ramp up in so many ways. So it's been really helpful. I
Yeah,
think.
I
It's
agree.
good.
I bet you don't feel new anymore.
I don't
know,
feel
right?
new,
I know
but
that
I
word.
still feel new.
Right.
Everything ready to fall down.
Feeling slightly like a you go. Sorry.
And I think it gives the governance team a better way of understanding one another and building relationships with the team. You know, having those, what we call them, 2-on-1 meetings?
Yeah.
So it, you know, it helps with the camaraderie.
Absolutely. So
Yeah, they're at
Lisa,
McDonald's right
so Lisa
And
will
I
help
eat
us
the
do
chicken.
it the week
I eat
before the board
chicken.
meeting, Tuesday evening, Melody +1. Yeah, alright,
That's good.
sounds great.
Okay.
That's helpful, that
I'm glad
sure.
you said that, I forgot.
Yeah, me.
Keep me informed.
I was on it, but I was going to the committee. So I didn't know if that.
Another place, huh?
Yeah,
How do board members propose new agenda items? Is that pretty clear?
going through the president and order to sue the president.
And then we try to find a
Or
way
you
to get it
could,
on.
or you
there?
could raise it at a board meeting.
Yeah, I think at that, board member comments, I think we do a lot of that there.
Board report.
Board reports. Staff reports. Oh, can I add something here? So, I know we don't have all day for this, but, the committee, I think we usually say that about this, but, staff reports, I think it would be really helpful. One of the things that came up for me last year and probably before that was the fact that we had guiding principles, and I know this is like this long story, but it's not. We have guiding principles of the district, 3 Gs, right? 3 GP and, or GP3, whatever, and, before, at one point, when they first came about, there had to be a connection, or there had to be some sharing of those guiding principles, how they were living every day was essentially, what they look like on the ground. And I feel like we are eons away from having done that, and probably have lost quite a bit of meaning behind what the intent was, or even what someone's interpretation of what that was in action. So, I think it would be helpful, and it's not, and even if this is LCAP, I think it's both, right? I mean, I think if a report we're getting addresses LCAP on any level, I'd like to know where people are drawing that, from too. So, I was just gonna highlight there, if there would be some, interest in having connections about, where we're going and our identity, I don't know, identity, whatever, our guiding principles and LCAP, just as an example. Because unfortunately, superintendent's former district, I saw it in their agenda. In their agenda, they highlighted, it was guiding principle. It was, thank you, it was this or that, and it was tied to LCAP. I mean, it was
You're
called
saying
out in the agenda.
Every agenda item, it says like what part of our mission, vision, or values are we
Exactly.
addressing.
And I
in this
think you
agenda.
lose so much when you're just kind of, and some things may not be,
that.
might not be clearly a link to something, but I think we need to, in order to like shore up what we're doing or what we've done, is to make sure we're always reaching back and holding up those, those pillars.
You think every agenda item would say, this is guiding principle 3.
Yeah,
What that is,
priority
and
X.
LCAP goal.
Yeah, that would be good.
1.1.
And that can
and maybe
ensure-
some won't do it, right, but most should, I mean,
Yeah, that'd
everything
help.
almost should, but.
No, we use, and if I talk about my own school board meetings one more time, you can tell me to be quiet.
Right.
We use electronic school board, and when I fill out my board docket item,
You have to click which
I have to
one.
click, it's a drop-down menu, and I can add at least one, I have to add at least, well, I don't even know, I've never put one forward without adding one.
Yeah.
But I can actually add 3 or 4 to it, because it overlaps, and so it's, and I don't know that you guys use one.
No, we use agenda
So-
online, I would really have to see about the format.
Well, even if it's
Yeah.
like,
But what about,
space-based.
what about agreeing that it's maybe in background? When you get a write-up, there's
Oh, yeah.
purpose,
Yeah.
staff
If the last 2
recommendation.
lines are LCAP and GP, whatever, guiding principles. I mean, I think it would help. I mean, that's just how I felt, and I
It
really
should be
was pretty
separated out.
impressed. Yeah.
Like its own colon.
Well, I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, just
So-
space it, and then it's down there as
Yeah.
its own section.
But it's not like, and remember at the end of background, put in a sentence on this.
Well,
I think it gets
Well,
lost.
so you're saying,
Information there.
here's what a write-up looks like.
Right.
So you're saying it's got,
Its own section.
create its
Yeah,
own section.
right, own
Yeah.
section,
Right.
right.
Yeah,
So the
I
last
think,
thing, right,
agenda online,
so new
I'll ask
ha-
them if
a
they can do that
new
for us.
topic.
And what do you wanna call it?
It's a goal, right, or
School district focus areas.
area focus, yeah.
Area.
Yeah, that
Or
works.
strategic initiative that supports, I don't know what your principle,
Principal /
Or it's gonna be.
whatever the verbiage, whatever the
Goal
verbiage
for
is
the
in those,
LCAP.
and do the both
See,
guiding principles.
yeah, the GP3.
So,
So,
Well, I
GP
mean,
is so-
three guiding
Priority.
principles.
so guiding principle that supports, or, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
So
it's a
whatever-
question, which column in the LCAP are you want the goal column, or you want the priority column?
that's
On the old form template or new template?
But one thing I would like to see in our staff presentations is once we do a presentation, you know, and let's say student achievement, something to that nature, you know, even the teacher recruitment, that we come back with a follow-up, let's say in the spring. For fall presentation, we come up with some type of follow-up in the spring, you know, of how the process, you know, how the procedure,
Plan, what
you
the
know, what, you know,
implementation.
how the plan has been implemented from the fall to where we are currently
That's
in the
only a healthy
spring.
way to do
That
things.
makes sense?
Which plan, I'm sorry, which plan?
Any plan. I mean, you know, whether it be, you know, school site council, whether it be student achievement, you know, whether it be sports, whether it be teacher recruitment, you know, come up with a follow-up that next semester to let us know, you know, how the implementation or how the plan, how the assessment, you know, the update on it and, you know, how it's going.
I'm with you, I'm just thinking.
That should be
Right.
part of the staff reports as opposed to an agendized item, right? They should come back and say, hey.
Right.
You know.
Right.
It could be you, it could be HR, it could be, but the staff should come up and present.
That makes sense?
No, it does, I'm just wondering, it'd be nice if we had a structure to support it happening, so I don't just say yes to you right now.
Right, well, I'm just throwing out there.
No, but I mean, like, I agree with you, but I'm just wondering how do we add a little more integrity to it?
And that-
The idea would be that, what was the other page you just showed?
But why you think, I think that goes along having a calendar, you know, of agendized items throughout the year.
We're gonna get you.
I know.
Wasting looking at you.
Well, it could be, I mean.
have one of those.
I know.
you
So,
could-
so you could also just have on this template, board requested follow-up date, blank line.
Oh, yeah.
So that anytime the board wants to, you
Okay.
know, you could say, you know, Mr.
Yeah.
Timber,
Add
could we
another
add this
section.
date, we'd like this to come back in the month of January.
But
But
somebody's
I
gonna
wouldn't know
check
that
that
till
date.
after that's published.
You wouldn't know, no, this would be blank.
It wouldn't be on the form.
It wouldn't
It
do
would be
it.
on the
Well,
form.
I'm trying to get it somewhere.
So, I mean, we should have a wall.
Okay, have
You
another
wanna put it
idea.
on the form
I
so
want
that people
Yes.
remember.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, this
have
is
it
the
filled
write-up,
in
which is-
At the meeting.
Right,
be on
so
the write-up.
this is, I don't think this is the place, this is the write-up.
Cause
But
it
what
doesn't
about
matter.
if we do it on the agenda under reports?
Oh, yeah.
And have staff report, there's the ETA, the CSEA, we may add PTOs back, there's the superintendent's report, the board president's report. It could be another item, staff report.
Board requested follow-up date.
It could, you're talking about two different things.
Oh, wait, where was that?
She's just talking about where they would come back
On
and
the
report
agenda.
it, would be
I'm
during the
looking for a
report
place
section.
for it to be, a placeholder
But
on the agenda.
On the agenda to be
Superintendent's
reports.
talking about how do we remind the
Ourselves.
board members at the board meeting
At the same meeting.
to request it
Hmm.
with a specific date so that it later
Yeah.
is reported on.
I
So
see.
we actually do what we're saying.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
clarification.
You're welcome.
So Ms. Tamari keeps the calendar, doesn't she, since she's the
Well,
secretary?
so, you know, there's a
That's
kind of
another
a
story.
tortured little story about
Yeah,
this.
yeah, let's talk about it.
I always did a board content calendar, and it really hit the skids for a lot of reasons.
It's good way to put it.
And I certainly can, I mean, there are definitely items that come to the board regularly. And it would be very easy to resurrect the board content
Well,
calendar.
here's
So let me,
question.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, my question is, after wherever we have this, the items that are being reported out, can we, as a practice, start to just include a line after that that says, so, Mark Bonet, da-da-da-da-da, whoever presents this. As a regular practice, if we had another line on the agenda that said, board requested follow-up date blank, and we leave it
Are
blank.
you talking about the agenda or the minutes?
I'm talking about wherever, well,
Did you-
an item was thinking on agenda will help us remember.
I don't, well,
Well,
We
so
go back to
Mike-
it.
where do we do it so we actually do this?
I
If you-
think
here's
that
my-
content calendar is a
Well,
thing.
before we get into the, I'm not saying no to that. I guess my question is, I don't know what your system looks like that you use the, what do you call it, school, online?
Agenda online.
Agenda online.
CSBA
So-
product.
With Agenda Online, are all the agendas editable for the whole year? Because maybe what we can do is at that board meeting, if member Dwin says, hey, can we follow up with this in March? Can you pull up a March agenda and actually put it on there right away?
So
Well,
block
so
plan.
that
So-
would entail Lisa Tamer going in and creating every agenda for the whole year.
Right.
And, it's a possibility.
Or we keep an Excel file.
Yeah, or it's right, I
We
mean,
keep an Excel file
Yeah.
just
But tell me what the intent is.
The
I'm
intent-
following what
the
this
intent
is.
was-
I mean, what I do is, when I take notes, when the board is asked for a follow-up, I'm the one who takes the notes and gets back to Mark Bonet and says, you know, the board wants you to
Yeah, sure,
follow up
yeah.
on this. So,
And what we're saying, we want
sometimes
that
it doesn't
agenda.
happen.
well,
Right.
that is true.
And so that we want
And
like
it wasn't
a
because
public.
it wasn't.
Yeah,
we're not
because
thinking,
it
we don't
wasn't
think you're
the way.
not, yeah, we don't think you're the one
So how do we get a
following
public
that.
record of it, so we remember, hey.
And the
let's do a
minutes aren't
follow-up
enough?
on that.
The minutes won't be
No.
enough.
No, we're trying to add something to the process,
Yeah.
I think.
Think about it, let's think, you know,
So
think
yeah,
about
I
it.
mean, because to me, that's it, there's certain things on the agenda throughout the year that come up, you know. I mean, like, we should already be planning when we're gonna have our first LCAP meeting, right? So we're not having to have, because it's, like I said, it was 4 meetings. Let's see if we can get it down to 2.5. But that would be, you know, the first one should be March 15th, right? And the next one would be April 1st, and then,
So I think one of the things we used to do was that we had the content calendar was provided to the board quite often, if I'm not mistaken, when we were back in paper days. So that may be the way, I mean, as things get added to it, that the board is current with what is intended to be in the time and space. Because I think we used to put like, it's gonna be this quarter, we don't know when, but we all knew to hold ourselves accountable to making sure that happened, so.
Yeah.
I think the
That
key
might
is
be-
making sure it happens.
Yeah.
Because as Member Atfield
Yeah,
said, there was
that's true.
times,
Yeah.
and it wasn't just with the budget,
No, I
it was
know.
with
It was a lot
I
of
know.
stuff.
A lot of
It was
stuff.
a lot
That's
of
why-
stuff.
that we asked for to come back and never came back.
And that's why the calendar kind of disappeared,
Right,
right? It
right.
wasn't being followed and it wasn't
Right.
useful at a point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but that's a
So-
good point, that's a good
Yeah,
point.
so I think it's something we need to kind of think about, maybe even,
But I think that the
because you
person,
mentioned this
the,
before,
Yeah.
this is an ongoing issue for you.
so I think the important piece is that, I mean, honestly, I'm just saying content calendar, make sure the board has it, cause then we're holding one another. Especially if things are getting added to it, just that next version is going out to the board, cause that was actually useful.
Yes.
And we could hold whomever responsible for not getting that information back to us, or what, you know, whatever it was. And that's how you anticipate or have
That
expectations,
is
so, it was helpful.
Yeah, I just wanted to get.
So everybody agreement on the adding components tied to the principles as well as the LCAP priorities, I guess is the question. And then also getting content calendar, out or in some form or fashion, some way that is transparent, what things are gonna be revisited, I guess.
You on it, you on it?
Deliberations kind of stands alone, right? I mean, it's what it is. Trustee presence at district events. I know that came up. Any questions about that in particular, anybody?
And I think the only questions we had was answered by Josh earlier,
Okay.
what the Brown Act issues are.
And just make sure we're all aware, right?
That if district conversation comes up, one of us needs to walk away.
Walk away. All right, trustees visiting schools. Now, this was something I know we always talked about how to, you know, it's always best to inform the superintendent when we're gonna be visiting a campus, just as an example. And I don't see a problem with that, but I don't know how folks, I think we need to revisit it and make sure that's gonna be the consistent practice.
No, I'm very fine with informing the superintendent and the principal.
You don't wanna fill out a form?
I'm not filling out no form, no evaluation, I'm not doing none of that, you know, and this is something, Pat, you.
So you're talking about the board policy that would need to be amended then?
That's in the board policy, that form?
I'm not
I
amending
have
it
to
just
go
because
back
he's so
and-
against it.
But I have no problem, you know, informing individuals when I'm coming to, coming to the site at all.
Dr. Rubio, do you want us to inform you, or is the principal sufficient?
I think, in
Or just
normal,
both?
in normal times, the principal will be sufficient.
And see,
I will copy Lisa.
no, I
Lisa
mean,
know where I'm going.
but what
That's
the issue in the past few years was that the superintendent, I don't really even think wanted the board members to even visit the sites,
That's not an option.
you know? And if we did, we had to go through this long process of evaluating classrooms and this and that.
To have
And
purpose, to
that
have a specific
was
purpose.
never
When you go,
the
you have this purpose.
purpose of board members going, you know, to visit the schools, to do an evaluation of the classroom.
That was part of the process.
Yeah, for the past, couple of years. So the fact, and I think it was some insecurities, with the board members going to the site.
I think board members should go when they want to go and let the principal know.
So that's
Do you want to, but that,
I don't have to know. I think that's a courtesy if you want to let me know, CC me.
I feel like, if I tell the principal I'm gonna be at ESS, they're gonna let you know.
Oh.
And so I don't have to let you know and have them let you know.
It depends on the principal.
Your principal's gonna let you know.
If they're a new principal, they might.
Yeah. So I mean, so that's my question. Do you want us to, cause I can add you to the email as well. It's that simple. Or Miss Emery.
Well, I mean, say no,
So,
you
and then
don't
I
have
want to address the evaluation thing. Not only would I not be against us doing an evaluation of a classroom, I worry we'd run into CTA issues.
Yeah.
It's like a teacher, we don't want any evaluatory information
Exactly.
on a teacher outside of the prescribed evaluation process.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, haven't filled out any evaluations.
I don't either.
And my understanding
We're
is.
gonna end early for that.
Well, except the superintendent. Which is my job.
I hate being the old lady here, but may I remind you that this happened because of a board member.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
where I was gonna say. that.
And it had nothing to do with the superintendent. and
So maybe we
it
should
became
check their
very-
language,
Okay, I can.
and we can
It was
bring it
a board
back.
member's desire.
I'm curious.
I remember.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Yeah,
It did happen, I was a witness, but I will say, it's probably an action item for us to go and, pull that language and see, make sure we have it flexible enough that it's not a requirement of visiting campus, because I think that had its own, if a person wanted to go and become an evaluator,
I still think.
they did, yeah, I mean, that was kind of,
Reevaluate
that was the
and
problem. So, that help? Okay.
Oh,
So does that help? So an action item, we'll revisit the language and all that? Okay. All right, so, board evaluation. We never evaluate ourselves. Oh, okay,
Do it
on
every 4
here,
years.
Ray and Associates offered a free service to the, board, and it was not necessarily, it was to, work with Dr. Rubio on establishing probably this very thing maybe. But I'm just curious if the board was interested. It was a service that was free. It was a free service that they offered to new superintendents and boards in terms of relationship. And just wanted to know the board's interest in finishing out. We did a survey right after we concluded the search process. Some didn't go online.
right.
And do you want them to finish that process essentially? Is the question, I guess.
The firm, the consulting
Yeah,
firm?
Rand, it's free, we don't have to pay for anything. So for those who haven't filled it out, and you probably didn't, because you probably didn't have it yet, you might have done it, but I'll make sure you have it so you can, fill it out. So we just finish out the process?
Ray.
They just sent me a reminder.
Yeah, I
that
saw
day.
Sure,
so-
I mean.
I know, it's kinda like, it'd be cool to go through a free exercise.
So that, like, on the one hand, I agree.
Wait, is this a special meeting?
I know, hopefully we can put it in our agenda.
Yeah, actually, let's not have it special, that's for sure.
So, a special meeting and exercise, two things I do not support.
But, yeah, I mean, on the other hand, are they gonna
Except for
come and
students.
present at
Do a pitch
at a
show.
meeting of,
What our results are.
already
Yeah.
highly dysfunctional board, and these are your weak, I mean, they're, which is, hey, why not?
Oh, this
I
was
don't
the
think we are.
board's evaluation?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard.
Oh, yeah.
I think we got beat up before, I don't feel it.
We never got beat up.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, we heard Josh say we're well
We
functioning.
have.
No, we've always been a good board. This-
Counterpoint to that, we pay Josh.
That's it.
No,
We paid Ray and
Slightly
Associates. too.
So how about this? How about I propose this? I'll work with Ray to find out what exactly they will be laying out for us,
Yeah.
and then we could bring it back to a regular board meeting when I have more details on exactly what, what they
What they're
come up with.
offering.
Yeah, because they just sent like a little blast. You got this free service kind of
Right,
thing.
right.
So
So, not opposed to it, but
Okay.
it's like, if it's, I
What the
guess,
effort
I'm
looks
only
like.
in support of it if it seems meaningful and worthwhile.
Helpful.
Okay.
It seems like we
And
did we do that
We did.
last year's retreat with performance bag?
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah.
Some kind of board.
Oh, yeah, we did
evaluation.
do, yeah.
It was timely,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
We had to be
But we
sure.
never got the results, did we?
Yeah, we never got.
We got the-
I think we
that
never,
part.
I think we
Never
never
got
actually
the
did a
Right,
meeting.
we got right, we.
Yeah.
That'd be another bill.
Oh, my God.
You're terrible.
I'm sorry.
Let's avoid that.
That's hard to let that one go.
Terrible. All right, so,
starting that over here, Rubio.
okay, all right, so I'll research, I'll figure out what those components are and bring back to the board at a regular board meeting, just to see if there's interest or not. And then responding to media is our last little section. According to our bylaws, the board president is set up, or they designate someone, or is that what it is, superintendent. Representing the district as governing spokesperson in conjunction with the superintendent, the board president. So the superintendent. So, that's pretty clear.
We don't have a PI, public information.
Yeah, we don't have, we had before. We don't any longer. Oh, no. Responding to community complaints. I mean, everything else is pretty set out straightforward and it's consistent with our bylaw. Well, these are our bylaws, just highlighted. So
But
that's-
this is actually good. I like to see us be able to receive, all right, listen, smile, and thank them. You know, explain their point of satisfaction or repeat what they're saying. Remind that you have no authority as an individual. Redirect them to the system at the appropriate level and report to superintendent.
And that's our lives.
Laid out pretty well.
That is our lives. All right, well, disclosure of closed session information. We really did this in the Brown Act, which is really great.
We're good,
So, yeah, we're good. All right, well, that concludes that section. We do have a number of action items, so, there's some changes in language and, definitely some,
I move that we adopt the changes in
revisions.
language, yeah, as presented.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Well, second.
Oh, yeah, we did strike some. Oh, you're awesome. Okay. Any objections to that? And, so roll call, please, Dr. Rubio?
Sure. Member Appel,
Yes.
Member Dwin,
Yes.
Member Pats,
Yes.
Member Dice,
Yes.
Member Ash.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So
Member
we need a
Adele.
break, a 5-minute break?
Did we need a public comment on
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry.
No, I thought he left you out of the vote. I didn't hear him.
No.
You voted,
Oh, okay.
you
Thank you.
voted no?
No.
Oh, yeah, you did.
I voted.
Oh, you voted yes?
No, John,
He's like,
Yeah.
he said no.
So we're gonna take a
He
5-minute break?
No, I think
Just
he
so
thought
you,
it was
you know, Dr. Rubio, you actually have to ask us to vote in a specific order, so you may have to talk to Ms. Cameron.
Oh, do I need to go in order? Oh, I'm just going.
There is a specific
All
order.
right.
5-minute
She changed
break.
that recently,
All right.
so.
5-minute break.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
I noticed she stepped out right before the vote.
No, they not.
We literally on everything.
She called me, I'm like, no, take me off of some of these things.
Different
Don't
time.
exist.
You got set up at some point, huh?
My schedule's about to get really tight.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's true.
Most of the
Can you
time,
be on the committee?
I don't know.
You guys have a lot of happy
Yeah,
days?
yeah, yeah.
Do they meet in my living rooms on
I
Saturday nights?
got one planned for you already.
All right, so,
I got one for you.
Dr. Rubio.
Well, thank you for this.
How's my name on everything?
Yeah, you
Well, the stuff
volunteered
that
for like
I'm on, it's not
There it
even
is.
on
There
there.
it is. It needs to be a
This is
discussion.
not
What's
happening.
that?
I'm the whole board.
Oh, yeah.
Communications and,
Yeah, why come we didn't put all that on there?
curriculum.
Yeah, what happened to those two committees?
Food.
We're the board president, yeah.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
You guys are making no sense.
Oh, I got it.
I nominate Miguel.
Yeah,
Second.
anybody need another calendar? Another one of these?
You might as well have two, you're gonna need it.
That's pretty good.
You guys
So,
are
all
not
right, so
right.
here's the first philosophical question for us.
Of the
Y'all at every
day.
meeting?
Of the day.
The first philosophical question regarding this topic is, do we need this year, can I handle all these committees? And so when I glanced at these originally, I was looking at them, I think, my last time I looked at them was with Melody. I was kind of looking primarily at the facilities committee and the finance committee, to be honest with you. I mean, curriculum and communication are two things I want to be focused on. Excuse me, wait a minute. Facilities? Yeah, facilities and finance. So I'm gonna be focused on communication and curriculum on an ongoing basis, and I don't mind if we have those as committees, but if I were asked by the board you know, superintendent, which would you prioritize? It would be facilities and finance probably for this coming year.
For the structure.
And your feeling is, is what exactly on communications and curriculum? That
Can
you
I-
don't need the help on that?
Can I highlight something?
Sure, before I answer.
So,
I think I got an attorney in the
So
room.
I'll note, yeah, you do.
Don't answer that question.
Pseudo fake attorney right here. But, so what happened is that every committee that is staffed or board or superintendent was all manned by a staff member, an administrator in the district. As you mentioned,
thank you.
we don't have that group of folks that were three,
So IT director.
three,
was
literally,
Facility complete, with, I guess, communication.
four.
C&I director
And
committees.
all of them.
Good curriculum. So
Every last
I'm
one.
working on those things, but.
Well,
but-
I would communications was staffed by the IT director, which made no sense.
It was all,
But it's-
what do you call it?
Farmed
It was all-
out,
yeah.
delegated.
Yeah, delegated, thank you.
Mhm.
Everything was delegated. So with that, the question for sure to Dr. Rubio is
It's hard.
those things that, require some support.
Although
For
communications
sure.
is hard
He's doing
for me to look
curriculum
at.
and communication is this.
What's hard to learn?
Communications, actually, as I look at it.
Hard
I'm trying to focus,
Yeah.
what I'm questioning is should we have we have 5 committees or not? And then as I was glancing at these, I was thinking, well, it's a big year for us for ECCL, although actually we have so many committees around ECCL, and I have a weekly meeting with the city around ECCL, and I have a weekly meeting with John Baker around ECCL, maybe actually, I may be looking at this the wrong way.
Don't forget the monthly visioning meetings.
Add those on top. That's on top.
So actually maybe finance and communication, so I'm looking for some guidance from the board on this topic here.
I think 4 committees: finance, facilities, communication, and curriculum. And because I feel those are the most 4 highest priorities this year, especially around communication and curriculum.
Well, I don't disagree.
Right.
That's priority.
It's just
Right.
how information will be rolled out is really the big deal. So let's go back on the purpose of the committees.
Yeah.
How about we do that? Because that can explain why the strategy of going to, that, him bringing 2 instead of 3 or 4. Because I think primarily the purpose is to engage the board early on in the process, prior to things coming to the meeting, was essentially a lot of it. I won't say all of these boards, all these committees, but a lot of it was to engage the board around the budget advisory or the budget process, because we had different staff at the time, and we've gone through a lot of different changes. But I think for finance, for instance, we had parcel tax, we had bond, we had how information was flowing between the community and the board and the staff. We had a lot of reasons why there were a lot of different committees, but curriculum, for instance, I'm just rambling a little bit, sorry, but I think curriculum too, we used to have a structure where we had every plan for ELA or for math came to the board in a plan. There was a department structure. Then staff decided that was an onerous task, and it was a lot of work to do. And so a new structure, which was having a curriculum committee, board committee, or board whatever, those plans or broader plans, and no longer departments, actually go to the board, and then they're brought to the whole board. Committee, and then they're brought to the whole board. But they're first kind of vetted, making sure components would be there, and that's how that setup was. So a lot of these, he's doing the curriculum, they're gonna go to all 5 of us. Why have another meeting necessarily might be the point. Why manage 2 meetings when you're gonna hit it all for curriculum, just as an example.
So my take as a member of the former curriculum, former communications.
Oh,
Yeah. And I think these committees are superintendent's committees, and they're committees superintendent creates and uses as superintendent feels the need for support. And the superintendent thinks this is gonna be onerous and interfere with me doing my job.
Why do
Like,
it?
I'm in favor of, not doing it. I do think that, that, um, um, uh, I do think that, that, um, uh, 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 I do think that well, I could say specifically, communications curriculum were not effective committees because the superintendent didn't use them effectively.
I agree with
And
that.
we, you know, curriculum, and it just,
Didn't work.
that didn't work. Communications,
Didn't work.
was a very important committee
Right.
that I was excited to be part of. We got a communications plan out of our prior superintendent that was pretty good, that never got followed through on it. And so.
And some years it's really good. I mean, it's been really good.
Yeah,
So I'm not-
so if, you know, I think we need to do a much better job of communications. We don't need a committee to do that. So I remain
Exactly.
available and helpful to support the communications work of the district. I wanna make sure it's happening. It's just because we're not, if we don't do a committee, doesn't mean we as a board aren't gonna be saying, where's our communications on
Okay.
our vision, our ECCL, our LCAP, or what, principal, whatever it might be, okay? But I don't think we need, I do think we need, finance and facilities.
Yeah, sure.
Just, we're building a CCCL thing, we got contracts that we've agreed, hey, we'll streamline those and not have 2 meetings, because we're trusting the facilities committee's gonna look at it, and so I don't.
Yeah.
I think we should, and the finance, we need finance, I think we need more eyes on the numbers. And particularly, now that we have a new finance LCAP system on it, like I think having a board have to be on that.
And you know, the
agree.
other part to that too, the finance, I'm glad you brought it all the way home, because I woke up too early. But, you know, the other part for that finance committee, I think part of its structure required, or the need, it became ad hoc, but became a standing committee, was due to the fact that there was refinancing. We were really looking really close. That group was looking really close about finding ways to save the district money, or, there was a lot of work, and a lot of that has to, happen between meetings. There's no way that we could have 5-member boards sitting here trying to figure out if it's this way or that way. But it really was great to have focus of people who are in the business, more or less, and available to really work those questions. Because I think it was one about bond refinance. It wasn't the current bond, it was the previous bond. It was all those kind of things. So it really helped to have two members from the school board be part of those discussions. So for one, to make sure everybody's interests were pretty clear. It was very valuable in that way.
Dr. Rubio,
Mm-hmm.
looking at this list of meetings, I wanna go back to what Member Appel said. Would it be valuable for us to sit here and try to say what we find is appropriate, or to give you some time to look at this list and really come back to us and say, I want these X number of committees to help me do my job?
Well, I think he's
It's this one.
I think he's done that.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Oh, it's this list?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is the former list, this is what we had.
Okay.
That's-
No, wait, you're looking at 2 different things.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
Oh,
No, that's what, are you looking at?
This one I don't think these don't represent these, none of these are on
Only two.
here.
Now,
Only
the
two.
reason why you have this extra one is because it had the dates and time.
Got it,
Yeah,
got it.
Oh, I see. Got it.
So facilities and finance
Those are only 2
are on
committees.
Yeah, only
both
2.
lists.
Yeah.
And those are the only 2 meetings that the superintendent really has to attend or facilitate on this whole list.
Yeah, the other ones
Other
are
ones
other
are
ones.
outside,
Yeah, fortunately.
outside committees.
Fortunately.
so we're talking about this.
Member Dwin's going to vote.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
All of them. And what we do normally is we would have had when we do our reorganization, we typically bring this list to the board to figure out who wants to be members on what, but we've had such turnover at this point, that's why this is definitely at this meeting,
Yeah.
so.
But we need someone on the housing committee.
When
And
do
that's
they
the
meet?
city.
I think once a month. Is it once a month? Yeah, once a month.
Well, should we,
I was thinking.
should we decide what are the 2 kind of superintendent
Yeah,
standing
these are
committees and then
recommended,
go to
Yeah,
the kind of answers?
well, I guess, the first thing is, thank you. The first thing for me is I would agree with what Member Raphael was saying.
Yeah.
For me, there are 2 top priorities in terms of committees where I could use the help, and it would be help, would be finance and facilities.
Okay, that's good.
And note that we'd be open to reactivating,
Yeah.
you know, ad hoc, like you said, if
I mean, in
communications
6,
becomes a,
3 months, I might turn to you and say, wait a minute, I'm just.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, or as we get closer to a year, maybe you wanna do communications or
Mhm.
communications.
It's technology.
Yeah.
So, do we wanna go down the list and see who wants to go to what?
yeah.
Well, so I'd start with finance and facilities. I
Finance
think
and
those are the
facilities.
two most substantial on this list, right?
Right. I would agree.
So I'd be interested in being on finance, if it meets at a time I can meet, which is probably not 7:30. What do
You say you want me there?
Okay, yeah, 7:30 in the morning would be bad for me as well. I don't know, what the preferences are for people.
I mean, I'm on it, and it would have to, if it's not gonna be early morning, it's gonna have to be in the evening.
All right, so let me hold off on the time piece for a second.
So it's gonna be Athel, Dwin.
Remember, Pat, do you have interest in facilities, or would you prefer to look at the other one?
Or finance, if he does.
Or finance,
Just,
okay.
you know,
Yeah. Who's
Just because I wanna
interested
do
in
it, then I don't wanna
finance?
preclude other people from doing it.
At this point, I'm gonna be very, standoffish on all these, cause I just don't know my future schedule.
Yeah.
Remember,
So,
okay.
Let me back up in December.
Remember
Let me
Dice?
back in December.
Do you have any interest in these two before we look at the longer list?
I have interest in facilities, but I can, hold my interest.
Member Ash?
Facilities definitely not finance.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. I would say facilities over finance. Okay.
All right.
Finance makes my eyes close.
And are you still interested in facilities?
Yeah.
But I don't have to say.
And in terms of, let me just knock out the times.
So is that Ash and Dwin on
I don't know if it's been
facilities?
decided yet.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I lost. What?
Okay, sorry.
So we have 3 interested in 2 spots on facilities.
I don't have
Sorry.
to sit. I don't.
Actually, at one time, we had 3 board members on a committee.
And then we have to
Facilities, we
agendize.
made
Yeah, we
Agendize,
agendized it.
agendize,
And that's not a bad idea.
Well, you know
Brown
what?
Act.
No,
It was
no, so we needed two, we really, for this one, we need 2 people only.
I just mentioned it.
We needed 2 people only, I think that was the recommendation from
Oh,
staff.
yeah, right.
So I think that my preference would be, based on the conversations that we do, I guess, I remember Dwayne with your background, finance, and your interest, sounds like you're still interested in finance. And
Yeah, rock it out.
Remember Ash and Dice, if you remember Dice is interested, on facilities. And then Mr. Patz, if Mr. Patz becomes interested, as he, which I understand what you just said, on any of these committees, to let us know, and particularly the longer list, which helps matter. But before we go into that longer list,
But I wanna stay on facilities also.
well, then you wanna take, so remember Dice's place, so we keep it to 2 members?
For facilities? Yeah, fine.
Remember Dice?
So, hold on one second,
Yeah,
'cause
'cause I
I'm
don't know.
confused, I got confused real quick.
He wants to stay on facilities, so it's between you or I.
Yeah,
Just know that I have to take a break at some point in the next year.
so how about I stay on it through December, I think we're gonna
That
bring
is
it back
fine.
in December anyway, so this is really about 2 months. 3
Yeah,
okay.
months.
That's one I'm not watching that.
All right, good.
So, so I'll
That's
do
good, 'cause
facilities with,
8 months
Miguel. Cause that'll help me with something else. We're gonna have to be- Yeah, we gotta figure out what it is, but yeah.
So can we just talk about that for a moment, just to get it out, to get it done? So facilities was happening, which facilities? When
It was the first Wednesday of each month.
First
At
Wednesday.
7:30 in the morning.
So first thing I gotta do is stay away from, I have to avoid Wednesday mornings because of the county superintendent meeting. So Thursday or Friday morning, and not at 7:30, I hope. Let me see, what time can I try to, just trying to think of time. I don't know, based on my recollection of Member Affeld's schedule recently, my experience with Member Affeld's schedule, his schedule and my schedule seem to convene at 9 a.m. sometimes.
Yeah.
I gotta be working at
8:45.
9. I gotta be at work at 9 a.m.
Is this for your budget one?
This for any of them,
Okay.
any of them.
That's
But you said afternoon.
Right, and that's why I say evening, if not 7:30 in the morning.
Does that work just as well for you to meet at 5 p.m.? It's harder.
I can, how long are these meetings?
Or, I don't
About
actually,
an hour, 30 minutes.
So question for you guys, before you go to the I mean, we have had meetings start prior to a board meeting. I just wanted to.
But I heard that wasn't working out.
Well, if you just do a 5:30 to 6:30, I mean, it may move the time of the meeting. or alternate, or the same Wednesday. I mean, how about you use the same Wednesday, but different, not the board meeting night, but Wednesday, same time you would have started. I don't know if that helps any.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that works for me, assuming, I can, to 5 to 6 or 4:30 to 6 before the board meeting, or 5 to 6:30 before the board, because that's easiest, and I can, I'm out of work, hey guys, don't count on me being around at 6 o'clock tonight.
You prefer us lined up with the board meeting?
So I would, but
I can work that.
You know you get here at 5:30 though.
I know, but because no one's happening at those two meetings. I could also participate by phone, you email me materials, I don't.
Right. What time's our board meeting start?
6.
6.
So
I'm
5.
saying if it weren't a board meeting night, but you wanted to do it at.
Can we do it opposite board meeting nights? Is that better?
It's not better,
Not better.
unless you want to do it by phone, then it's easier for me to.
What would be better at 6
'Cause-
p.m.? 6 to 7 p.m. Opposite board meeting.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna, in the interest of time, we've established who's on the committee. You guys can have several
Yeah,
emails
point of
figuring out the
order.
time and the
He
day.
working that point of order.
So, because
I
I'm,
was involved. I was like.
You can't be both a committee fluffer and.
I'm gonna be on committees, I'm
And
gonna be on
interfere with our
committees.
ability to have.
Well, I was only trying to knock
Here,
it out
this is
because
going on.
it's hard to.
Yeah.
It's gonna be harder.
You got 3 pitches and they all went past, so we're moving on, if I can.
I like that rule. 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah, that's it,
I was saying 6 to 7 p.m. Opposite Wednesdays.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
That
I'll
work
follow.
for you?
I'll follow.
Cause that's your
Okay,
committee.
that's finance.
I mean,
I'll follow.
Y'all figure it out.
Thank you.
There it is. So, facilities, same thing. We can work out the time frame.
Okay.
Cause,
but this is my thing.
I'm good for early.
Especially for finance, we need to have a meeting soon. I mean,
so I'll let you, we'll stress that we need to have a lot of meetings soon. All right,
So,
so,
I mean, we also need a facility soon.
Right.
yeah, that's
I don't think you're gonna get
that.
that before it comes to the 24th. That would have to be next week.
Okay, well, I mean, if it means after the 24th, that first Wednesday or whenever in October, we know, we need to start ramping up on this community, especially with all this work happening. Because we're already missing out on the information.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so that's the 2 that we're gonna have regularly, right?
Yeah.
Those 2, and then we have some other, we have a chair, okay, that's there,
Okay.
that's there. Housing committee, though, is one
I will
that,
step up and do that,
okay, great.
What was that, the housing?
Housing.
if nobody objects.
No.
Nope.
Okay, wait, did I just volunteer for something really
Yep,
stupid?
you
Yeah.
did. No, not stupid. It's
No, you
good.
enjoy it. I think that's a good committee.
Okay, good, that's what I need to hear.
Was there a conflict with our board meeting date on that? Or- I thought that was a reason why it was vacant.
Why is it vacant?
'Cause
Josh.
Okay. I guess it's ECDC that had the conflict.
Yeah, and
That's-
which is why Karen's on that one, yeah. Then we have Emeryville Fund, I'm currently an officer.
You're also on the other committee, the oversight, redevelopment oversight committee.
Yeah, I haven't met yet though, but yeah, and
Yeah, that should be it.
and you
Yeah,
should
that's
know
right.
that the Emeryville Fund, if you're the president, you're a participant, so that's how it works, I think. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
that's not gonna.
So whenever that changes, that's, that would be the obligation. You can defer, you can actually say you can't make it, of course, but, just want to throw that out. Black elected officials,
That's me.
that's
I'll do
you. He's like, you're one of those, huh? You're one of
You're not
those.
elected yet, you're still appointed.
That's true. Isn't it black?
That's hilarious. That's a good one.
You too.
That is a good one. That is a good one. All right, so AC Transit,
Oh, my God.
AC Transit Committee.
That's a really good committee to be on.
That's pretty good. AC Transit.
No, let Mary ask me on that.
Well, she got to pick. She wants to choose it, so
Oh.
she has one.
When is it? Okay, sure.
Well, there's
Thanks,
that.
Lisa.
She's like, put me down. All right, and then ECDC Advisory Committee. I'm glad you kept this on though, just to, it's a good check-in for board members to recognize who's participating on that. And we really should probably make sure we get updates regularly from that committee, just however we would do it, the advisory committee, ECDC advisory committee, because just we don't be lost.
I agree.
She can't give us an update because she's at the meeting when we're meeting.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, even if it's after, just give us, even if it's in writing, you know, I think it'd be helpful.
How about a YouTube video?
I got enough meetings to cover.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't? You're not covering ECDC?
No, I didn't say that. I have enough meetings.
Okay.
And Ken, maybe you can video the update from Karen and play that.
That's a good one now. Have her in front of a desk, okay. Well, I think
Are
that
you
takes us
saying in
out.
writing is okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think we just, it'd
Yeah.
be good, so since it was, I'll say it was important for us to be a part of it, I think it's
Yeah.
important for us to make sure we get the information.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain Dr. Rubio debriefs her after these meetings, and then he can share that with us,
Which part with Karen?
with Karen. So, it
Well, I'm
doesn't
sure
have to
she
be in
got an
writing,
agenda
it's,
or whatever.
doesn't have to be in writing, I think Dr. Rubio can share that out.
Oh, in his
Even in his
report.
update.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Any
yeah.
information from
Yeah.
Karen?
yeah,
Back to the board.
Information
Yeah,
coming
yeah,
out.
yeah, I mean, you can, it's your option, you can either report it out or have or provide a written report,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but I just think that either way.
And
is-
she doesn't have to be present,
Yeah.
for sure, but I think
Well,
it's
she could be
helpful.
present, that would be ideal, but I don't think
Yeah.
she can be. Right, she's at her own meeting, so, they might only meet monthly though,
Yeah, I think they do.
so maybe she could come the alternate. They meet the fourth, so maybe she could come on the second Wednesday and report out.
Cause it was helpful. It was,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
I
Dr.
was
Rubio can
glad to
work
be
that.
on it myself, so it was helpful to know what's going on.
Sounds good.
And did we do Alameda County School Board Association?
Oh, yeah,
County
it's
rep.
the county rep
County
does.
rep.
Yeah.
That all change in December, right?
Yeah, potentially.
Potentially, sorry, I should put that technically.
Actually, they have a meeting coming up.
I think that's
Jeez,
it.
man.
I know, that's all, you rather about that.
Look at all.
It's a
So
possibility.
that was quick. And so we have, in terms of follow-up actions, we just solidify the time, the routine of those meetings, right?
Right.
And that's it. So we're clear. So we're gonna now, go into closed session and, get a report. We're gonna reconvene. We do have a meeting immediately following our, adjournment of this meeting. So we hope the superintendent evaluation section will be, ready to
I think
go.
I'll be fine.
Are we gonna go to your office or are we gonna, ask the public to leave?
So
before-
you're having a closed session and then you're gonna have another open session?
Yeah, we will. Don't you love us?
I think that's BS, if you want my opinion. I think
Hey,
that lady from the league was
Totally
exactly right.
understand. Totally understand. We have so much business to handle though. It's not a.
Okay.
All right, so we can reconvene back into open session. There is no report out, from our closed session. So that's the report out, but there's no actions taken in our closed session. So this meeting is adjourned at 2:52. And we'll immediately go into our special open session. Roll call, please, Dr. Rubio, or Ms. Savory,
Oh,
or.
yeah.
No
Member
action.
Ash?
Here, sorry.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Pats?
Here.
Vice President Acko?
Here.
President
Sorry.
Dyson?
Here. All right, so, item B, Pledge of Allegiance. So, since we've been here now for a few hours, do we mind if we stipulate that we've, pledged our allegiance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So stipulated, awesome. Any changes to the agenda?
No.
Can I entertain a motion?
So move.
Seconded.
The combination has changed. Any, objections to that? And is that a roll call?
I believe so.
Okay, let's do it.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
Vice President Acko?
Yes.
President Dyson?
Yes. And then on, let's see, item D, opportunity for members of the public to address the board on this item, on items not on this agenda. I lost that one already. No public comment?
No.
All right, thank you. So we'll now move on to E1, approval of revised 2014-15 academic calendar. Dr. Rubio.
Yes, thank you. Coming into the school district in June and July presents one challenge for superintendents, I think, and that is that the calendar has been set in advance and you have what you have. And I had some choices to make regarding what things I just leave alone and let them go and what I try to take on. One of those choices was knowing that in my humble opinion, based on what teachers have told me, we're pretty far behind in our Common Core, our level of skill, I guess, and knowledge in Common Core, and more so in English language arts. And so I had, as you may recall, I entertained some ideas in the summertime of the possibility of starting the year later, but then I realized it would only give parents 2 to 3 weeks notice, and I didn't want to do that to our parent community on that short of a timeline. But I kept going with the conversation, and this started with some informal teacher conversations and some teacher committees in the summer with me, probably in late July and beginning of August. And then the teachers union had asked that we formalize the process, and we've been doing that in terms of a formal process for the last couple of weeks. And we have successfully come up with some days, this was very difficult, that would work for teachers, and it will also work for the trainer that we'd like to use for this piece of the Common Core trainer from Kentucky. What we've come up with is October 7th, 8th, and 9th. We were originally really going for the 14th, 15th, and 16th, but that we couldn't make that work for the trainer as well. So this was our second best set of dates that we could do. And the ETA membership took a formal vote that they approved the calendar change. And mind you, that this is difficult for teachers because this has extended their year in June. Because for any days we don't have students during the school year, it means we're going to be doing some more days, tacking on some days at the end of the year. So the idea that ETA has approved is that they approved up to 5 additional professional development days during the school year. And as a superintendent, speaking in terms of training and professional development, I am very happy that we were able to come to that agreement. And we have solidified 3 of those days in terms of our agreement. And the city has agreed to open their services from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on those same days to give parents an option. And so we've put that into a letter home to parents. I think I announced this back to school night, but this went home, I hope it went home on Friday, or yesterday to parents, and the 8th is going home also. I was given to the high school administration on Friday as well. So that's what we have, and that's why I'm coming to you for this change. This is an important piece, and I think it's partly spelled out in our LCAP in terms of professional development days that we said we would put into our plan for this year. So that was part of our LCAP, I believe, as well. So I wanted to bring this to you as soon as possible because it's all kind of colliding at the same time.
My question would be, so you said that the teachers have agreed to 5 days, but at this time we've only come up with 3?
We've solidified 3 in terms of specific days and specific plans, specific work.
So
that's correct.
So where does that leave the end of school? Some June 20?
It would leave, we did adjust the final day just so it was set. Instead of the 11th for the students, the final student day would be the 18th.
So the previous calendar, the current adopted in place calendar says the 11th.
That's correct.
Is the last day, and the 12th is a teacher work day.
That would be correct.
So it is extending a week.
5 work days for this, or 5 days for the students, but yes, a week. And then
2 days to still be determined.
That's for 2 training days.
And I guess it shortens the summer by a week, right?
It only does if our our days next August don't change, and there's a strong feeling among the committee that met in summer that we should really explore that in terms of our start time. So
later or sooner?
Later is a possibility. So that's a whole other conversation. Unless if you want me to get into that conversation, I can right now. So it only shortens the summer if everything else stays the same.
Yeah,
And that would,
but eventually, you know, whether we move it this year or not move it this year, the start date. I guess is the proposal likely to keep this level, the extra 5 extra days every year?
Oh, no.
Or is it just, this is like a special thing?
This is a special thing for now, and ETA we signed an MOU saying this is a one-time only, yes.
Okay.
One-time thing, does not imply anything for future practice, or that we would be doing. And it is really to address where we're at with Common Core compared to my experience with a lot of school districts right now. So it's really to try to get us more up to speed.
So we're accelerating.
We're trying to accelerate, and these
Yeah.
3 days, just so you have the detail, will be teachers now taking from some of their initial Common Core training, which was good and done by a good organization, but I'm always looking for the best people that we can afford. Right. So this woman, what I've seen her do is at a higher level than even Action Learning Systems, who helped us in August, and they will now take the content standards, sequence them into a curriculum map, look one grade higher, look one grade lower, so they know the standards really well, and begin to attach curriculum to the English Language Arts standards. So that would be the work for the English Language Arts K-5, 6, 7, 8 teachers, as well as the high school social studies and language arts teachers. Middle school and high school math will have a different plan for them.
On those same days?
On those same days, that's correct.
And what about so the other 2 days are to be determined?
They're to be-
Green days?
Yes, and
Because you don't have a key for green.
We don't have a key for
Well,
green.
you know what,
It's
it
the new
didn't,
days.
for some reason it didn't print.
Okay.
Maybe I was out of space.
Could be.
Maybe.
But anyway, so
That's
those
the
are
idea.
somewhere
Those
on
are
the instruction, so that's why instructional days add up to 182?
That's
Because
correct.
you're
Temporarily,
two of them.
temporarily, I'm asking you to approve a calendar which actually has 2 more days than.
Then
Then they gotta be
usually required.
negotiated, or you guys have to work out when those 2 days will actually.
Yes, yes. I had to sit down. Once I believe I know the best days for the teachers and whatever the training we're doing on those 2 days, ETA has requested that we then meet to negotiate in writing the specific days as well.
And then last question for me. The budget on this, so is this part of the budget that, like we just saw this week? Is it already in there, or are there 5 additional instructional days that we are gonna be adding to our budget?
I believe it's already in there because we had this written into the LCAP, and what I don't recall offhand is did it stay in the LCAP budget or did it go to the Common Core budget? It was written into the plan for this year as additional days. I know it was something I was concerned about, so I believe that it's already in there.
I believe it is.
Can I also tell you that on September 24th, AB 1200 and the MOU addressing this will be before you. And you'll see the exact
The
numbers
adjustment.
in the AB 1200, which is the form the certification we have to give the county that we have enough money to cover what we're saying we're gonna do. In this case, it's the ETA, but it's the MOU with
And
ETA.
I'm sorry, let me add that I met with CSEA yesterday, and I have not been giving enough time, let me just say this publicly, to CSEA. I really need to give them more time. I know we've been at impasse, unfortunately, in our negotiations with CSEA over some other issues, and we had decided to hold off on meeting regularly since that was, but that process is kind of dragging out based on where we're at. So I spoke yesterday to the president of CSEA, and we decided to go ahead and start scheduling meetings. But we have met and just started to talk about this, so we can understand the impact as well on the CSEA.
Yeah, because I noticed that their work year, we're gonna be without them for the last 5 days of school.
Well, a lot of
Say
CSEA,
that again.
If you look on this calendar, we're gonna be without them the last 5 days of school.
well, not for all of them.
No.
So a number of them are 11th month and 12-month employees.
Right.
Any CSEA employee, so the 2 I can think of offhand are the kitchen staff and a security guard. They, I believe, typically end on their line to student days. So for those kitchen staff and the security guard, we will likely want them for 5 more days. But everybody else, the secretaries, already working past this day, and some of the others. So it won't be true across the group.
Right, but instructional assistants.
Instructional assistants, possibly so, but there's some other conversation I have that we have around some other positions.
And we're talking about people we're talking about our staff who are our least compensated, and so have the biggest impact on when we say, okay, you're gonna miss, 3 days of pay in October. I remember being an instructional assistant, and 3 days is approaching in my rent.
Yes, and
And so-
we have invited them to, and we've asked them to attend, we've asked the instructional, we're gonna be we told CSEA that we'll be inviting the instructional assistants to attend the Common Core training. They will have the option as employees of our district to take them as sick days or personal days, but we are inviting them.
Perfect.
So they get paid.
Also,
They get paid.
well, you should know that the way it's structured in their pay, it's evened out over the month.
It's okay.
So it doesn't change, it won't change their paycheck.
They're on a 12-month or something.
Yeah,
It's
however it
split, I
is
think.
in the
It's spread out,
accounting
okay,
system.
awesome.
Yeah.
And then to quote Member Raffelt, my last question, the other thing is we're talking about our seniors, and now we're asking our seniors for 5 extra days, because there's senior activities, there's always a picnic, there's a grad night, there's the graduation ceremony. Has that all been looked at? And if not, can we start looking at that right now? Because I want to make sure that we block in those events. I hate for them to go to grad night a month before they actually graduate.
Yes, no, there's been multiple emails last week that asking about the calendar and asking for my help to get out it's been finalized, but it's been communicated what we're looking at, so they understand at the high school what we're looking at.
Perfect. And I will say a member of the community came up to me and was really relieved that you booked the rec center.
Oh, good.
So this is my second last comment.
Okay, yeah, we're very happy to have the city.
You can also say that the rec center contacted me at the gym to set up some field trips.
Oh, on the same days?
Mhm.
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks.
That's great.
One thing I was impressed with at back to school night is the teachers explaining what Common Core is to the parents and how the instruction and pedagogy is different and how it works. So it lets me know that the professional development that they received, they really got understood and they were really able to articulate it well to parents.
And
So it was good.
then broad reaching with the training and broad, that's
Yeah,
good.
it was good. So, I mean, I can definitely support, by what I've seen thus far of professional development, I can definitely support it.
Yeah, we've gotten pretty positive feedback. Not almost. I only know of one teacher who wasn't quite that happy, and I don't know why. But across the board, the feedback was very positive.
We heard it by Mr. Green, Miles Green.
Oh, the high school. Okay. Oh, I was
That was
thinking.
great,
Yeah, good.
that was great.
That's good.
All right, well, any other questions about the proposal in front of us? Any public comment? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Someone like to extend a motion?
I move that we accept the revised 14-15 EUSD district calendar.
I'll second.
Any objections to that? Roll call, please, Ms. Tamery.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Dwin?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
Vice President Afo?
Yes.
President Dyson?
Yes, we have an approved revised academic calendar
And
and
it'll
the
come to you
meeting.
again.
And they'll be back, and meeting adjourned. We're 8 minutes short.
Good job.